You're about to listen to The Posthumous Memoirs of Brás Cubas, written by Machado de Assis, translated by Joshua Diaz, produced by the Toucan Media. Copyright 2024, all rights reserved. Prologue. Joaquim Maria Machado de Assis, born in 1839 and deceased in 1908, was a mixed-race grandson of freed slaves born in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. Orphaned young and self-educated, he became a prolific author, playwright, and poet, often considered one of the most significant figures in Brazilian and global literature. A masterful storyteller, Machado de Assis' work is marked by its inventive narrative style, keen psychological insight, and incisive social commentary, drawing on themes such as identity, race, class, and gender. His magnum opus, Dom Casmurro, along with other notable works like the Posthumous Memoirs of Brás Cubas and Quincas Borba, has solidified his reputation as a pioneering author in both Latin American literature and the broader realm of world literature. Machado de Assis' timeless and innovative contributions to literature continue to be celebrated and studied today more than a century after his passing. The first edition of these posthumous memoirs of Brás Cubas was published in pieces in the Brazilian Review around the year 1880. Later assembled into a book, I corrected the text in several places. Now, as I had to review it for its translation, I amended a few more things and removed 2 or 3 dozen lines. Thus revised, this work, which has seemingly found some benevolence among the public, comes to light again. To the reader. That Stendhal should have confessed to having written one of his books for 100 readers is something that both amazes and dismays. What is not surprising, nor likely to dismay, is if this other book does not have Stendhal's 100 readers, nor 50, nor 20, and at most 10. 10? Perhaps 5. Indeed, this is a diffuse work in which I, Brás Cubas, adopted the free form of a Sterne or a Xavier de Maistre. But I am unsure if I mixed in some touches of pessimism. It's possible. A work of the deceased. I wrote it with the quill of jest and the ink of melancholy, and it is not difficult to foresee what might emerge from this union. Moreover, the serious reader will find in the book some semblances of pure fiction, while the frivolous reader will not find in it their usual romance. Thus, it remains bereft of the esteem of the serious and the affection of the frivolous, which are the 2 greatest pillars of opinion. But I still hope to garner the sympathies of public opinion, and the first remedy is to avoid an explicit and lengthy prologue. The best prologue is the one that contains fewer things or says them in an obscure and truncated manner. Consequently, I avoid recounting the extraordinary method I employed in the composition of these memoirs, crafted here in the afterlife. It would be intriguing but overly lengthy, and also unnecessary for the understanding of the work. The work itself is everything. If it pleases you, discerning reader, I am rewarded for my labor. If it does not please you, I shall repay you with a flick on the nose and farewell. Signed by Brás Cubas. To the worm that first gnawed the cold flesh of my corpse, I dedicate as a fond memento these posthumous memoirs. Chapter 1. The author's demise. For a while I hesitated about whether I should start these memoirs from the beginning or the end, that is, whether I would put my birth or my death first. Although the common practice is to start with birth, 2 considerations led me to adopt a different approach. The first is that I am not exactly a deceased author, but a deceased author-to-be, for whom the grave was another cradle. The second is that the writing would thus be more charming and fresh. Moses, who also narrated his death, did not place it at the beginning but at the end. A radical difference between this book and the Pentateuch. Having said that, I passed away at 2 o'clock in the afternoon on a Friday in August 1869 at my beautiful estate in Catumbi. I was about 64 years old, hearty and prosperous, a bachelor with a fortune of about 300,000 contos, and was accompanied to the cemetery by 11 friends. 11 friends. It is true that there were no letters or announcements. Moreover, it was raining. a fine, sad, and constant drizzle, so constant and sad that it prompted one of those last-minute faithful to insert this ingenious idea into the speech he delivered at the edge of my grave. You, who knew him, gentlemen, you can say with me that nature seems to be mourning the irreplaceable loss of one of the noblest characters who have ever honored humanity. This gloomy air, these drops from the sky, those dark clouds that cover the blue like a funeral crepe, all this is the raw and cruel pain gnawing at nature's most intimate entrails. All this is a sublime tribute to our illustrious deceased. Good and loyal friend, no, I do not regret leaving him those 20 bonds. And so, it was in this way that I reached the end of my days. It was thus that I headed toward the undiscovered country of Hamlet, without the anxieties or doubts of the young prince, but at a slow and faltering pace, like someone leaving a show late and bored. 9 or 10 people saw me go, including 3 ladies, my sister Sabina, married to Cottram, their daughter, a lily of the valley, and be patient. I will soon tell you who the 3rd lady was. For now suffice it to know that this anonymous woman, although not a relative, suffered more than the relatives. It's true, she suffered more. I don't mean to say that she tore her clothes or that she rolled on the floor, convulsing. Neither was my death a highly dramatic event. A bachelor who dies at 64 does not seem to gather all the elements of a tragedy. And even if he did, the last thing this anonymous woman needed was to make it apparent. Standing at the head of the bed, with her eyes wide, her mouth slightly open, the sad lady could hardly believe my demise. Dead, dead, she whispered to herself. And her imagination, like the storks that a renowned traveler saw taking flight from the Ilissos to the shores of Africa, despite the ruins and the passage of time, the imagination of this lady also soared over the present wreckage to the shores of a youthful Africa. Let her go. We'll follow her later. We'll go there when I return to my early years. For now, I want to die peacefully, methodically, listening to the lady's sobs, the quiet murmurs of the men, the rain pattering on the elephant ear leaves in the garden, and the shrill sound of a razor being sharpened outside by the door of a saddler. I swear to you that this orchestra of death was far less sad than it might have seemed. From a certain point on, it became delightful. Life writhed in my chest with the fury of a tidal wave. My consciousness faded. I sank into physical and moral immobility, and my body became plant, stone, mud, and nothingness. I died of pneumonia, but if I were to tell you that it was less pneumonia than a grand and useful idea that caused my death, you might not believe me, and yet it is true. I will briefly explain the situation. Judge it for yourself. Chapter 2. The Lotion. Indeed, one morning, while strolling through the garden, an idea hooked itself onto the trapeze that I had in my brain. Once hooked, it began to swing its arms and legs, performing the most daring somersaults you can imagine. I stood there, watching it. Suddenly, it leaped and stretched out its arms and legs, forming the shape of an X. Decipher me, or I'll devour you. This idea was none other than the invention of a sublime remedy, an anti-hypochondriac lotion intended to alleviate our melancholic humanity. In the petition for the exclusive rights that I drafted at the time, I drew the government's attention to this truly Christian outcome. However, I did not deny my friends the financial benefits that would result from the distribution of a product with such extensive and profound effects. Now, though, from this side of life, I can confess everything. What influenced me the most was the desire to see these 3 words printed in newspapers, on display boards, pamphlets, street corners, and ultimately on the medicine boxes. The Brás Cubas lotion. Why deny it? I had a passion for noise, for billboards, for fireworks that burst into tears. Perhaps the modest might criticize this flaw, but I trust the talented will recognize this skill. Thus my idea had 2 faces, like medals, one facing the public and the other facing me. On one side, philanthropy and profit. On the other side, a thirst for recognition. Let's call it a love for glory. One of my uncles, a full prebend canon, used to say that the love of temporal glory was the downfall of souls, which should only covet eternal glory. In response, another uncle of mine, an officer in one of the old infantry regiments, argued that the love of glory was the most genuinely human quality in a man, and consequently, his most authentic trait. Let the reader decide between the soldier and the cannon. I return to the lotion. Chapter 3. Genealogy. But since I've mentioned my two uncles, allow me to provide a brief genealogical sketch here. The founder of my family was a certain Brás Cubas, who flourished in the first half of the 18th century. He was a cooper by trade, a native of Rio de Janeiro, where he would have died in poverty and obscurity if he had only practiced his craft. But no, he became a farmer, planted, harvested, and exchanged his produce for good, honorable patacas until he died, leaving a substantial fortune to his son, the learned Luis Cubas. In this young man truly begins the line of my ancestors, those ancestors that my family has always acknowledged, because Brás Cubas was, after all, a cooper, and perhaps a poor one at that, while Luis Cubas studied in Coimbra, excelled in the state, and was one of the close friends of the Viceroy Count da Cunha. Since the surname Cubas excessively smelled of cooperage, my father, the great-grandson of Damião, claimed that the said surname had been given to a knight, a hero in the African Crusades, as a reward for the feat of snatching 300 barrels from the Moors. My father was a man of imagination. He escaped the cooperage on the wings of a play on words. He was a good man, my father, a worthy and loyal gentleman like few others. He had, it's true, some airs of vanity, but who isn't a bit vain in this world? It's worth noting that he didn't resort to invention until after trying falsification. At first he traced our lineage to that famous namesake of mine, the Captain Major Brás Cubas, who founded the town of São Vicente, where he died in 1592, and for that reason gave me the name Brás. However, the Captain Major's family opposed this, and that's when he imagined the 300 Moorish barrels. Some members of my family are still alive, like my niece Venancia, for example, the lily of the valley, who is the flower of the ladies of her time. Her father, Cotrim, is also alive, a man who— But let's not anticipate events. Let's finish with our lotion once and for all. Chapter 4. The Fixed Idea. My idea, after so many twists and turns, had become a fixed idea. God spare you, reader, from a fixed idea. Better a speck, better a mote in the eye. Look at Cavour. It was the fixed idea of Italian unity that killed him. True, Bismarck did not die, but it's worth noting that nature is a great capricious being and history a perpetual tease. For example, Suetonius gave us a Claudius, who was a simpleton, or a pumpkinhead, as Seneca called him, and a Titus, who deserved to be Rome's delight. More recently, a scholar found a way to demonstrate that of the two Caesars, the truly delightful one was Seneca's pumpkinhead. And you, Madame Lucrezia, flower of the Borgias, if a poet painted you as the Catholic Messalina, a skeptical Gregorovius came along to erase much of that quality. And while you didn't end up as a lily, you didn't become a smelly fen either. I'll let myself be somewhere between the poet and the scholar. Long live history, the fickle history that accommodates everything, and returning to the fixed idea, I'll say that it is what creates strong men and madmen. The mobile, vague, or iridescent idea is what creates the Claudius, according to the formula of Suetonius. My idea was fixed as nothing comes to mind that is sufficiently fixed in this world. Perhaps the moon, perhaps the pyramids of Egypt, perhaps the late German Diet. Let the reader choose the comparison that best suits them, and don't twist your nose at me just because we haven't reached the narrative part of these memoirs. We'll get there. I believe you prefer anecdotes to reflection, like your fellow readers, and I think you're doing very well. We'll get there. However, it's important to say that this book is written leisurely, with the leisure of a man who's already freed from the brevity of the century, a supremely philosophical work with an uneven philosophy, sometimes austere, sometimes playful, something that neither builds nor destroys, neither inflames nor delights, and yet is more than a pastime and less than a mission. Let's go. Straighten your nose, and let's return to the lotion. Let's leave history to its whims as an elegant lady. None of us fought the Battle of Salamina. None of us wrote the Augsburg Confession. As for me, if I ever think of Cromwell, it's only because of the idea that His Highness, with the same hand that closed Parliament, would have imposed upon the English the Brás Cubas lotion. Don't laugh at this common victory of pharmacy and Puritanism. Who doesn't know that beside every great public ostentatious flag, there are often several other modestly private flags that are raised and flutter in the shadow of the former, and not infrequently outlive them? By way of comparison, it's like the commoners who took refuge in the shadow of the feudal castle. The castle fell, and the commoners remained. True, they became wealthy and lordly. No, the comparison doesn't work. Chapter 5, in which a lady's ear appears. Just when I was busy preparing and refining my invention, I was hit full force by a draft. I fell ill immediately and didn't treat myself. I had the lotion on my mind. I carried with me the fixed idea of madmen and strong men. I saw myself from afar, rising from the ground of the masses and soaring to heaven like an immortal eagle. And it is not in the face of such an exalted spectacle that a man can feel the pain that torments him. The next day I was worse. I finally treated myself, but incompletely, without method, care, or persistence. That was the origin of the illness that brought me to eternity. You already know that I died on a Friday, an ill-fated day, and I believe I have proven that it was my invention that killed me. There are less lucid demonstrations that are no less triumphant. However, it wasn't impossible for me to reach the top of a century and appear in public records among long-lived people. I had health and strength. Suppose that, instead of laying the foundations for a pharmaceutical invention, I was gathering the elements for a political institution or a religious reform. The draft would come, which surpasses human calculations in efficacy, and everything would be gone. Such is the fate of men. With this reflection, I said goodbye to the woman, who I won't say was the most discreet, but certainly the most beautiful among her contemporaries. The anonymous woman from the first chapter, the one whose imagination resembled the storks of the Ulysses. She was then 54 years old, a ruin, a splendid ruin. Imagine, reader, that we loved each other, she and I, many years before, and that one day, already sick, I saw her appear at the door of my bedroom. Chapter 6. Chimane. Who would have said it? Rodrigue. Who would have believed it? I saw her appear at the bedroom door, pale, moved, dressed in black, and she stayed there for a minute, without the courage to enter, or stopped by the presence of a man who was with me. From the bed where I lay, I contemplated her during that time, forgetting to say anything or make any gesture. We hadn't seen each other for 2 years, and I saw her now not as she was, but as she had been, as we both had been, because a mysterious Hezekiah had turned back the sun to our youthful days. The sun retreated. I shook off all my miseries, and this handful of dust that death was about to scatter into the eternity of nothingness had more power than time, which is death's minister. No water from Juventus could equal the simple nostalgia there. Believe me, the least bad thing is to remember. No one should rely on present happiness. There is a drop of Cain's drool in it. As time goes by and the spasm ends, then yes, perhaps one can truly enjoy themselves, because between one illusion and the other, it's better to enjoy the one that doesn't hurt. The evocation didn't last long. Reality soon took over. The present expelled the past. Perhaps I will present to the reader, in some corner of this book, my theory of human editions. What is important for now is that Virgilia, her name was Virgilia, entered the bedroom, steady, with the gravity that her clothes and years gave her, and approached my bed. The stranger stood up and left. He was a man who visited me every day to talk about currency exchange, colonization, and the need to develop rail transportation. Nothing more interesting for a dying man. He left. Virgilia remained standing. For a while, we looked at each other without uttering a word. Who would have thought? From two passionate lovers, two unrestrained passions, nothing remained 20 years later. There were only two withered hearts, devastated by life and satiated by it. I don't know if in equal measure, but satiated nonetheless. Virgilia now had the beauty of old age, an austere and maternal air. She was less thin than when I last saw her at a San Juan party in Tijuca. And because she was one of those who had a great deal of resistance, only now where her dark hair was beginning to be interspersed with some silver strands. "Took the day to visit the dying?" I said to her. "Come now, dying men." Virgilia replied with a snort. Then, after shaking my hands, "I'm trying to see if I can get the lazy out onto the street." She no longer had the tearful tenderness of the past, but her voice was friendly and sweet. She sat down. I was home alone with a simple nurse. We could talk to each other without danger. Virgilia gave me extensive news from the outside, narrating it with grace, with a touch of bad language, which was the salt of conversation. I, about to leave the world, felt a satanic pleasure in mocking it all, in convincing myself that I was leaving nothing worthwhile. "What ideas are those?" Virgilia interrupted me, somewhat annoyed. "Be careful, or I won't come back. Die. We're all going to die. All we have to do is be alive." And eyeing the clock. "Jesus, it's 3 o'clock. I must go." "Already?" "Yes, I'll come back tomorrow or the day after." "I don't know if it's a good idea," I retorted. "The patient is a bachelor, and the house doesn't have any ladies." "Your sister?" "She's coming to spend a few days, but she can't be here before Saturday." Virgilia thought for a moment, shrugged her shoulders, and said gravely, "I'm old. No one pays attention to me anymore, but to avoid any doubt, I'll come with Ñoño." Ñoño was a bachelor, the only child from her marriage, who at the age of 5 had been an unwitting accomplice to our love. They came together 2 days later, and I must confess that when I saw them in my bedroom, I was overcome with shyness that didn't even allow me to respond to the young man's kind words right away. Virgilia guessed my thoughts and said to her son, "Ñoño, don't mind this great trickster here. He doesn't want to speak to make us believe he's at death's door." The son smiled, and I believe I also smiled, and everything ended in pure laughter. Virgilia was serene and cheerful, embodying an immaculate life, not a suspicious look, nor a gesture that could reveal anything, an equality of words and spirit, a self-control that seemed and perhaps was rare. As we casually touched upon illegitimate, half-secret, half-known love affairs, I saw her speak with disdain and a bit of indignation about the woman in question, who was, by the way, her friend. The son felt satisfied, hearing that dignified and strong speech, and I wondered to myself what the hawks would say about us humans if Buffon had been born a hawk. It was the beginning of my delirium. Chapter 7. The Delirium. As far as I know, no one has ever recounted their own delirium. I'll do it, and science will thank me. If the reader is not given to the contemplation of these mental phenomena, they can skip this chapter, go straight to the narration. However, even if they are not particularly curious, I must say that it is interesting to know what happened in my head during those 20 to 30 minutes. First, I took on the form of a plump, skillful Chinese barber, shaving a mandarin who paid me for my work with pinches and candies, the whims of a mandarin. Shortly after, I felt transformed into Aquinas' Summa Theologica, printed in a single volume and bound in Morocco leather, with silver clasps and illustrations. This idea gave my body the most complete immobility. And even now I remember that since my hands were the clasps of the book, and I crossed them over my belly, Someone uncrossed them, certainly Virgilia, because the posture made me look like a corpse. Lastly, restored to human form, I saw a hippopotamus arrive and carry me away. I went along quietly, not knowing whether it was due to fear or trust, but soon the pace became so dizzying that I dared to question it, and with some art, I told it that the journey seemed aimless. "You're mistaken," replied the animal. "We're going to the origin of the centuries." I hinted that it must be very far away, but the hippopotamus either didn't understand me or didn't hear me, or perhaps pretended to do one of those things. And when I asked, since it could speak, if it was descended from Achilles' horse or Balaam's donkey, it responded with a gesture peculiar to these two quadrupeds. It flicked its ears. For my part, I closed my eyes and let myself be carried by chance. At this point, I don't mind confessing that I felt a certain tickling curiosity to know where the origin of the centuries was, whether it was as mysterious as the origin of the Nile, and above all, whether it was worth anything more or less than the consummation of those same centuries. Reflections of a sick mind. Since I kept my eyes closed, I couldn't see the path. I only remember that the sensation of cold increased with the journey, and there came a time when I seemed to enter the region of eternal ice. Indeed, I opened my eyes and saw that my animal was galloping on a white plain of snow, surrounded by various large snow-covered animals. All snow. Even a sun of snow chilled us. I tried to speak, but could only muster this anxious question. "Where are we?" "We've already passed Eden." "All right, let's stop at Abraham's tent." "But we're moving backward," retorted my mount, mocking me. I felt embarrassed and bewildered. The journey began to seem tedious and extravagant, the cold uncomfortable, the ride violent, and the outcome intangible, and then the thoughts of a sick person. Given that we reached the intended destination, it wasn't impossible that the centuries, irritated by my probing into their origins, would crush me between their nails, which must have been as old as they were. As I pondered this, we devoured the path, and the plain flew beneath our feet until the animal stopped, and I could look more calmly around me. Look only. I saw nothing beyond the immense whiteness of the snow, which this time had invaded even the once blue sky. Perhaps occasionally I glimpsed an enormous, grotesque plant, swaying its broad leaves in the wind. The silence of that region was like that of the tomb. It was as if the life of things had been stunned in the presence of man. Did it fall from the sky? Did it emerge from the ground? I don't know. I only know that a massive figure, a woman's form, then appeared before me, her eyes as radiant as the sun. Everything about this figure had the vastness of wild forms, and everything escaped the understanding of human eyes, because the outlines were lost in the surroundings, and what seemed dense was often diaphanous. Stunned, I said nothing, not even letting out a scream. But after a brief while, I asked who she was and what she was called. Curiosity of delirium. "Call me Nature or Pandora. I am your mother and your enemy." Upon hearing this last word, I recoiled slightly, taken by fear. The figure burst into laughter, which produced around us the effect of a whirlwind. The plants twisted, and a long groan broke the silence of the external world. "Be not afraid," she said. "My enmity doesn't kill. It is primarily through life that it asserts itself. You live. I want no other scourge." "Am I alive?" I asked, digging my nails into my hands as if to assure myself of my existence. "Yes, worm, you live. Don't fear losing this rag that is your pride. You will still taste the bread of sorrow and the wine of misery for a few hours. You live. Even now that you've gone mad, you live. And if your conscience regains a moment of insight, you will say that you want to live." Having said this, the vision extended her arm, grabbed me by the hair, and lifted me into the air as if I were a feather. Only then could I see her face up close, which was enormous. Nothing was more still, no violent contortion, no expression of hatred or ferocity, The sole, general, complete feature was that of selfish impassivity, of eternal deafness, of immovable will. If she had rages, they were locked away in her heart. At the same time, on that face of glacial expression, there was an air of youth, a mix of strength and vitality, before which I felt like the weakest and most decrepit of beings. "Did you understand me?" she asked after some time of mutual contemplation. "No," I replied, "and I don't want to understand you. You are absurd. You are a fable. I must be dreaming. Or, if it's true that I've gone mad, you're nothing more than the conception of a deranged mind, that is, an empty thing, which the absent reason cannot govern or touch. Nature, you. The nature I know is a mother, not an enemy. She doesn't make life a scourge, nor does she, like you, wear an indifferent face, like the tomb. And why Pandora? Because I carry in my purse both good and evil, and the greatest of all, hope, the consolation of men. Do you tremble? Yes, your gaze fascinates me. I believe so. I am not only life, I am also death, and you are about to return to me what I lent you. You great lascivious man, the voluptuousness of nothingness awaits you," she said in a mockery tone. When this word echoed, like thunder, in that immense valley, it seemed to me that it was the last sound to reach my ears. I felt as if I were experiencing the sudden decomposition of myself. Then I looked at her with pleading eyes and asked for a few more years. "You miserable little minute," she exclaimed. "Why do you want a few more moments of life? To devour and be devoured afterward? Aren't you tired of the spectacle and the struggle? You know all too well everything I have presented to you that is less vile or less distressing. The dawn of day, the melancholy of the evening, the stillness of the night, the aspects of the earth, and finally, sleep, the greatest gift of my hands. What more do you want, you sublime idiot? To live. I ask for nothing more. Who placed this love of life in my heart if not you? And if I love life, why would you strike yourself, killing me? Because I no longer need you. Time doesn't care about the passing minute but the coming one. The coming minute is strong, joyous. It assumes it carries eternity within itself, but it brings death, and it perishes like the others. Yet time persists. Selfishness, you say? Yes, selfishness. I have no other law. Selfishness, self-preservation. The jaguar kills the calf because the jaguar's reasoning is that it must live, and if the calf is tender, so much the better. Behold the universal law. Come up and observe. Saying this, she whisked me to the top of a mountain. I cast my eyes down one of the slopes, and for a long time I contemplated from afar, through a haze, a unique sight. Imagine, reader, a reduction of the centuries, and a procession of all of them, all the races, all the passions, the tumult of empires, the war of appetites and hatreds, the mutual destruction of beings and things. Such was the spectacle, a bitter and curious one. The history of humanity and earth had an intensity that neither imagination nor science could give, because science is slower and imagination more vague, while what I saw there was the living condensation of all time. To describe it would require capturing lightning. The centuries paraded in a whirlwind, and yet, because the eyes of delirium are different, I saw everything that passed before me, torments and delights, from what's called glory to what's called misery, and I saw love multiplying misery and misery aggravating weakness. There came greed that devours, anger that inflames, envy that drools, and the hoe and the pen, damp with sweat and ambition, hunger, vanity, melancholy, wealth, love, and all of them shook man like a rattle until he was destroyed, like a rag. They were the various forms of evil, which sometimes gnawed at the viscera, sometimes at thought, and eternally paraded their harlequin robes around the human species. Pain sometimes yielded, but it yielded to indifference, which was a dreamless sleep, or to pleasure, which was a bastard pain. Then man, tormented and rebellious, ran before the inevitability of things, chasing a hazy and elusive figure made of patches, a patch of the intangible, another of the improbable, another of the invisible, all stitched together precariously with the needle of imagination. And that figure, nothing less than the chimera of happiness, either perpetually eluded him or allowed itself to be caught by the hem, and man would cling to it, and then it would laugh like a mockery and vanish like an illusion. As I gazed upon so much calamity, I couldn't hold back a cry of anguish, which nature or Pandora listened to without protest or laughter. And I don't know by what law of mental disturbance it was I who began to laugh, a wild and idiotic laughter. "You're right," I said. "The spectacle is amusing and worth it, perhaps monotonous, but worth it. When Job cursed the day he was conceived, it was because he longed to see this spectacle from up here. Go ahead, Pandora, open your belly and digest me. The spectacle is amusing, but digest me." The response was to forcefully compel me to look down and see the centuries that continued to pass, swift and turbulent, generations piling upon generations, some sad, like the Hebrews in captivity, others joyful, like the revelers of Commodus, all of them punctual in their graves. I wanted to flee, but a mysterious force held my feet. So I said to myself, well, the centuries are passing. Mine will come and pass as well, until the last one, which will give me the deciphering of eternity. And I fixed my gaze, continuing to watch the ages arrive and pass. By then calm and resolute, I don't even know if happy. Perhaps happy. Each century brought its share of darkness and light, of apathy and struggle, of truth and error, and its procession of systems, of new ideas, of new illusions. Each one burst forth with the greenery of a spring, then withered, only to rejuvenate later. As life had such a regularity of a calendar, history and civilization were made, and man, naked and unarmed, armed and clothed himself, built huts and palaces, the rough village and Thebes of 100 gates, created science that scrutinizes, and art that delights, became an orator, mechanic, philosopher, traveled the face of the globe, descended into the earth's belly, ascended to the sphere of clouds, thus collaborating in the mysterious work that entertained the need for life and the melancholy of helplessness. My weary and distracted gaze finally saw the present century arrive, and behind it, the future ones. The present one was agile, skillful, vibrant, full of itself, somewhat diffuse, bold, knowledgeable, but in the end as miserable as the first ones. And so it passed, and so the others passed, with the same swiftness and equal monotony. I redoubled my attention, strained my eyes. I was finally going to see the last one. The last. But by then, the speed of their march was such that it eluded all comprehension. Lightning would seem like a century compared to it. Perhaps because of that, the objects began to change. Some grew, others shrank, others got lost in the atmosphere. A fog covered everything, except the hippopotamus that had brought me there, which, however, began to shrink, to shrink, to shrink, until it became the size of a cat. It was indeed a cat. I looked closely. It was my cat Sultan, who was playing at the door of the alcove with a ball of paper. Chapter 8. Reason Against Folly. The reader must have already understood that it was reason returning home and inviting folly to leave, exclaiming, and with better right, the words of Tartuffe, "La maison est à moi, c'est à vous d'en sortir." But it's an old habit of folly to take a liking to other people's houses, so once it becomes the mistress of one, it's difficult to evict. It's a habit. There's no changing it. Its shame has long been calloused. Now, if we consider the immense number of houses it occupies, some temporarily, others during its calm seasons, we can conclude that this charming wanderer is the terror of landlords. In our case, there was almost a commotion at the door of my brain, because the newcomer didn't want to give up the house, and the rightful owner was determined to take back what was hers. In the end, Folly was content with a little corner in the attic. "No, ma'am," replied Reason, "I'm tired of giving you attics, tired and experienced, for what you want is to quietly move from the attic to the dining room, from there to the living room, and the rest." "Fine, let me stay a little longer. I'm on the trail of a mystery." "What mystery?" "Two mysteries," Folly corrected. "Those of life and death. I only ask for 10 more minutes." Reason started laughing. "You'll always be the same. Always the same. Always the same." And saying this, she grabbed Folly by the wrists and dragged her out. Then she entered and closed the door. Folly still moaned some pleas, growled some anger, but she soon gave up, stuck her tongue out in a mocking manner, and went on her way. Chapter 9. Transition. And now, behold the skill, the art with which I make the greatest transition in this book. Watch. My delirium began in the presence of Virgilia. Virgilia was my great sin of youth. There is no youth without childhood. Childhood presupposes birth. And here we are, effortlessly, arriving at October 20th, 1805, the day I was born. Did you see? No apparent connection, nothing to divert the attentive reader's focus. Nothing. Thus, the book has all the advantages of method, without the rigidity of method. Indeed, it was about time. For while method is, as it is, an indispensable thing, it's better to have it without a tie or suspenders, somewhat free and easy-going, like someone who doesn't care about the neighboring territory or the district inspector. It's like eloquence, of which there is a genuine and vibrant kind, with a natural and bewitching art, and another kind that is stiff, starched, and dull. Let's move on to October 20th. Chapter 10. On that day. On that day, the tree of the Cubas family sprouted a charming flower. I was born. Pascala, a distinguished midwife from Minho, welcomed me into her arms, boasting that she had opened the door to the world for an entire generation of nobles. It's not impossible that my father heard her make such a declaration. However, I believe it was paternal sentiment that led him to reward her with 2 half-blooms. Washed and swaddled, I instantly became the hero of our house. Everyone made their predictions about me according to their own tastes. My uncle João, the former infantry officer, thought I had a certain look of Bonaparte, something my father couldn't hear without feeling nauseous. My uncle Ildefonso, then a simple priest, suspected I'd become a canon. He'll be a canon, and I won't say more, so it doesn't look like pride. But I wouldn't be surprised at all if God destined him for a bishopric. It's true, a bishopric. It's not an impossible thing. What do you think, Brother Bento? My father replied to everyone that I would be whatever God wanted, and he lifted me into the air as if he intended to show me off to the city and the world. He asked everyone if I looked like him, if I was intelligent, beautiful. I mention these things haphazardly, based on what I heard narrated years later. I'm unaware of most of the details of that famous day. I know that the neighbors came or sent their congratulations to the newborn, and that during the first few weeks there were many visits to our house. There wasn't a sedan chair that stayed unused. There were a lot of frock coats and breeches going around. If I don't mention the pampering, the kisses, the admiration, and the blessings, it's because if I did, this chapter would never end, and it needs to end. Furthermore, I can't say anything about my baptism, because I wasn't told anything about it, except that it was one of the most splendid celebrations of the following year, 1806. I was baptized in São Domingo's church on a clear, bright, and pure Tuesday in March, with Colonel Rodrigues de Matos and his wife as my godparents. Both of them descended from old families of the North and truly honored the blood that ran in their veins, once shed in the war against the Dutch. I believe their names were among the first things I learned, and I must have said them quite gracefully, or revealed some precocious talent, because there wasn't a stranger in front of whom they didn't make me recite them. Ñoño, tell these gentlemen the name of your godfather. My godfather? He is His Excellency Colonel Paulo Vaz Lobo Cesar de Andrade y Sousa Rodriguez de Matos. My godmother is Her Excellency Lady Maria Luisa de Macedo Resende y Sousa Rodriguez de Matos. "Your boy is very clever," the listeners would exclaim. "Very clever indeed," my father would agree, and his eyes brimmed with pride as he patted my head, gazing at me for a long time, smitten and self-satisfied. Furthermore, I began to walk. I don't know exactly when, but earlier than usual. Perhaps to speed up nature. They had me grab onto chairs early on, picked me up by the diaper, and gave me wooden carts. "On your own, Ñoño, on your own," the maid would tell me. And I, lured by the tin rattle that my mother shook in front of me, would move forward, falling here and there. And I walked, probably poorly, but I walked, and I continued walking. Chapter 11. The child is father to the man. I grew up, and in this, the family played no part. I grew up naturally, like magnolias and cats. Perhaps cats are less cunning, and surely magnolias are less restless than I was in my childhood. A poet said that the child is father to the man. If this is true, let's look at some aspects of the child. From the age of 5, I had earned the nickname Little Devil, and I truly was nothing else. I was one of the most mischievous of my time, shrewd, indiscreet, rascally, and willful. For example, one day I broke a slave's head because she refused to give me a spoonful of the coconut sweet she was making, and, not content with the mischief, I threw a handful of ashes into the pot, and, not satisfied with the prank, I told my mother that the slave had ruined the sweet out of spite. And I was only 6 years old. Prudencio, a black house servant, was my everyday horse. He would put his hands on the ground, receive a string in his jaws as a makeshift bridle. I would climb on his back with a little stick in my hand, whip him, take 1,000 turns to one side and the other, and he obeyed, sometimes groaning, but obeyed without saying a word, or at most, an "ouch, Ñoño," to which I replied, "Shut up, beast." Hiding visitors' hats, sticking paper tails on serious people, pulling pigtails, pinching matrons' arms, and many other feats of this sort were signs of an unruly nature, but I must believe they were also expressions of a robust spirit, because my father held me in high regard, and if sometimes he scolded me in front of others, he did so as a mere formality. In private, he would give me kisses. This should not lead one to conclude that I spent the rest of my life breaking other people's heads or hiding their hats, but stubborn, selfish, and somewhat contemptuous of men that I was. If I didn't spend my time hiding their hats, I did occasionally pull on their pigtails. Furthermore, I developed a fondness for contemplating human injustice, inclining myself to mitigate it, explain it, classify it into parts, and understand it not according to a rigid standard, but according to circumstances and places. My mother instructed me in her own way, making me memorize some precepts and prayers, but I felt that more than the prayers, my nerves and blood governed me, and the good rule lost the spirit that made it live, becoming a vain formula. In the morning before porridge, and at night before bed, I asked God to forgive me, just as I forgave my debtors. But between morning and night, I committed some great wickedness, and my father, after the commotion had passed, would pat my face and exclaim with a laugh, "Ah, you little devil! You little devil!" Yes, my father adored me. My mother was a weak woman, with little intellect and a big heart, quite gullible, sincerely pious, domestic, despite her beauty, and modest, despite her wealth. She feared thunderstorms and her husband. Her husband was her god on earth. From the collaboration of these two creatures came my education, which, if it had anything good, was overall flawed, incomplete, and in parts negative. My uncle, the canon, occasionally criticized my father. He told him that he gave me more freedom than instruction, and more affection than correction. But my father replied that he applied an entirely superior system to my education than the usual system, and in this way, without confusing his brother, he deceived himself. Along with transmission and education, there was also the strange example, the domestic environment. We have seen the parents. Let us now look at the uncles. One of them, João, was a man of loose tongue, a gallant life, and a picaresque conversation. Since I was 11 years old, he let me in on real or fictional anecdotes, all tainted with obscenity or filth. He did not respect my adolescence, nor did he respect his brother's cassock, with the difference that the latter would flee as soon as he broached a scandalous subject. I did not. I stayed, not understanding anything at first, then understanding, and finally finding it amusing. After a while, I was the one who sought him out, and he liked me very much, gave me sweets, and took me for walks. At home, when he would spend a few days there, I often found him at the back of the yard, at the wash-house, chatting with the slave women who were doing laundry. There he would unravel anecdotes, sayings, and questions, and there would be bursts of laughter that no one could hear because the wash-house was far from the house. The black women, with a loincloth around their waist, raising their dresses a few inches, some inside the wash-basin, others outside, leaning over the laundry, beating, soaping, and wringing it, would listen to and respond to Uncle João's jests, occasionally commenting with this expression, "Get thee behind me, Satan! This Master João is the devil incarnate." Quite different was the canon uncle. He had great austerity and purity. Such qualities, however, did not enhance a superior spirit, but merely compensated for a mediocre one. He was not a man who saw the substantial part of the church. He saw the external side, the hierarchy, the preeminence, the surplices, the bows. He was more about the sacristy than the altar. A gap in the ritual excited him more than a violation of the commandments. Now, so many years later, I am not sure if he could easily understand a passage from Tertullian or explain, without hesitation, the story of the Nicene symbol. But no one at High Mass knew better the amount and type of bows that were due to the officiant. Becoming a canon was the only ambition of his life, and he sincerely believed it was the highest dignity to which he could aspire. Pious, strict in customs, meticulous in observing rules, weak, timid, and subordinate, he possessed some virtues in which he was exemplary, but he absolutely lacked the strength to instill them or impose them on others. I will not mention my maternal aunt, Dona Emerenciana, although she was the person who had the most authority over me. She differed greatly from the others, but she lived with us for only a short time, about 2 years. Other relatives and some close acquaintances do not deserve to be mentioned. We did not have a shared life, but an intermittent one, with long periods of separation. What matters is the general atmosphere of the domestic environment, and that has been indicated. Vulgarity of characters, love for dazzling appearances and noise, weakness of will, the rule of whim, and the like. From this land and this manure, this flower was born. Chapter 12, an episode from 1814. But I do not want to move on without briefly recounting a gallant episode from 1814 when I was 9 years old. Napoleon, when I was born, was already in the full splendor of glory and power. He was emperor and had entirely earned the admiration of men. My father, who in persuading others of our nobility had ended up persuading himself, harbored a purely mental hatred for him. This led to heated arguments in our house, because my Uncle João, I don't know if it was due to the spirit of class and professional sympathy, forgave in the despot what he admired in the general. My priest uncle was inflexible against the Corsican. The other relatives were divided, leading to controversies and squabbles. When news of Napoleon's first fall reached Rio de Janeiro, there was, of course, a great stir in our house, but no mockery or taunting. The vanquished, witnessing public rejoicing, considered it more dignified to remain silent. Some went further and applauded. The population, warmly happy, did not hold back demonstrations of affection for the royal family. There were illuminations, salutes, Te Deum, procession, and acclamations. I participated in those days with a new little sword that my godfather had given me on St. Anthony's Day, and frankly, I was more interested in the little sword than in Bonaparte's fall. I never forgot that. I never stopped thinking to myself that my little rapier has always been greater than Napoleon's sword. Note that I heard many speeches when I was alive, read many pages filled with great ideas and even greater words, but I don't know why, deep down among the applause they dragged from my mouth, sometimes that experienced voice would echo, "Go away. All you care about is your little sword." My family was not content with having an anonymous share in public rejoicing. They thought it appropriate and indispensable to celebrate the emperor's deposition with a dinner, and such a dinner that the noise of the acclamations would reach the ears of His Highness, or at least his ministers. No sooner said than done. All the old silverware inherited from my grandfather Brás Cubas was brought out, as were the Flanders tablecloths, and the large jars from India. A barrow was slaughtered. The nuns from Ajuda were asked to prepare preserves and marmalades. The rooms, stairs, candlesticks, wall brackets, lamp chimneys, and all sorts of luxury items were all washed, sanded, and polished. At the appointed hour, a select society gathered. The local judge, 3 or 4 military officers, some merchants and scholars, various administration officials, some with their wives and daughters, others without them, but all united in their desire to bury the memory of Bonaparte in the gullet of a turkey. It was not a dinner, but a Te Deum. That was more or less what one of the scholars present, Dr. Villasa, a distinguished glosser, said, adding to the homemade dishes the appetizer of the muses. I remember, as if it were yesterday, seeing him stand up with his long pigtail hairstyle, silk tailcoat, an emerald on his finger, asking my priest uncle to repeat the maxim, and once the maxim was repeated, fixing his eyes on a lady's forehead, then coughing, raising his right hand, all closed except for the index finger, which pointed to the ceiling. And thus poised and composed, he returned the glossed word. He did not make 1 gloss, but 3. Then he swore to his gods that he would not stop. He asked for a maxim, they gave it to him, and he promptly glossed it, then immediately asked for another and another, to the point that one of the ladies present could not hide her great admiration. "You say that," Villasa modestly replied, "because you never heard bocage as I did at the end of the century in Lisbon. Now that was talent. Such ease. And what verses! We had 1- and 2-hour battles at Nicola's Café, glossing amidst applause and cheers. Immense talent Bocage had. That's what I was told the other day by Her Grace the Duchess of Cadaval." And these last 3 words, expressed with great emphasis, produced a shiver of admiration and astonishment throughout the assembly. So this man, so affable, so simple, in addition to competing with poets, conversed with duchesses, a Bocage and a Cadaval. In the presence of such a man, the ladies felt ultra-refined. The men looked at him with respect, some with envy, not a few with disbelief. Meanwhile, he continued, piling adjective upon adjective, adverb upon adverb, stringing together all that rhymed with tyrant and usurper. It was dessert time. No one thought about eating any more. In the intervals between glosses, a cheerful murmur, the chatter of satisfied stomachs, ran through the room. The soft, moist eyes, or lively, heated ones, stretched or skipped from one end of the table to the other, cluttered with sweets and fruits. Here pineapple slices, there melon wedges, crystal dessert dishes revealing coconut sweets, finely grated, yellow as egg yolk, or the dark, thick molasses, not far from the cheese. Occasionally, a jovial, expansive, and unrestrained laughter, a family laughter, would break the political gravity of the banquet. Amidst the general interest, smaller personal matters were also stirred. The young ladies talked about the modinas they would sing at the harpsichord, and about the minuet and the English airs. There was even a matron who promised to dance an 8-bar step, just to show how she had enjoyed herself in her good old childhood days. One gentleman, close to me, was giving another recent news about the incoming new slaves, according to letters he had received from Luanda. One letter in which his nephew told him he had already negotiated about 40 heads, and another letter in which he had them right in his pocket but couldn't read them at the moment. What he assured was that we could expect, on this voyage alone, at least 120 slaves. "Shh, shh, shh," Vilasa would say, clapping his hands together. The noise would suddenly cease, like a halted orchestra, and all eyes would turn to the glosser. Those who were far away cupped their hands behind their ears so as not to miss a word. Most, even before the gloss, already had a half-smile of applause, both trivial and candid. As for me, there I was, solitary and forgetful, courting a certain preserve of my passion. At the end of each gloss, I was very pleased, hoping it would be the last, but it wasn't, and dessert remained untouched. No one thought to give the first signal. My father, at the head of the table, savored the joy of the guests in long sips, basked in the cheerful faces, the plates, the flowers, delighted in the familiarity established between the most distant spirits, the result of a good dinner. I saw this because I dragged my eyes from the dessert to him, and from him to the dessert, as if to ask him to serve it to me. But I did so in vain. He saw nothing. He saw only himself. And the glosses followed one another like rain showers, forcing me to hold back my desire and request. I endured as much as I could, and I couldn't bear much. I asked for the dessert in a low voice. Finally I yelled, screamed, stomped my feet. My father, who would have given me the sun if I demanded it, called a slave to serve me the dessert. But it was too late. Aunt Emerenciana had pulled me from the chair and handed me over to a slave, despite my screams and struggles. Such was the glosser's offense. He had delayed the dessert and caused my expulsion. That was enough for me to plot revenge. Whatever it was, it had to be grand and exemplary, something that would make him look ridiculous in some way. Dr. Vilasa was a serious man, measured and slow, 47 years old, married, and a father. A paper tail or the pigtail of his wig would not be enough. It had to be something worse. I spent the rest of the afternoon spying on him and following him in the garden, where everyone had gone for a walk. I saw him talking to Dona Eusebia, sister of Sergeant Major Dominguez, a sturdy young woman who, if not beautiful, was not ugly either. "I am very upset with you," she said. "Why?" "Why? Because I don't know why. Because it's my fate. Sometimes I believe it's better to die." They had entered a small grove. It was dusk. I followed them. Vilasa had sparks of wine and lust in his eyes. "Let me go," she said. "No one can see us." "Die, my angel? What ideas are those? You know I would die too. What am I saying? I die every day, from passion, from longing." Dona Eusebia brought the handkerchief to her eyes. The glosser searched his memory for some literary piece and found this one, which I later verified to be from one of the Antonio José de Silva, the Jew, operas. "Don't weep, my love, don't wish for the day to break with two dawns." He said this. He pulled her to him. She resisted a little but gave in. They pressed their faces together, and I heard the softest, most timid of kisses. "Dr. Vilasa kissed Dona Eusebia," I shouted, running through the garden. My words caused an uproar. Astonishment immobilized everyone. Eyes darted from one side to the other. Smiles and secrets were exchanged stealthily. Mothers dragged their daughters away, pretending it was because of the evening dew. My father discreetly pulled my ears, truly irritated by the indiscretion. But the next day, at lunch, recalling the incident, he playfully tweaked my nose while laughing, "Ah, devil! Ah, you little devil!" Chapter 13. A Leap. Let us now join our feet and take a leap over school, the tedious school, where I learned to read, write, count, give slaps, receive them, and go off to make mischief, either in the hills or on the beaches, wherever it was favorable for idleness. That time had its bitterness. It had scoldings, punishments, difficult and long lessons, and little else, very little and very slight. The only really bad part was the whacking of the palms with a ruler, and even then. O ruler, terror of my boyhood, you who were the compel intrare with which an old, bony, bald teacher instilled in me the alphabet, prosody, syntax, and everything else he knew. Blessed ruler, so cursed by modern times, how I wish I had stayed under your yoke, with my beardless soul, my ignorance, and my little sword, that sword from 1814, so superior to Napoleon's. What did you want, after all, my old elementary school teacher? Lessons learned by heart and good behavior in class. Nothing more, nothing less than what life, the final class, wants. With the difference that if you made me afraid, you never made me angry. I still see you now entering the room with your white leather slippers, a cape, handkerchief in hand, bald head exposed, clean-shaven beard. I see you sit down, puff, grunt, take an initial pinch of snuff, and then call us to the lesson. And you did this for 23 years, silent, obscure, punctual, tucked away in a little house on Piolo Street, without bothering the world with your mediocrity, until one day you took the great plunge into darkness, and no one mourned you, except for an old black man, no one, not even me, to whom you taught the rudiments of writing. The teacher's name was Lugero. I want to write his full name on this page. Lugero Barata, a dreadful last name that meant cockroach, that served as an eternal joke for the children. One of us, Quincas Borba, was particularly cruel to the poor man. 2 or 3 times a week, he would leave a dead cockroach in the pocket of his pants, those wide, baggy pants, or in the desk drawer, or next to the inkwell. If Lugero found it during class hours, he would jump, his eyes blazing, and call us the worst names. We were scoundrels, rascals, impertinent, brats. Some trembled, others growled, but Quincas Borba would sit quietly, his eyes fixed on the air. Quincas Borba was a delight. Never in my childhood, nor in my entire life, have I encountered a more charming, inventive, and mischievous boy. He was not only the joy of the school, but also the entire city. His widowed mother, who had some means, adored her son and pampered him, kept him clean, adorned, and accompanied by a showy houseboy, a houseboy who allowed us to skip school, go bird's nest hunting, or chase lizards in the hills of Livramento and Conceição, or simply wander aimlessly, like 2 unemployed scamps. And as emperor, it was delightful to see Quincas Borba play the emperor at the Holy Spirit celebrations. In our childhood games, he always chose a role of a king, minister, general, some supremacy of any kind. The rascal had grace, gravity, and a certain magnificence in his attitudes and gestures. Who would have thought, let's hold our pen, let's not get ahead of the events. Let's jump to 1822, the date of our political independence and my first personal captivity. Chapter 14, The First Kiss. I was 17 years old. A tiny mustache was sprouting, which I struggled to grow. My lively and resolute eyes were my truly masculine feature. As I displayed a certain arrogance, it was hard to tell if I was a child with pretensions of being a man or a man with the air of a boy. Ultimately, I was a handsome young man, handsome and bold, who entered life wearing boots and spurs, a whip in hand and blood in my veins, riding a spirited, strong, swift steed, like the horse from the old ballads, which Romanticism brought from the medieval castle to the streets of our century. The problem is that they wore him out so much that they had to leave him by the wayside, where realism found him, eaten by leprosy and worms, and out of compassion transported him to their books. Yes, I was that handsome, graceful, and wealthy young man. And it's easy to imagine that more than one lady bowed her pensive forehead before me, or cast covetous eyes in my direction. Of all of them, however, the one who captivated me the most was a I'm not sure if I should say. This book is chaste, at least in intention. In intention, it is very chaste. But let's go on. Either we say everything or nothing. The one who captivated me was a Spanish lady, Marcela, the beautiful Marcela, as the young men of the time called her, and they were right. She was the daughter of a gardener from Asturias. She told me herself on a day of sincerity, although the accepted opinion was that she was born of a learned man from Madrid, a victim of the French invasion, wounded, imprisoned, shot when she was only 12 years old. Cosas de España. Whoever her father was, learned man or gardener, the truth is that Marcela did not possess rustic innocence and barely understood the moral code. She was a good girl, lively, without scruples, somewhat restrained by the austerity of the time, which didn't allow her to flaunt her recklessness and carriages in the streets, luxurious, impatient, fond of money and young men. That year, she was madly in love with a certain Xavier, a wealthy and consumptive man, a gem. I saw her for the first time in Rocio Grande on the night of the illuminations, right after the Declaration of Independence, a spring celebration, the dawn of the public soul. We were both young, the people and I. We came from childhood with all the exuberance of youth. I saw her step out of a sedan chair, graceful and showy, with a slender, undulating body, a carelessness, something I had never found in pure women. "Follow me," she said to her page. And I followed her, as much a page as the other, as if the order had been given to me, smitten, vibrant, full of the first dawns. Halfway there, someone called her beautiful Marcela. I remembered hearing that name from my Uncle João, and I must admit that I stood there stupefied. 3 days later, my uncle asked me in secret if I wanted to go to a dinner party with some girls in Cajueros. We went. It was at Marcela's house. Xavier, with all his tubercles, presided over the nocturnal feast, during which I ate little or nothing, for I only had eyes for the hostess. How charming the Spanish woman was! There were half a dozen other women, all of questionable reputation, and beautiful, full of grace, but the Spanish woman, the enthusiasm, a few sips of wine, the imperious, reckless spirit, all of that led me to do something unique. When we were leaving, at the street door, I told my uncle to wait a moment, and I went back up the stairs. "Did you forget something?" Marcela asked, standing on the landing. "My handkerchief." She was about to make way for me to return to the room. I grabbed her hands, pulled her toward me, and kissed her. I don't know if she said something, screamed, or called someone. I don't know anything. All I know is that I descended the stairs once more, swift as a whirlwind and unsteady as a drunkard. Chapter 15. Marcela. It took me 30 days to go from Rocio Grande to Marcela's heart, not riding the steed of blind desire, but the donkey of patience, at once cunning and stubborn. In truth, there are 2 ways to win women's affections: the violent way, like the bull of Europa, and the insinuating way, like Leda's swan, and the golden shower of Danae, 3 inventions of Father Zeus, which, being out of fashion, are now replaced by the horse and the donkey. I won't mention the schemes I devised, the bribes, the alternations of confidence and fear, the futile waiting, or any other preliminary matters. I assure you that the donkey was worthy of the steed. Sancho's donkey, a true philosopher, that took me to her house at the end of the aforementioned period. I dismounted, patted its hindquarters, and sent it off to graze. First thrill of my youth, how sweet you were to me! Such must have been, in the biblical creation, the effect of the first sun. Imagine that effect of the first sun hitting the face of a blossoming world head-on. Well, dear reader, if you ever counted 18 years, you must remember that it was just like that. Our passion, or union, or whatever other name you want to give it, since I don't care about names, had 2 phases, the consular phase and the imperial phase. In the first, which was brief, Xavier and I ruled, without him ever believing that he shared the governance of Rome with me. But when his credulity could no longer resist the evidence, Xavier laid down his insignia, and I concentrated all power in my hands. It was the Caesarian phase. The universe was mine, but alas, it was not for free. I had to amass money, multiply it, invent it. First, I exploited my father's generosity. He gave me everything I asked for without reproach, delay, or coldness. He told everyone that I was a young man, and that he had been one too. But my abuse reached such an extreme that he began to limit his indulgences, then more and more still. So I turned to my mother and persuaded her to divert some funds to give me in secret. It was not enough. I resorted to a last measure. I began to draw on my father's inheritance, signing obligations that I would one day have to redeem at usury. "In truth," Marcella would say to me when I brought her some silk or a piece of jewelry, "you really want to pick a fight with me. This is not something one should do, such an expensive gift." And if it was jewelry, she would say this while examining it between her fingers, looking for better light, trying it on herself, laughing, and kissing me with an impetuous and sincere recurrence. But as she protested, happiness poured from her eyes, and I felt happy seeing her like that. She loved our old gold coins, and I brought her as many as I could obtain. Marcella kept them all in a little iron box, the key to which no one ever knew where it was kept. She hid it for fear of the slaves. The house she lived in Cajueros, was her own. The furniture was solid and good, made of carved jacaranda wood, as were all the other furnishings, mirrors, jars, and silver plate. A beautiful plate from India, a gift from a judge. Devil's plate. You gave my nerves quite a jolt. I told the owner herself many times. I didn't hide the boredom those and other remnants of her past loves caused me. She listened and laughed with a candid expression. Candid and something else that I didn't quite understand at the time. But now, recalling the incident, I think it was a mixed smile, as if it belonged to a creature born, for example, from a Shakespearean witch and a Klopstock seraphim. I don't know if I'm making myself clear. And since she knew about my belated jealousy, it seemed she enjoyed provoking it even more. So one day, when I couldn't buy her a certain necklace she had seen at a jeweler's, she retorted that it was a mere joke, that our love didn't need such a mundane stimulus. "I won't forgive you if you have such a sad idea of me," she concluded, threatening me with her finger. And then, as sudden as a bird, she flattened her hands, framed my face with them, pulled me close, and made a graceful grimace, a child's antics. Afterward, reclining on the sofa, she continued to talk about the matter with simplicity and frankness. She would never allow anyone to buy her affections. She had often sold the appearances, but she saved the reality for a select few. Duarte, for example, the second Lieutenant Duarte whom she had truly loved 2 years before, barely managed to give her something valuable, as it happened to me. She would only accept his inexpensive gifts without hesitation, like the gold cross he once gave her on a holiday. This cross, she said this, reaching into her cleavage and pulling out a delicate gold cross, attached to a blue ribbon and hanging around her neck. "But that cross," I observed, "didn't you tell me that it was your father who—" Marcella shook her head with a look of pity. "Didn't you realize that was a lie, that I said that so as not to bother you? Come here, little one. Don't be so suspicious of me. I loved someone else. What does it matter if it's over? One day when we part—" "Don't say that," I cried. "Everything ends. One day—" She couldn't finish. A sob choked her voice. She reached out her hands, took mine, drew me to her chest, and whispered softly in my ear, "Never, never, my love." I thanked her with teary eyes. The next day, I brought her the necklace she had refused. "To remind you of me when we part," I said. Marcella first fell silent with indignation. Then she made a magnificent gesture. She tried to throw the necklace out the window. I held her arm back. I begged her not to do such a thing to me, to keep the jewelry. She smiled and agreed. In the meantime, she generously rewarded my sacrifices. She sought out my most hidden thoughts. There wasn't a desire she didn't respond to with her soul, effortlessly, as if it were a law of conscience and a necessity of the heart. It was never a reasonable desire, but a pure whim, a childishness, to see her dressed in a certain way, with specific adornments, this dress and not that one, going for a walk or something similar, and she gave in to everything, smiling and chatty. "You're from the Arabian Nights," she told me. And she would put on the dress, the lace, the earrings, with an enchanting obedience. Chapter 16. An Immoral Reflection. An immoral reflection occurs to me, which is at the same time a correction of style. I think I said in Chapter 14 that Marcella was dying of love for Xavier. She wasn't dying, she was living. Living is not the same as dying. So say all the jewelers of this world, who are quite versed in grammar. Fine jewelers, what would become of love without your sayings and credits? A third or a fifth of the universal trade of hearts. This is the immoral reflection I intended to make, which is even more obscure than immoral, because it's not quite clear what I mean. What I mean is that the most beautiful forehead in the world is no less beautiful if adorned with a diadem of precious stones, neither less beautiful nor less loved. Marcella, for example, who was very beautiful, Marcella loved me. Chapter 17. Of the Trapeze and Other Things. Marcella loved me for 15 months and 11 cantos, nothing less. My father, as soon as he caught wind of the 11 cantos, was genuinely alarmed. He thought the situation exceeded the bounds of a youthful whim. "This time," he said, "you're going to Europe. You're going to attend a university, probably Coimbra. I want you to be a serious man, not a ruffian and a thief." And as I made a gesture of astonishment, "Yes, a thief. That's what a son who does this to me is." He pulled out my debt titles, already redeemed by him, and shook them in my face. "Do you see this, you rascal? Is this how a young man should protect his family's name? Do you think I and my ancestors earned money in gambling houses or by loafing around in the streets? Good for nothing. This time either you come to your senses, or you'll be left with nothing." He was furious, but with a measured and brief fury. I listened silently and offered no opposition to the order to travel, as I had done other times. I was mulling over the idea of taking Marcella with me. I went to see her. I explained the situation and made the proposal. Marcella listened to me with her eyes in the air, not responding immediately. When I insisted, she told me she would stay, that she couldn't go to Europe. "Why not?" "I can't," she said with a sorrowful look. "I can't breathe those airs as long as I remember my poor father, killed by Napoleon." "Which one, the gardener or the lawyer?" Marcella furrowed her brow, hummed a seguidilla between her teeth, then complained about the heat and ordered a glass of pineapple wine. Her maid brought it on a silver tray, which was part of my 11,000 raise. Marcella politely offered me the refreshment. My response was to knock over the glass and the tray. The liquid spilled onto her lap, the black maid screamed, and I yelled at her to leave. Alone, I poured out all the despair of my heart. I told her she was a monster, that she had never loved me, that she had let me sink to the bottom without even the excuse of sincerity. I called her many ugly names, making many crude gestures. Marcella sat there, snapping her nails between her teeth, as cold as a piece of marble. I had urges to strangle her, to at least humiliate her, subjugating her at my feet. I might have done it. But the action changed to another. It was I who threw myself at her feet, contrite and pleading. I kissed them, recalled those months of our solitary happiness, repeated our pet names, sitting on the floor, with my head between her knees, tightly holding her hands. Panting, distraught, I asked her with tears not to abandon me. Marcella looked at me for a few moments, both silent, until gently pushing me away, and with a weary air, "Stop annoying me," she said. She got up, shook her still damp dress, and walked towards the alcove. "No!" I cried out. "You won't go in. I won't allow it." I was about to grab her. It was too late. She had gone in and closed the door behind her. I left in a frenzy. I spent 2 agonizing hours wandering through the most eccentric and deserted neighborhoods, where it would be difficult to find me. I chewed on my despair with a kind of morbid gluttony. I recalled the days, the hours, the moments of delirium, and sometimes I took pleasure in believing that they were eternal, that all this was a nightmare. Sometimes, deceiving myself, I tried to reject them from me as a useless burden. Then I decided to embark immediately to cut my life in half, and I delighted in the idea that Marcella, knowing of my departure, would be consumed by longing and remorse. That she had loved me like a fool. She must feel something, some memory, like that of Lieutenant Duarte. At that point, the tooth of jealousy dug into my heart. All of nature cried out that I had to take Marcella with me. By force, I said, striking the air with a fist. Finally, I had a saving idea. Trapeze of my sins, trapeze of abstruse conceptions. The saving idea worked on it, like that of the lotion, Chapter 2. It was nothing less than to fascinate her, to captivate her deeply, to dazzle her, to drag her with me. I thought of asking her by a more concrete means than supplication. I didn't weigh the consequences. I resorted to a last loan. I went to the street of the goldsmiths, bought the best jewel in the city, 3 large diamonds set in an ivory comb. I rushed to Marcella's house. Marcella was reclining in a hammock, her gesture soft and tired, one leg dangling, her silk-stockinged foot visible, her hair loose and flowing, her gaze calm and drowsy. "Come with me," I said. "I've found resources. We have a lot of money. You'll have everything you want. Look, take this." And I showed her the comb with the diamonds. Marcella had a slight start, raised half of her body, and, propped up on one elbow, looked at the comb for a few short moments. Then she looked away. She had controlled herself. Then I grabbed her hair, gathered it up, hurriedly tied it together, improvised a hairdo, without any finesse, and topped it off with the diamond comb. I stepped back, then approached her again, adjusted her tresses, lowered them on one side, sought some symmetry in that disorder, all with the meticulousness and tenderness of a mother. "Done," I said. "Fool," was her first response. Her second response was to pull me close and repay my sacrifice with a kiss, the most passionate of all. Then she took off the comb, greatly admired the material and workmanship, glancing at me from time to time, shaking her head with a reproachful air. "Really, you," she said. "Will you come with me?" Marcella thought for a moment. I didn't like the expression with which she cast her eyes from me to the wall, and from the wall to the jewel, but all the bad impression faded when she resolutely answered me. "I will. When do you embark?" "In 2 or 3 days." "I will." I thanked her on my knees. I had found my Marcella from the early days, and I told her so. She smiled and went to put away the jewel, while I went down the stairs. Chapter 18. Vision of the Hallway. At the end of the stairs, at the end of the dark hallway, I stopped for a few moments to breathe, to feel myself, to gather my scattered thoughts, to recover amidst so many deep and conflicting sensations. I felt happy. It's true that the diamonds tainted my happiness a bit, but it's no less true that a beautiful lady can very well love the Greeks and their gifts. And besides, I trusted my good Marcella. She might have flaws, but she loved me. "An angel," I murmured, looking at the ceiling of the hallway. And there, as if in mockery, I saw Marcella's gaze, that same gaze that had given me a shadow of doubt just moments before, which sparkled from atop a nose that was both Bacbara's and my own. Poor lover of the 1,001 nights. I saw you there, chasing after the vizier's wife along the gallery, she beckoning at you with possession, and you running, 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 all the way down the long avenue from where you emerged onto the street, where all the passers-by jeered and lashed at you. It seemed to me that Marcella's hallway was the avenue, and the street was that of Baghdad. Indeed, looking at the door, I saw on the sidewalk 3 of the passers-by, one in a cassock, another in livery, and another in plain clothes, all 3 of whom entered the hallway, grabbed me by the arms, put me in a carriage, my father on the right, my uncle the canon on the left, the one in livery on the coachman's seat, and took me to the police superintendent's house, from where I was transported to a ship bound for Lisbon. Imagine if I resisted, but all resistance was futile. 3 days later, I sailed out of the harbor, dejected and silent. I didn't even cry. I had a fixed idea. Cursed fixed ideas. The one at that time was to take a plunge into the ocean, repeating Marcella's name. Chapter 19. On board. There were 11 passengers, a madman accompanied by his wife, 2 young men on a leisure trip, 4 merchants, and 2 servants. My father introduced me to everyone, starting with the ship's captain, who, however, had much to worry about himself, because, among other things, he was taking his wife with him, who was in the final stages of tuberculosis. I don't know if the captain suspected something about my grim plan, or if my father had warned him. All I know is that he never took his eyes off me. He called me everywhere. When he couldn't be with me, he took me to his wife. The wife was almost always lying on a shallow cot, coughing heavily, and assuring me that she would show me the surroundings of Lisbon. She wasn't thin, she was translucent. It was impossible that she wouldn't die from one moment to another. The captain pretended not to believe in her imminent death, perhaps to deceive himself. I neither knew nor thought about anything. What did the fate of a tubercular woman in the middle of the ocean matter to me? The world for me was Marcella. One night, at the end of the first week, I found a suitable opportunity to die. I climbed up cautiously, but I found the captain, who was leaning against the railing, his eyes fixed on the horizon. "Is there a storm coming?" I asked. "No," he replied, shuddering. "No, I'm admiring the splendor of the night. Look, it's heavenly." The man's style belied his rough and seemingly unrefined demeanor. I stared at him, and he seemed to savor my astonishment. After a few seconds, he took my hand and pointed at the moon, asking me why I didn't write an ode to the night. I replied that I wasn't a poet. The captain grumbled something, took a couple of steps, reached into his pocket, pulled out a crumpled piece of paper, and then, by the light of a lantern, read a Horatian ode about the freedom of maritime life. They were his verses. What do you think? I don't remember what I said to him. I do remember that he squeezed my hand tightly and thanked me profusely. Then he recited 2 sonnets to me. He was about to recite another when he was called to his wife's side. "I'm coming," he said, and then recited the 3rd sonnet to me, with pauses, with passion. I was left alone, but the captain's muse had swept away my dark thoughts. I preferred to sleep, which is an interim way of dying. The next day, we awoke under a storm that frightened everyone except the madman. He began jumping around, saying that his daughter was coming to fetch him in a carriage. The death of the daughter had been the cause of his madness. No, I will never forget the hideous figure of the poor man amidst the tumult of the people and the howling of the hurricane, humming and dancing, his eyes bulging out of his face, pale, with disheveled and long hair. At times he would stop, raise his bony hands in the air, make crosses with his fingers, then a checkerboard, then hoops, and laugh a lot, desperately. His wife could no longer care for him. Consumed by the fear of death, she prayed for herself to all the saints in heaven. Finally, the storm subsided. I admit it was an excellent diversion from the storm of my heart. I, who had been contemplating joining death, did not dare to face it when it came to me. The captain asked me if I had been afraid. if I had been in danger, if I hadn't found the spectacle sublime. All this with the interest of a friend. Naturally, the conversation turned to the life of the sea. The captain asked me if I didn't like piscatorial idols. I replied innocently that I didn't know what they were. "You'll see," he replied, and he recited a short poem to me, then another, an eclogue, and finally 5 sonnets, with which he concluded that day's literary confidences. The next day, before reciting anything, the captain explained to me that he had embraced the maritime profession only for serious reasons, because his grandmother had wanted him to become a priest, and indeed, he possessed some Latin knowledge. He never became a priest, but he remained a poet, which was his natural vocation. To prove it, he recited, right there and then, 100 verses. I noticed a phenomenon. His gestures were such that they made me laugh once, but when the captain recited, he looked so deeply within himself that he neither saw nor heard anything. Days passed, as did the waters and the verses, and with them, the life of the captain's wife. She was close to the end. One day, shortly after lunch, the captain told me that the sick woman might not make it to the end of the week. "Already?" I exclaimed. "She had a very bad night." I went to see her. Indeed, I found her almost dying, but still talking about resting in Lisbon for a few days before going with me to Coimbra, as it was her intention to take me to the university. I left her disheartened. I found her husband staring at the waves that came to die against the side of the ship, and I tried to comfort him. He thanked me, recounted the story of their love, praised his wife's faithfulness and devotion, remembered the verses he had written for her, and recited them to me. At that point, they came to fetch him on her behalf. We both hurried over. It was a crisis. That day and the next were cruel. The third was the day of her death. I fled the scene, as I was repulsed by it. Half an hour later, I found the captain sitting on a coil of ropes, his head in his hands, and I offered him some words of comfort. "She died like a saint," he replied, and so that these words could not be mistaken for weakness, he immediately stood up, shook his head, and gazed at the horizon with a long, profound gesture. "Let us entrust her to the grave that never opens again." Indeed, a few hours later, the body was cast into the sea, following customary ceremonies. Sorrow had withered every face. The widowers bore the expression of a cliff fiercely split by lightning. A deep silence. The wave opened its belly, welcomed the remains, closed again, a slight ripple, and the ship moved on. I remained at the stern for a few minutes, my eyes fixed on that uncertain point in the sea where one of us remained. I went to the captain to distract him. "Thank you," he said, understanding my intention. "Believe me, I will never forget your kindness. God will repay you. Poor Leocadia. Think of us in heaven." He wiped away an intrusive tear with his sleeve. I sought a diversion in poetry, which was his passion. I spoke of the verses he had read to me and offered to have them printed. The captain's eyes brightened a little. "I might accept," he said, "but I don't know. My verses are quite weak." I assured him they were not. I asked him to gather them together and give them to me before we disembarked. "Poor Leocadia," he murmured without responding to my request. "A corpse, the sea, the sky, the ship." The next day he read me a freshly composed elegy, in which the circumstances of his wife's death and burial were recounted. He read it to me with a genuinely moved voice and a trembling hand. At the end, he asked me if the verses were worthy of the treasure he had lost. "They are," I said. "There may be no poetic fire," he considered after a moment, "but no one will deny me feeling, unless the very feeling itself impaired the perfection." "I don't think so. I find the verses perfect." "Yes, I believe that. Verses from a sailor." "From a sailor poet." He shrugged his shoulders, looked at the paper, and recited the composition again, but this time without trembling, emphasizing the literary intentions, giving prominence to the images and melody to the verses. In the end, he confessed to me that it was his most accomplished work. I agreed with him. He squeezed my hand tightly and predicted a great future for me. Chapter 20. I become a bachelor. A great future. As these words echoed in my ears, I stared into the mysterious and vague horizon. One idea expelled another. Ambition displaced Marcella. A great future? Perhaps as a naturalist, a writer, an archaeologist, a banker, a politician, or even a bishop. A bishop, as long as it was a position, a preeminence, a great reputation, a superior status. Ambition, assuming it was an eagle, broke the egg at that moment, revealing its piercing, golden eyes. Farewell, loves. Farewell, Marcella. Days of delirium, priceless jewels, life without regimen, farewell. I'm off to toil and glory. I leave you with the memories of my youth. And so I disembarked in Lisbon and proceeded to Coimbra. The university awaited me with its challenging subjects. I studied them quite poorly, but that didn't prevent me from earning my bachelor's degree. It was granted to me with all due ceremony after the required years of study, a great celebration that filled me with pride and nostalgia, especially nostalgia. In Coimbra, I had gained a reputation as a great reveler. I was a boisterous, superficial, rowdy, and impudent student, given to adventures, practicing romanticism, and theorizing liberalism, living in the pure faith of dark eyes and written constitutions. On the day the university attested on parchment to a science that I was far from having firmly rooted in my brain, I admit that I felt somewhat deceived, although proud. Allow me to explain. The diploma was a letter of emancipation. If it gave me freedom, it also gave me responsibility. I stored it away, left the banks of the Mondego River, and went on my way, somewhat disheartened but already feeling a surge, a curiosity, a desire to rub elbows with others, to influence, to enjoy, to live, to extend the university throughout my life. Chapter 21. The Muleteer. It was then that the donkey I was riding came to a halt. I whipped it, and it bucked twice, then 3 times more, and finally, with another buck, it threw me from the saddle, with such misfortune that my left foot remained caught in the stirrup. I tried to cling to the animal's belly, but by then, frightened, it attempted to bolt down the road. I say attempted because it did manage to leap twice, but a muleteer who was there rushed to grab its reins and stop it, not without effort and danger. Once the beast was subdued, I freed myself from the stirrup and stood up. "You were lucky to escape that," said the muleteer. And it was true. If the donkey had run down the road, I would have been seriously injured, and I don't know if death wouldn't have been the end of the disaster. A fractured skull, a stroke, any internal turmoil, and my budding knowledge would be lost. The muleteer had perhaps saved my life. It was evident. I felt it in the blood that stirred my heart. A good muleteer. As I regained consciousness of myself, he busied himself with fixing the donkey's harness, with great care and skill. I decided to give him 3 gold coins out of the 5 I had with me, not because that was the price of my life, that was priceless, but because it was a worthy reward for the dedication with which he saved me. "It's settled. I'll give him the 3 coins. "Here you go," he said, handing me the reins of the mount. "In a moment," I replied. "Let me recover. I'm still not myself." "Come on now, sir." "Well, isn't it true that I almost died? If the donkey had run off, it's possible, but with the Lord's help, you can see that nothing happened." I went to the saddlebags, took out an old vest, in whose pocket I had the 5 gold coins, and during that time I pondered whether the reward was excessive, if 2 coins would suffice. Perhaps just 1. Indeed, 1 coin would be enough to give him great joy. I examined his clothes. He was a poor fellow who had never seen a gold coin. So 1 coin it is. I took it out and saw it gleaming in the sunlight. The muleteer didn't see it because my back was turned to him, but he may have suspected, as he began talking to the donkey in a meaningful way. He advised it to be sensible, that the young doctor could punish it. A paternal monologue. Good heavens! I even heard a smack of a kiss. The muleteer had kissed the donkey on its forehead. "Hey!" I exclaimed. "Begging your pardon, sir, but the devilish creature is looking at us so with such a charm." I laughed, hesitated, placed a silver cruzado in his hand, mounted the donkey, and trotted off at a brisk pace, feeling slightly embarrassed, or rather a little uncertain about the effect of the silver. But after I'd gone some distance, I looked back, and the muleteer was bowing deeply with evident signs of satisfaction. I realized that it should be that way. I had paid him well, perhaps too well. I put my hand in the pocket of the vest I was wearing and felt some copper coins. They were the small coins I should have given the muleteer instead of the silver one. After all, he hadn't expected any reward or virtue. He had acted on a natural impulse, his temperament, and the habits of his profession. Moreover, the fact that he was neither further ahead nor behind, but precisely at the point of the accident, seemed to make him a mere instrument of providence. One way or another, the merit of the act was virtually non-existent. I felt disheartened by this reflection, called myself extravagant, and added the silver coin to the account of my past dissipations. I even had, why not admit everything, some regrets. Chapter 22. Return to Rio. You cursed donkey, you cut the thread of my reflections. Now I won't say what I thought from there to Lisbon, nor what I did in Lisbon, on the Iberian Peninsula, and in other parts of Europe, old Europe, which at that time seemed to be rejuvenating. No, I won't say that I witnessed the dawn of Romanticism, that I too went to create actual poetry in the embrace of Italy. I won't say anything. I would have to write a travel diary, not a memoir like this one, which only contains the essence of life. After several years of wandering, I heeded my father's pleas. "Come," he said in his last letter. "If you don't come soon, you'll find your mother dead." This last word struck me like a blow. I loved my mother. I still had the circumstances of her last blessing on board the ship etched in my mind. "My poor son, I will never see you again," sobbed the poor lady, holding me close to her chest. And now those words echoed in my ears as a prophecy now fulfilled. Note that I was in Venice, still steeped in Lord Byron's verses. There I was, immersed in a dream, reliving the past, believing myself in the serene republic. It's true. Once, I asked the innkeeper if the Doge would be out that day. "What Doge, signor mio?" I came to my senses, but didn't confess my illusion. I told him my question was a sort of American riddle. He showed understanding, and added that he liked American riddles very much. He was an innkeeper. So I left everything, the innkeeper, the Doge, the Bridge of Sighs, the gondolas, the Lord's verses, the ladies of Rialto. I left it all and sped like a bullet towards Rio de Janeiro. I came. But no, let's not prolong this chapter. Sometimes I get lost in writing, and the pen consumes the paper, to my great detriment as an author. Lengthy chapters suit heavy readers, and we are not an in-folio audience but an in-12 one, with little text, wide margins, elegant type, gold trim, and ornamental designs. Designs above all. No, let's not prolong the chapter. Chapter 23. Sad, but short. I arrived. I won't deny that upon seeing my hometown, I felt a new sensation. It wasn't the effect of my political homeland. It was the place of my childhood, the street, the tower, the corner fountain, the woman in a mantilla, the working black man, the sights and scenes of my boyhood, engraved in my memory. It was nothing less than a rebirth. The spirit, like a bird, disregarded the flow of years and flew back to the original source, drinking fresh and pure water not yet tainted by the filth of life. Upon closer inspection, there's a cliché there. Another sadly common cliché was the family's consternation. My father hugged me with tears in his eyes. "Your mother can't live much longer," he told me. Indeed, it was no longer rheumatism that was killing her, but cancer in her stomach. The poor woman suffered terribly because cancer doesn't care about the virtues of its host. When it gnaws, it gnaws. Gnawing is its purpose. My sister Sabina, already married to Kotrim, was on the verge of collapsing from fatigue. Poor girl. She slept only 3 hours a night, nothing more. Even Uncle João was downcast and sad. Dona Eusebia and some other ladies were there too, no less sad and no less devoted. "My son!" Pain momentarily subsided. A smile lit up the patient's face, upon which death cast its eternal shadow. It was less a face than a skull. Beauty had passed, like a bright day. Only bones remained, which never thin. I could barely recognize her. It had been 8 or 9 years since we last saw each other. Kneeling by the bed, her hands in mine, I remained silent and still, not daring to speak, for each word would have been a sob, and we feared alerting her to the end. A futile fear. She knew she was close to her end. She told me so. We witnessed it the following morning. Her agony was long, long and cruel, with a meticulous, cold, repeated cruelty that filled me with pain and stupefaction. It was the first time I had ever seen someone die. I knew of death from hearsay. At most, I had seen it petrified on the face of a corpse I had accompanied to the cemetery, or had wrapped the idea in the rhetorical amplifications of professors of ancient things, Caesar's treacherous death, Socrates' austere death, Cato's proud death. But this duel between being and non-being, death in action, painful, contracted, convulsive, without political or philosophical trappings, the death of a loved one, this was the first time I could face it. I didn't cry. I remember not crying during the ordeal. My eyes were dull, my throat tight, my conscience gaping. Why? A creature so gentle, so sweet, so saintly, who had never caused a tear of sorrow, a loving mother, an immaculate wife. Why was she forced to die like this, tormented, bitten by the relentless teeth of a merciless disease? I confess that it all seemed obscure, incongruous, insane to me. A sad chapter. Let's move on to a happier one. Chapter 24. Short but cheerful. I was devastated, and yet, at that time, I was a faithful compendium of triviality and pretension. Never before had the problem of life and death weighed on my brain. Never before that day had I leaned over the abyss of the unexplainable. I lacked the essential, which is the stimulus, the vertigo. To tell you the whole truth, I was reflecting the opinions of a hairdresser I met in Modena, who stood out for not having any opinions at all. He was the finest of hairdressers, no matter how lengthy the hairdressing process. He never bored his clients. He interspersed the styling with witty remarks and jokes, full of zest and flavor. He had no other philosophy. Neither did I. I'm not saying that the university hadn't taught me any, but I only memorized its formulas, vocabulary, and skeleton. I treated it the way I treated Latin. I pocketed 3 verses of Virgil, 2 of Horace, a dozen moral and political expressions for the expenses of conversation. I treated them the way I treated history and jurisprudence. I gathered from all things their phraseology, their outer layer, their ornamentation. Perhaps the reader is surprised by the frankness with which I expose and emphasize my mediocrity. Note that frankness is the first virtue of a deceased person. In life, the gaze of public opinion, the contrast of interests, the struggle of ambitions force us to hide our flaws, to disguise our tears and patches, and not to reveal to the world the confessions we make to our conscience. The best part of this obligation is when, by deceiving others, a person deceives themselves. For in that case they spare themselves the embarrassment, which is a painful sensation, and hypocrisy, which is a heinous vice. But in death, what a difference! What a relief! What freedom! How one can cast off their cloak, toss away the sequins, strip themselves, wipe off the paint, undo themselves, and candidly confess what they were and what they failed to be. Because, in short, there are no longer neighbors, friends, enemies, acquaintances, or strangers. There is no audience. The gaze of public opinion, that sharp and judicial gaze, loses its virtue as soon as we step into the territory of death. I am not saying that it does not extend here and judge and scrutinize us, but we, the deceased, are not concerned with the scrutiny or judgment. Living gentlemen, there is nothing as immeasurable as the disdain of the dead. Chapter 25. In Tijuca. Oops. My pen got away from me and slipped into the emphatic. Let's be simple as the life I led in Tijuca during the first few weeks after my mother's death. On the 7th day, after the funeral mass, I gathered a rifle, some books, clothes, cigars, a servant boy, Prudencio from Chapter 1, and went to stay in an old house of our property. My father tried to change my mind, but I could not and did not want to obey him. Sabina wished for me to stay with her for some time, at least 2 weeks. My brother-in-law was about to take me by force. Cottram was a good guy. He had gone from being a libertine to being circumspect. He now traded in staple goods, worked from morning until night, with passion, with perseverance. At night, sitting by the window twirling his mustache, he thought of nothing else. He loved his wife and the son they had at the time, who died a few years later. People said he was a tight-fisted. I renounced everything. My mind was bewildered. I believe that it was around this time that hypochondria, that yellow, solitary, and morbid flower, with an intoxicating and subtle smell, began to blossom in me. How good it is to be sad and say nothing. When this phrase from Shakespeare caught my attention, I confess that I felt in me an echo, a delightful echo. I remember I was sitting under a tamarind tree, with the poet's book open in my hands, and my spirit even more downcast than my posture, or jururu, as we say of sad chickens. I pressed my taciturn grief to my chest with a unique sensation, something I could call the voluptuousness of boredom. Voluptuousness of boredom. Memorize this expression, reader. Keep it, examine it, and if you don't come to understand it, you can conclude that you are unaware of one of the most subtle sensations of this world and that time. At times I hunted, other times I slept, other times I read. I read a lot. And at other times I did nothing. I let myself drift from thought to thought, from imagination to imagination, like a wandering or hungry butterfly. The hours dripped one by one, the sun set, and the shadows of the night veiled the mountain and the city. No one visited me. I expressly requested to be left alone. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, an entire week spent like this, without speaking a word, was enough to shake me out of Tijuca and return me to the hustle and bustle. Indeed, after 7 days, I was tired of solitude. The pain had subsided. My spirit was no longer satisfied with the use of the rifle and books, nor with the sight of the trees and the sky. My youth was reacting, and I needed to live. I packed the problem of life and death, the poet's hypochondriacs, the shirts, the meditations, the ties into the trunk, and was about to close it when the servant boy Prudencio told me that someone I knew had moved the day before to a purple house, located about 200 steps from ours. Who? Does little master remember Dona Eusebia, maybe? I remember. Is it her? She and her daughter. They arrived yesterday morning. The episode from 1814 immediately came to my mind, and I felt embarrassed. But I realized that events had proven me right. Indeed, it had been impossible to avoid the intimate relations between Vilasa and the sergeant major's sister. Before my departure, there were already mysterious rumors about the birth of a girl. My uncle João later informed me that Vilasa, upon his death, had left a sizable legacy to Dona Eusebia, which caused quite a stir in the neighborhood. Uncle João himself, eager for scandals, discussed nothing else in his otherwise lengthy letter. Events had proven me right. Even if they hadn't, 1814 was a long time ago, along with the mischief, Vilasa, and the kiss in the bushes. Ultimately, there were no close relations between me and her. I made this reflection and finished closing the trunk. "Isn't the little master going to visit Missidona Eusebia?" Prudencio asked me. "She was the one who dressed the body of my late mistress. I remembered seeing her, among other ladies, at the time of my mother's death and burial. However, I was unaware that she had paid my mother this last tribute. The boy's point was reasonable. I owed her a visit. I decided to make it immediately and go down." Chapter 26. The author hesitates. Suddenly I hear a voice. "Hey, my boy, this is no life for you." It was my father, who arrived with 2 proposals in his pocket. I sat down on the trunk and received him without agitation. He stood for a few moments, looking at me. Then he extended his hand with an emotional gesture. "My son, accept God's will." "I have already accepted it," was my reply, and I kissed his hand. I hadn't had lunch yet, so we had lunch together. Neither of us alluded to the sad reason for my seclusion. We only mentioned it once in passing, when my father steered the conversation to the Regency. That's when he mentioned the letter of condolence that one of the regents had sent him. He had the letter with him, already quite crumpled, perhaps because he had read it to many other people. I believe I mentioned it was from one of the regents. He read it to me twice. "I've already thanked him for this sign of consideration," my father concluded, "and I think you should go too." "Me?" "You. He's a remarkable man, currently acting as emperor. Moreover, I have an idea, a project, or— Yes, I'll tell you everything. I have 2 projects, a position as a deputy and a marriage." My father said this with a pause, and not in the same tone, but giving the words a twist and arrangement, the purpose of which was to engrave them more deeply in my mind. However, the proposal contradicted my recent sensations so much that I didn't quite understand it. My father didn't falter and repeated it. He emphasized the position and the bride. "Do you accept?" "I don't understand politics," I said after a moment. "As for the bride, let me live like the bear I am." "But bears do marry," he replied. "Well, bring me a she-bear. How about the Ursa Major?" My father laughed, and after laughing, he spoke seriously again. "A political career was necessary for me," he said, "for 20 or so reasons, which he deduced with remarkable volubility, illustrating them with examples of people we knew. As for the bride, it was enough for me to see her. If I saw her, I would immediately ask her father for her hand, right away, without a day's delay. He tried fascination, then persuasion, then insistence. I gave no response, sharpening the tip of a toothpick or making balls of breadcrumbs, smiling or reflecting, and to tell the truth, neither submissive nor rebellious to the proposal. I felt stunned. A part of me said yes, that a beautiful wife and a political position were goods worthy of appreciation. Another part said no, and my mother's death appeared to me as an example of the fragility of things, of affections, of family. "I won't leave here without a definitive answer," my father said. "Définitive," he repeated, tapping out the syllables with his finger. He took the last sip of coffee, leaned back, and began to talk about everything: the Senate, the Chamber, the Regency, the Restoration, Evaristo, a carriage he intended to buy, our house in Matacavallos. I stayed in the corner of the table, scribbling wildly on a piece of paper with the tip of a pencil. I wrote a word, a phrase, a verse, a nose, a triangle, and repeated them many times without order, at random, like this: "Arma virumque cano, a arma virumque cano, arma virumque cano, arma virumque, arma virumque cano, virumque." Mechanically, all of this, and yet there was some logic, some deduction. For example, it was the virumque that led me to the name of the poet himself, because of the first syllable. I was about to write virumque, and Virgilio came out, so I continued, Virgilio, 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 Virgilio. My father, a little annoyed by my indifference, stood up, came to me, glanced at the paper. Virgilio, it's you, my boy. Your fiancée's name is actually Virgilia. Chapter 27, Virgilia. Virgilia. But then, was it the same lady who, some years later? The very same. It was precisely the lady who in 1869 was to witness my final days, and who earlier, much earlier, played a significant part in my most intimate sensations. At that time, she was only about 15 or 16 years old. She was perhaps the boldest creature of our race, and certainly the most strong-willed. I'm not saying she was the most beautiful among the young ladies of the time, because this is not a novel, in which the author embellishes reality and turns a blind eye to freckles and pimples. But I'm also not saying that her face was marred by any freckles or pimples. No. She was beautiful, fresh, a product of nature, full of that charm, both fleeting and eternal, which one individual passes on to another for the secret purposes of creation. That was Virgilia, and she was fair-skinned, very fair-skinned, ostentatious, ignorant, childlike, full of mysterious impulses, very lazy and somewhat devout, or perhaps fearful. I believe it was fear. There you have it, reader, in a few lines, the physical and moral portrait of the person who would later have a significant influence on my life. That was her at 16. You who read me, if you are still alive when these pages come to light, you who read me, my beloved Virgilia, do you not notice the difference between today's language and the one I first employed when I saw you? Believe me, I was as sincere then as I am now. Death has not made me grumpy or unfair. But, you will say, how can you discern the truth of that time and express it after so many years? Ah, so indiscreet. Ah, so ignorant. But it's that very ability that makes us masters of the earth, that power to restore the past, to touch the instability of our impressions and the vanity of our affections. Let Pascal say that man is a thinking reed. No, he is a thinking erratum, that's what he is. Each stage of life is an edition that corrects the previous one, and that will also be corrected until the definitive edition, which the publisher gives away for free to the worms. Chapter 28. Provided that Virgilia? I interrupted. Yes, sir. That's the name of the bride. An angel, my foolish boy, an angel without wings. Imagine a girl like this tall, a lively scamp in her eyes. The daughter of Dutra. Which Dutra? Councillor Dutra, you don't know him. A political influence. So, do you accept? I didn't answer right away. I stared at the tip of my boot for a few seconds. Then I declared that I was willing to consider both things, the candidacy and the marriage, provided that… Provided what? Provided that I'm not obligated to accept both. I believe I can be separately a married man or a public man. Every public man should be married, my father interrupted coldly. But have it your way. I'm fine with anything. I'm sure that seeing will be believing. Besides, the bride and Parliament are the same thing. That is, no. You'll find out later. Anyway, I accept the delay provided that. Provided what? I interrupted, imitating his voice. Ah, you rascal. Provided that you don't stay here useless, obscure, and sad. I didn't spend money, care and efforts, just to not see you shine, as you should, and as it suits you, and all of us. You must carry on our name, continue it, and make it even more illustrious. Look, I'm 60 years old, but if it were necessary to start a new life, I would do it without hesitating a single minute. Fear obscurity, Brás. Avoid what is insignificant. Remember that men are valued in different ways, and the safest of all is to be valued by the opinion of other men. Don't waste the advantages of your position, your resources. And so, the magician went on, shaking a rattle before me, as they used to do when I was little, to make me walk faster, and the flower of hypochondria withdrew into the bud to make room for another flower, less yellow and not at all morbid. The love of fame. The Brás Cubas ointment. Chapter 29. The visit. My father had won. I decided to accept the diploma and the marriage, Virgilia and the Chamber of Deputies. The two Virgilias, he said in a burst of political tenderness. I accepted them. My father gave me 2 strong hugs. It was his own blood that he finally recognized. Are you coming down with me? I'll come down tomorrow. I'm going to pay a visit to Dona Eusebia first. My father frowned, but said nothing. He said goodbye and went downstairs. I, that same afternoon, went to visit Dona Eusebia. I found her scolding a black gardener, but she left everything to come talk to me, with such excitement and genuine pleasure that it immediately put me at ease. I think she even embraced me with her pair of robust arms. She made me sit next to her on the porch, amidst many exclamations of happiness. Look, it's Brasinho, a man. Who would have thought years ago? A big, strong man. And handsome. You don't remember me. I told her that I did, that it was impossible to forget such a familiar friend of our home. Dona Eusebia started talking about my mother with great longing, so much longing that it immediately charmed me, even though it saddened me. She noticed it in my eyes and changed the subject of the conversation. She asked me about my journey, my studies, my love affairs. Yes, the love affairs too. She confessed that she was a mischievous old woman. At that moment I remembered the episode of 1814, her, Vilassa, the bush, the kiss, my scream, and as I was remembering it, I heard a creaking door, a rustling of skirts, and this word, Mama, Mama. Chapter 30. The Flower of the Bush. The voice and the skirts belonged to a young brunette girl who stopped at the door for a few moments when she saw a stranger. A short and awkward silence. Dona Eusebia finally broke it with determination and frankness. Come here, Eugenia, she said. Greet Dr. Brás Cubas, Mr. Cubas's son. He came from Europe. And turning to me, my daughter, Eugenia. Eugenia, the flower of the bush, barely responded to the courteous gesture I made. She looked at me with surprise and shyness, and slowly approached her mother's chair. Her mother fixed one of her braids, the end of which had come undone. Ah, you naughty girl, she said. You can't imagine, doctor, what this is like. And she kissed her with such expansive tenderness that it moved me a little. It reminded me of my mother, and, I'll say it, I felt a sudden desire to be a father. Naughty? I said. Well, she doesn't seem to be at the proper age for that anymore. How old do you think she is? 17. One less? 16. Well then, she's a young lady. Eugenia couldn't hide the satisfaction she felt at my words, but she quickly corrected herself and remained as before, upright, cold, and silent. In truth, she seemed even more mature than she was. She might have been a child in her youthful playfulness, but standing there quiet and impassive, she had the composure of a married woman. Perhaps this circumstance slightly diminished her virginal grace. We soon became familiar with each other. Her mother lavished praise on her. I listened gladly, and she smiled with her bright eyes, as if inside her brain a little butterfly with golden wings and diamond eyes was fluttering. I say inside, because outside what fluttered by was a black butterfly, which suddenly entered the porch and began to flap its wings around Dona Eusebia. Dona Eusebia screamed, stood up, and muttered some curses. I banish you! Get out, devil! Virgin Mary! Don't be afraid, I said, and, taking out my handkerchief, I expelled the butterfly. Dona Eusebia sat down again, panting, slightly embarrassed. Her daughter, perhaps pale with fear, hid her impression with great willpower. I shook their hands and left, laughing to myself at the superstition of the two women, a philosophical, disinterested, superior laugh. In the afternoon, I saw Dona Eusebia's daughter riding by on horseback, followed by a page. She greeted me with the tip of her riding crop. I must confess that I flattered myself with the idea that a few steps ahead she would turn her head back, but she didn't. Chapter 31. The Black Butterfly. The next day, as I was getting ready to go downstairs, a butterfly entered my room, as black as the other one and much larger. I remembered the previous day's incident and laughed. I immediately started thinking about Dona Eusebia's daughter, the fright she had had, and the dignity she managed to maintain despite it. The butterfly, after fluttering around me a lot, landed on my forehead. I brushed it off, and it went to land on the window pane. And because I brushed it off again, it left there and came to rest on an old portrait of my father. It was as black as night. The gentle gesture with which, once settled, it began to move its wings had a somewhat mocking air that greatly annoyed me. I shrugged, left the room, but when I came back minutes later and found it still in the same spot, I felt a jolt in my nerves, grabbed a towel, hit it, and it fell. It didn't fall dead. It still twisted its body and moved the tiny hairs on its head. I took pity on it. I picked it up in the palm of my hand and went to put it on the windowsill. It was too late. The poor thing expired within a few seconds. I was slightly annoyed, bothered. Also, why the devil wasn't it blue? I said to myself. And this reflection, one of the deepest that has been made since the invention of butterflies, consoled me for the harm done and reconciled me with myself. I stood there contemplating the corpse, with some sympathy, I admit. I imagined that it had left the woods, had lunch, and was happy. The morning was beautiful. It came along, modest and black, enjoying its butterfly antics, under the vast dome of a blue sky that is always blue for all wings. It passed by my window, entered and saw me. I suppose it had never seen a man before. It didn't know, therefore, what a man was. It circled endlessly around my body, and saw that I moved, that I had eyes, arms, legs, a divine air, a colossal stature. Then it said to itself, "This is probably the inventor of butterflies." The idea overwhelmed it, terrified it, but fear, which is also suggestive, whispered to it that the best way to please its creator was to kiss him on the forehead, and it kissed me on the forehead. When I drove it away and it landed on the window pane, from there it saw the portrait of my father, and it is not impossible that it discovered half the truth, namely, that there was the father of the inventor of butterflies, and it flew to ask for his mercy. But a swipe of the towel put an end to the adventure. The immense blue sky, the joy of flowers, and the splendor of green leaves were of no use against a face towel, a mere 2 palms of raw linen. See how good it is to be superior to butterflies. Because, let's be fair, if it had been blue or orange, its life wouldn't have been any safer. It's not impossible that I would have pinned it down with a needle for the delight of my eyes. It wasn't. This last thought restored my consolation. I joined my thumb to my index finger, flicked it away, and the corpse fell into the garden. It was just in time. The providential ants were already approaching. No, I returned to my first thought. I believe it would have been better for it to have been born blue. Chapter 32. Born with a Limp. From there I went to finish preparing for my trip. I won't delay any longer. I'll leave immediately. I'll leave even if some circumspect reader stops me to ask if the previous chapter is merely bland or reaches the level of nonsense. Ah, I didn't expect Dona Eusebia. I was ready when she entered my house. She came to invite me to postpone my departure and have dinner at her place that day. I initially refused, but she insisted so much that I couldn't help but accept. Besides, I owed her that compensation. I went. Eugenia didn't dress up that day, perhaps because of me. I believe it was because of me, unless she went around like that a lot of times. Instead of the gold earrings she wore the day before, she now had 2 delicately shaped ears on the head of a nymph. A simple white muslin dress without adornments, with a mother-of-pearl button on her neck instead of a brooch, and another button on her cuffs, closing the sleeves, and not a trace of a bracelet. That was her appearance, and her spirit was no different. Clear thoughts, plain manners, a certain natural grace, an air of refinement, and I don't know of something else. Yes, her mouth, exactly like her mother's, which reminded me of the episode of 1814, and then I felt the urge to address the same subject to the daughter. "Now I'll show you the estate," said the mother, as soon as we finished the last sip of coffee. We went out to the porch, then to the estate, and it was then that I noticed something. Eugenia limped slightly, so slightly that I even asked her if she had hurt her foot. The mother remained silent. The daughter replied without hesitation, "No, sir. I was born with a limp." I cursed myself and called myself clumsy and boorish. Indeed, the mere possibility of her limping was enough for me not to ask anything. Then I remembered that the first time I saw her, the day before, the girl had slowly approached her mother's chair, and that day I had already found her at the dining table. Maybe it was to hide the defect, but why confess it now? I looked at her and noticed that she seemed sad. I tried to erase the traces of my clumsiness. It wasn't difficult, as the mother was, as she admitted, a cheerful old woman, and she quickly struck up a conversation with me. We saw the entire estate, trees, flowers, duck pond, wash basin, a myriad of things that she showed and commented on, while I, out of the corner of my eye, scrutinized Eugenia's eyes. I can assure you that Eugenia's gaze was not limping, but straight, perfectly healthy. It came from calm and dark eyes. I believe they lowered 2 or 3 times, a little cloudy, but only 2 or 3 times. In general, they looked at me frankly, without recklessness or flirtation. Chapter 33. Blessed are those who do not descend. The worst part was that she was limping. Such clear eyes, such a fresh mouth, such a composed and refined demeanor, and limping. This contrast made one suspect that nature is sometimes an immense mockery. Why beautiful, if limping? Why limping, if beautiful? Such was the question I was asking myself as I returned home at night, without figuring out the solution to the riddle. The best thing to do when you can't solve a riddle is to throw it out the window. That's what I did. I grabbed a towel and chased away that other black butterfly fluttering in my brain. I felt relieved and went to sleep. But dreams, which are a crack in the spirit, let the creature back in, and there I was all night digging into the mystery without explaining it. It dawned raining, so I postponed my departure. But the next day, the morning was clear and blue, and despite that, I stayed, no less than on the 3rd day, and the 4th, until the end of the week. Beautiful, fresh, inviting mornings, down there the family calling me, and the fiancé, and the parliament, and I did not attend to anything, captivated by my limping Venus. Captivated is a way to emphasize the style. There was no rapture, but pleasure, a certain physical and moral satisfaction. I did love her, it's true. Next to this simple creature, an illegitimate and limping daughter, made of love and scorn, I felt good, and I believe she felt even better beside me. And all of this in Tijuca, a simple idyll. Dona Eusebia kept an eye on us, but not too much. She balanced necessity with convenience. Her daughter, in this first outburst of nature, handed me her blossoming soul. "Will you go down tomorrow?" she asked me on Saturday. "I intend to." "Don't go." I didn't, and I added a verse to the gospel. "Blessed are those who do not descend, for theirs is the first kiss from the girls." Indeed, it was on Sunday that I received Eugenia's first kiss, the first that no other man had ever taken from her, not stolen or snatched, but candidly given, like an honest debtor paying a debt. Poor Eugenia. If you only knew what ideas were wandering through my mind at that time. You, trembling with emotion, your arms around my shoulders, contemplating your welcome husband in me, and I with the eyes of 1814, in the bushes, in the vilasa, and suspecting that you could not lie to your blood, your origin. Dona Eusebia entered unexpectedly, but not so suddenly that she caught us close to each other. I went to the window. Eugenia sat down to fix one of her braids. What a charming dissimulation! What infinite and delicate art! What profound hypocrisy! And all of it natural, alive, unstudied, natural like appetite, natural like sleep. So much the better. Dona Eusebia suspected nothing. Chapter 34, To a Sensitive Soul. Among the 5 or 10 people reading this, there is a sensitive soul who is probably a little upset with the previous chapter, beginning to fear for Eugenia's fate, and perhaps, yes, perhaps deep down, calling me a cynic. Me, a cynic, sensitive soul, by Diana's thigh. This insult would deserve to be washed away with blood if blood washed away anything in this world. No, sensitive soul, I am not a cynic, I was a man. My brain was a stage on which all kinds of plays were performed, the sacred drama, the austere, the sentimental, the elegant comedy, the unkempt farce, the acts, the buffooneries, a pandemonium, sensitive soul, a jumble of things and people, where you could see everything from the rose of Smyrna to the rue of your backyard, from Cleopatra's magnificent bed to the corner of the beach where the beggar shivers his sleep. Thoughts of various kinds and forms crossed there. There was not only the atmosphere of the eagle and the hummingbird, there was also that of the slug and the toad. Withdraw the expression, sensitive soul, punish your nerves, clean your glasses, as it can sometimes be the glasses, and let's finish once and for all with this flower of the bush. Chapter 35, The Road to Damascus. Now it happened that 8 days later, as I was on the road to Damascus, I heard a mysterious voice whispering the words of Scripture. Acts 9 verse 7, Arise and go into the city. This voice came from within me and had 2 origins: pity, which disarmed me in the face of the girl's innocence, and the fear of actually falling in love and marrying her. A limping woman. As for this reason for my descent, there is no doubt that she found it and told me. It was on the porch on a Monday afternoon, when I announced that I would be leaving the following morning. Goodbye, she sighed, offering her hand simply. You're doing the right thing. And since I said nothing, she continued, You're right to avoid the ridicule of marrying me. I wanted to tell her no, but she withdrew slowly, swallowing her tears. I caught up with her after a few steps and swore by all the saints in heaven that I had to leave, but I still loved her very much, all cold hyperboles that she listened to without saying anything. Do you believe me? I asked in the end. No, and I'm telling you that you're doing the right thing. I wanted to hold her back, but the look she gave me was no longer one of supplication, but of command. I left Tijuca the following morning, somewhat bitter, somewhat satisfied. I kept telling myself that it was right to obey my father, that it was fitting to embrace a political career, that the Constitution, that my fiancé, that my horse. Chapter 36, About Boots. My father, who wasn't expecting me, embraced me with tenderness and gratitude. Is it for real now? He said. Can I finally? I left him in that reticence and went to take off my boots, which were tight. Once relieved, I breathed deeply and lay down at full length, while my feet, and all of me behind them, entered a relative state of bliss. Then I considered that tight boots are one of the greatest fortunes on earth because, causing pain to the feet, they give rise to the pleasure of taking them off. Afflict the feet, wretched, and then soothe them afterwards, and there you have cheap happiness, at the mercy of shoemakers, and worthy of Epicurus. While this idea was working in my famous trapeze, I cast my eyes toward Tijuca and saw the little cripple girl disappearing into the horizon of the past, and I felt that my heart would soon also take off its boots, and the lascivious one took them off. 4 or 5 days later, I savored that swift, ineffable, and uncontrollable moment of joy that follows a sharp pain, a concern, an annoyance. From this, I inferred that life is the most ingenious of phenomena, because it only sharpens hunger to provide the opportunity to eat, and didn't invent calluses except because they perfect earthly happiness. Truly, I tell you, all human wisdom is not worth a pair of short boots. You, my Eugenia, never took them off. You went limping down the road of life, from leg in love, sad as the poor funerals, solitary, silent, hard-working, until you came to this other shore as well. What I don't know is whether your existence was very necessary to the century. Who knows? Maybe one less walk-on would make the human tragedy a failure. Chapter 37. At last. At last, here is Virgilia. Before going to Councillor Dutra's house, I asked my father if there was any prior marriage arrangement. No arrangement. Some time ago, talking to him about you, I confessed my desire to see you become a deputy, and I spoke in such a way that he promised to do something, and I believe he will. As for the bride, it's the name I give to a little creature who is a jewel, a flower, a star, a rare thing. It's his daughter. I thought that if you married her, you would become a deputy more quickly. Is that all? That's all. We went to Dutra's house. He was a pearl of a man, cheerful, jovial, patriotic, slightly irritated by public ills, but not despairing of curing them quickly. He thought my candidacy was legitimate. However, it was best to wait a few months, and he soon introduced me to his wife, an estimable lady, and his daughter, who did not contradict my father's panegyric in any way. I swear to you, in no way. Reread Chapter 27. I, who had an idea about the girl, looked at her in a certain way. She, who I don't know if she had any, didn't look at me differently, and our first glance was purely and simply conjugal. Within a month, we became intimate. Chapter 38, the 4th edition. Come for dinner tomorrow, Dutra told me one night. I accepted the invitation. The next day, I arranged for my carriage to wait for me at San Francisco de Paula Square and went for several strolls. Do you still remember my theory of human additions? Know then that at that time I was in my 4th edition, revised and amended, but still riddled with carelessness and barbarisms. A flaw that, however, found some compensation in the elegant type and luxurious binding. Having taken a few turns as I passed by Rua dos Orives, I checked my watch, and the crystal fell onto the sidewalk. I entered the first shop I found. It was a small cubicle, barely more, dusty and dark. At the back, behind the counter, sat a woman whose yellow and pockmarked face was not immediately noticeable at first glance, but as soon as it stood out, it was a curious sight. She could not have been ugly. On the contrary, it was apparent that she had once been beautiful, and not just a little beautiful, but illness and premature aging had destroyed her charms. The smallpox had been terrible. The scars, large and numerous, created bumps and hollows, inclines and declines, and gave the sensation of extremely coarse sandpaper. The eyes were the best part of her figure, and even they had a singular and repulsive expression that changed, however, as soon as I began to speak. As for her hair, it was a dull color and almost as dusty as the shop's portals. On one of her left hand's fingers, a diamond sparkled. Can you believe it, posterity? That woman was Marcella. I didn't recognize her at first. It was difficult. However, she recognized me as soon as I spoke to her. Her eyes sparkled and exchanged their usual expression for another, half sweet and half sad. I saw her make a movement as if to hide or flee. It was the instinct of vanity, which lasted no more than a moment. Marcella settled down and smiled. "Do you want to buy something?" she said, extending her hand to me. I didn't say anything. Marcella understood the cause of my silence, it wasn't difficult, and only hesitated, I believe, in deciding what dominated more, whether the astonishment of the present or the memory of the past. She offered me a chair, and with the counter in between, she spoke at length about herself, the life she had led, the tears I had made her shed, the longing, the disasters, and finally the smallpox that had disfigured her face, and the time that had aided the illness in advancing her decline. The truth is that her soul was decrepit. She had sold everything, almost everything. A man who had once loved her and died in her arms had left her that jewelry shop. But, so that her misfortune would be complete, the shop was now seldom visited, perhaps due to the singularity of it being run by a woman. Then she asked me to tell her about my life. It took me little time to tell her. It was neither long nor interesting. "Did you get married?" Marcella asked at the end of my narration. "Not yet," I replied curtly. Marcella cast her eyes toward the street, with the apathy of someone reflecting or reminiscing. I then let myself be carried away by the past, and amid the memories and longings, I asked myself why I had made such blunders. This was certainly not the Marcella of 1822, but was the beauty of the past worth a third of my sacrifices? That was what I was trying to find out, scrutinizing Marcella's face. The face told me no. At the same time, the eyes told me that just like today, the flame of greed had burned in them back then. My eyes, however, hadn't known how to see it. They were eyes of the first edition. "But why did you come in here? Did you see me from the street?" she asked, coming out of that kind of stupor. "No, I thought I was entering a watchmaker's shop. I wanted to buy a new crystal for this watch. I'll go elsewhere. Excuse me. I'm in a hurry." Marcella smiled sadly. The truth is that I felt both pained and annoyed at the same time, and I longed to be out of that place. Marcella, however, called a black boy, gave him the watch, and despite my opposition, sent him to a nearby shop to buy the glass. There was no other choice. I sat down again. She then said that she wished to have the protection of acquaintances from the past. She reasoned that sooner or later it was natural that I would get married, and she assured me that she would provide fine jewelry at low prices. She didn't say low prices, but used a delicate and transparent metaphor. I began to suspect that she had not suffered any disaster, except the illness, that her money was safe, and that she was in business solely to satisfy her passion for profit, which was the worm gnawing at her existence. That was precisely what I was told later. Chapter 39. The Neighbor. As I was reflecting on this to myself, a short man without a hat entered the shop, leading a 4-year-old girl by the hand. "How have you been since this morning?" he said to Marcella. "So. Come here, Maricota." The man lifted the child by her arms and passed her behind the counter. "Go on," he said. "Ask Dona Marcella how she spent the night. She was eager to come here, but her mother couldn't get her dressed. Well, Maricota, ask for a blessing. Watch out for the switch. Like that. You can't imagine what she's like at home. She talks about you all the time, and here she seems like a dummy. Just yesterday. Tell her, Maricota." "No, don't tell Papa." "Was it something bad?" asked Marcella, tapping the girl's face. "I'll tell you. Her mother teaches her to say an Our Father and a Hail Mary every night, offered to the Virgin Mary. But the little one came to me yesterday, very humbly. Can you imagine what for? She wanted to offer them to Saint Marcella." "Poor little thing," said Marcella, kissing her. "It's an infatuation, a passion like you wouldn't believe. Her mother says it's a spell." The man related a few more pleasant things until he left, taking the girl with him, not without casting an inquisitive or suspicious glance at me. I asked Marcella who he was. "He's a watchmaker from the neighborhood, a good man, his wife too, and the daughter is lovely, isn't she? They seem to like me a lot. They're good people." As she uttered these words, there was a tremor of joy in Marcella's voice, and on her face it seemed as if a wave of happiness spread across it. Chapter 40. In the Carriage. At that moment the boy came in with the watch and its new crystal. It was about time. I could hardly bear to be there any longer. I gave a small silver coin to the boy. I told Marcella I would return on another occasion, and I left in haste. To tell the whole truth, I must confess that my heart was pounding a little, but it was a kind of funeral toll. My spirit was caught between opposing impressions. Note that that day had begun cheerfully for me. My father, during breakfast, repeated in anticipation the first speech I was to deliver in the Chamber of Deputies. We laughed a lot, and the sun was, too, brilliant as on the most beautiful days in the world, just as Virgilia must have laughed when I told her about our breakfast fantasies. But then, my watch's glass broke. I entered the first shop at hand, and there appeared my past, tearing and kissing me. There it was, questioning me with a face marked by both longing and smallpox scars. I left it behind. I hurried into the carriage that was waiting for me in San Francisco de Paula Square and ordered the coachman to drive through the streets. The coachman whipped the horses. The carriage jolted me around. The springs groaned. The wheels quickly cut through the mud left by the recent rain, and all of it seemed to be standing still. Isn't there sometimes a certain warm wind, neither strong nor rough, but stuffy, which doesn't blow our hats off, nor whirl women's skirts, and yet is or seems to be worse than if it did both, because it saps, slackens, and somehow dissolves our spirits? Well, I had that wind with me, and, certain that it was blowing because I found myself in that kind of throat between the past and the present, I longed to emerge onto the plane of the future. The worst part was that the carriage wasn't moving. "João!" I shouted at the coachman. "Is this carriage moving or not?" "What, little master, we're already stopped at the counselor's door." To Chapter 41. The Hallucination. It was true. I entered hastily. I found Virgilia anxious, in a bad mood, her brow clouded. Her mother, who was deaf, was in the room with her. At the end of our greetings, the young lady said to me coldly, "We expected you to come earlier." I defended myself as best I could. I spoke of the horse that had balked, and of a friend who had detained me. Suddenly, my voice died on my lips, and I was paralyzed with astonishment. Virgilia! Was that young lady Virgilia? I stared at her closely, and the sensation was so painful that I took a step back and looked away. I looked at her again. Smallpox had ravaged her face. The skin, which had been so delicate, rosy, and pure just the day before, now appeared to me yellow, marked by the same scourge that had devastated the Spanish woman's face. Her eyes, which had been mischievous, had become dull. Her lips were sad and her posture weary. I looked closely at her. I took her hand and gently called her to me. I was not mistaken. It was smallpox. I believe I made a gesture of repulsion. Virgilia moved away and sat down on the sofa. I stood for a while, looking at my own feet. Should I leave or stay? I rejected the first option, which was simply absurd, and approached Virgilia, who sat there silent. Heavens! She was once again the fresh, youthful, blooming Virgilia. In vain I searched her face for any trace of the disease. There was none. Her skin was as delicate and white as usual. "Have you never seen me before?" asked Virgilia, noticing that I stared at her intently. "Never so beautiful." I sat down, while Virgilia, silent, cracked her knuckles. A few moments of silence followed. I spoke to her about matters unrelated to the incident. However, she didn't respond or even look at me. Apart from the crackling, she was the embodiment of silence. She glanced at me just once, with a lofty air, lifting the left corner of her lip, furrowing her brows to the point of uniting them. The whole combination gave her face an expression somewhere between comical and tragic. There was some affectation in that disdain. It was a gesture of rouge. Deep down she suffered, and not a little. whether from pure grief or just spite. And since concealed pain hurts more, it's quite likely that Virgilia suffered twice as much as she really should have. I believe this is called metaphysics. Chapter 42. That which eluded Aristotle. Another thing that also seems metaphysical to me is this. A ball is set in motion, for example. It rolls, encounters another ball, transfers its momentum, and behold the second ball rolling as the first one did. Let's assume that the first ball is called Marcella. It's a simple assumption. The second, Brás Cubas. The third, Virgilia. We have Marcella, receiving a flick from the past, rolling until touching Brás Cubas, who, yielding to the impelling force, also began rolling until bumping into Virgilia, who had nothing to do with the first ball. And that's how, through the mere transmission of force, the social extremes are touched, and a thing we might call solidarity of human annoyance is established. How did this chapter escape Aristotle? Chapter 43. Marchioness, for I shall be a marquise. Indeed, Virgilia was a little devil, an angelic little devil, if you will, but she was one, and then Lobo Neves appeared, a man who was no more slender, elegant, well-read, or sympathetic than I was. Yet he managed to snatch Virgilia and the candidacy from me within just a few weeks, with truly Caesarean force. There was no preceding resentment. There was no family violence. Dutra came to tell me one day that I should wait for another opportunity, because Lobo Neves's candidacy was supported by powerful influences. I gave in. That was the beginning of my defeat. A week later, Virgilia asked Lobo Neves with a smile when he would become a minister. By my will now, by others within a year. Virgilia replied, Do you promise that one day you will make me a baroness? Marchioness, for I shall be a marquise. From then on, I was lost. Virgilia compared the eagle and the peacock and chose the eagle, leaving the peacock with its astonishment, its resentment, and 3 or 4 kisses she had given him. Perhaps 5 kisses, but even if it had been 10, it wouldn't have meant anything. The lips of a man are not like the hoof of Attila's horse, which sterilized the ground it struck. Quite the opposite. Chapter 45. Notes. Sobs, tears, a draped house, black velvet on the portals, a man who came to dress the corpse, another who measured the coffin, pallbearers, invitations, guests who entered slowly with muffled steps and shook hands with the family, some sad, all serious and silent, priest and sacristan, prayers, sprinkling of holy water, the closing of the coffin, with nails and hammer, 6 people lifting it and carrying it down the steps, in spite of the cries, sobs, and fresh tears of the family, and carried it to the funeral coach, placing it on top and tightening the straps, the rolling of the hearse, the rolling of the carriages, one by one. This, which seems like a simple inventory, were notes I had taken for a sad and ordinary chapter that I will not write. Chapter 46. The Inheritance. See us now, reader, 8 days after my father's death, my sister sitting on a sofa, Cottram standing a little further away, leaning against a console with his arms crossed and biting his mustache, and me pacing back and forth with my eyes on the floor. Heavy mourning, profound silence. But after all, said Cottram, this house can hardly be worth more than 30,000. Let's say it's worth 35. It's worth 50. I argued. Sabina knows it cost 58. It could have cost up to 60, Cottram continued, but that doesn't mean it was worth it, and even less so today. You know that houses have lost a lot of value in recent years. Look, if this one is worth 50,000, how much would the one you want for yourself, the one in Campo, be worth? Don't even mention that. It's an old house. Old? Sabina exclaimed, raising her hands to the ceiling. It seems new to you, I bet? Come on, brother, let's not get into that, said Sabina, standing up from the sofa. We can arrange everything in good friendship and with honesty. For example, Cottram doesn't want the slaves, He only wants father's coachman and Paolo." "Not the coachman," I interrupted. "I'm keeping the carriage, and I won't go buy another driver." "Fine, I'll keep Paolo and Prudencio." "Prudencio is free." "Free?" "2 years now." "Free? How your father managed these things around the house without telling anyone. That's fair. As for the silver, I believe he didn't set the silver free." We had talked about the silver, the old silverware from the time of Dom Jose I, the most significant part of the inheritance, due to its craftsmanship, antiquity, and the origin of the property. My father used to say that the Count of Cunha, when he was Viceroy of Brazil, had given it as a gift to my great-grandfather, Brás Cubas. "As for the silver," Cottram continued, "I wouldn't mind at all if it weren't for your sister's desire to keep it. And I think she's right. Sabina is married and needs a respectable, presentable dining room. You're single, you don't entertain, you don't—" "But I might get married." "What for?" interrupted Sabina. This question was so sublime that for a few moments it made me forget my interests. I smiled, took Sabina's hand, lightly tapped her palm, all with such good humor that Cottram interpreted the gesture as acquiescence and thanked me for it. "What are you talking about?" I replied. "I didn't give in to anything, and I won't." "You won't?" I shook my head. "Let it be, Cottram," my sister said to her husband. "See if he also wants to keep our clothes. That's the only thing left." "There's nothing left. He wants the carriage, the coachman, the silver, everything. Look, it's much simpler to summon us to court and prove with witnesses that Sabina is not your sister, that I am not your brother-in-law, and that God is not God. Do this, and you won't lose anything, not even a teaspoon. Well, my friend, that's another story." Cottram was so upset, and I was no less, that I thought of offering a compromise, dividing the silver. He laughed and asked me who would get the teapot, and who the sugar bowl, and after that question he declared that we would have time to settle the claim, if not in court. Meanwhile, Sabina had gone to the window overlooking the garden, and after a moment she returned and proposed to give up Paolo and another slave, on the condition of keeping the silver. I was about to say that it didn't suit me, but Cottram went ahead and said the same thing. "I would never do that. I don't give handouts," he said. We had a gloomy dinner. My uncle, the canon, appeared at dessert and witnessed a minor altercation. "My children," he said, "remember that my brother left a large loaf of bread to be shared by all." "But Cottram—" I know. However, the issue is not bread, it's butter. I can't swallow dry bread." The shares were finally made, but we were at odds. And I tell you, even so, it was hard for me to quarrel with Sabina. We were such good friends. Childish games, childish tantrums, laughter and sadness in adulthood. We often shared the bread of joy and misery, like the good siblings we were. But we were at odds, just like Marcella's beauty, which vanished with smallpox. Chapter 47, The Recluse. Marcella, Sabina, Virgilia. Here I am, blending all the contrasts as if those names and people were nothing more than modes of my inner affection. For the sake of bad habits, put on a stylish necktie, a less shabby vest. And then yes, after that, come with me, enter this house, stretch out in this hammock that cradled the best part of the years that elapsed from my father's inventory until 1842. Come, if you smell some dressing-table perfume, don't think I had it spilled for my delight. It's a trace of N or Z or U. All these capital letters rocked their elegant objection here. But if, besides the scent, you want something else, be content with the desire, because I kept no portraits, nor letters, nor memories. The same emotion vanished, and only the initials remained. I lived mostly in seclusion, going occasionally to a ball, or theater, or social gathering, but most of the time I spent with myself. I lived, letting myself go with the flow of events and days, sometimes restless, sometimes apathetic, between ambition and discouragement. I wrote about politics and engaged in literature. I sent articles and poems to public newspapers, and I even gained a certain reputation as a polemicist and poet. When I thought of Lobo Neves, who was already a deputy, and Virgilia, the future marchioness, I asked myself why I wouldn't be a better deputy and a better marquis than Lobo Neves, me, who was worth much more than him. And I said this while looking at the tip of my nose. Chapter 48. A cousin of Virgilia. "Do you know who arrived yesterday from São Paulo?" asked Luis Dutra one night. Luis Dutra was a cousin of Virgilia's, who also consorted with the Muses. His verses were pleasing and worth more than mine, but he needed the endorsement of some to confirm the applause of others. Being shy, he didn't question anyone, but he delighted in hearing a word of praise. Then he gained new strength and threw himself into his work with youthful energy. Poor Luis Dutra. As soon as he published something, he would rush to my house and circle around me, waiting for a judgment, a word, or a gesture that would approve his recent work. And I would talk to him about 1,000 different things: the latest ball at Catete, the parliamentary debate, carriages and horses, everything but his verses or prose. He would respond enthusiastically at first, then more weakly, trying to steer the conversation toward his subject, opening a book, asking me if I had any new work, and I would tell him yes or no, but I would steer the conversation the other way, and he would follow me until he came to a complete stop and left, sad. My intention was to make him doubt himself, discourage him, and eliminate him, and all this while looking at the tip of my nose. Chapter 49. The Tip of the Nose. Nose conscience without remorse, you have served me well in life. Have you ever pondered the fate of the nose, dear reader? Dr. Pangloss's explanation is that the nose was created for the use of glasses, and I confess that such an explanation seemed definitive to me for some time. But one day, while mulling over this and other obscure points of philosophy, I came across the one true and definitive explanation. Indeed, all I had to do was consider the practice of the fakir. The reader knows that the fakir spends long hours staring at the tip of his nose solely to see the celestial light. When he fixes his eyes on the tip of his nose, he loses the feeling of external things, delights in the invisible, learns the impalpable, detaches himself from the earth, dissolves, and vaporizes. This sublimation of being through the tip of the nose is the most exalted phenomenon of the spirit, and the ability to achieve it is not exclusive to the fakir. It is universal. Every man needs and has the power to contemplate his own nose in order to see the celestial light, and such contemplation, whose effect is the subordination of the universe to a single nose, constitutes the balance of societies. If noses contemplated each other exclusively, the human race would not last 2 centuries. It would die out with the first tribes. I hear an objection from the reader. How can this be, he says, if no one has ever seen people contemplating their own noses? Dull reader, that proves that you have never entered the mind of a hat maker. A hat maker passes by a hat shop. It is the shop of a rival who opened it 2 years ago. It had 2 doors then. Today it has 4. It promises to have 6 to 8. The rival's hats are displayed in the windows. Customers enter through the rival's doors. The hat maker compares that shop with his own, which is older and has only 2 doors, and those hats with his own, less sought after, even though of the same price. Naturally, he is mortified, but he walks on, absorbed with his eyes down or straight ahead, inquiring into the causes of the other's prosperity and his own delay, when he, the hat maker, is a much better hat maker than the other hat maker. That is the moment when the eyes fix on the tip of the nose. The conclusion, therefore, is that there are 2 main forces: love, which multiplies the species, and the nose, which subordinates it to the individual. Procreation, balance. Chapter 50. Virgilia married. My cousin Virgilia has arrived from São Paulo, married to Lobo Neves, continued Luis Dutra. Ah, and only today did I learn something, you scoundrel. What is it? That you wanted to marry her. Thoughts of my father. Who told you that? She did. I spoke highly of you, and she told me everything. The next day, as I stood at the door of Plancher's print shop on Rua do Ouvidor, I saw a splendid woman approaching from afar. It was her. I only recognized her when she was just a few steps away, for she was so transformed, to such an extent had nature and art given her the ultimate refinement. We greeted each other. She moved on. She entered the carriage with her husband, which was waiting for them a little further up. I was dumbfounded. 8 days later, I met her at a ball. I believe we exchanged 2 or 3 words. But at another ball, given a month later at the house of a lady who had graced the salons of the first reign and did not disgrace those of the second, our encounter was more significant and prolonged, as we talked and waltzed. The waltz is a delightful thing. We waltzed. I cannot deny that, as I pressed that flexible and magnificent body against mine, I experienced a peculiar sensation, a sensation of a man robbed. "It's very hot," she said as soon as we finished. "Shall we go to the terrace?" "No, you might catch a cold. Let's go to another room." In the other room was Lobo Neves, who complimented me on my political writings, adding that he said nothing about my literary ones because he didn't understand them, but the political ones were excellent, well thought out and well written. I responded with equal courtesy, and we parted, pleased with each other. About 3 weeks later, I received an invitation from him for an intimate gathering. I went. Virgilia greeted me with these charming words, "You shall waltz with me tonight." In truth, I was famous and an accomplished waltzer. It's no wonder she preferred me. We waltzed once, and then again. If a book was Francesca's downfall, it was the waltz that undid us. I believe that night I squeezed her hand tightly, and she let it linger, as if forgotten, and I held her. And everyone's eyes were on us, and on the others who also embraced and spun. Delirium. Chapter 51. She's mine. "She's mine," I said to myself as soon as I passed her on to another gentleman, and I confess that during the rest of the night the idea embedded itself in my spirit, not by force of hammer, but by an auger, which is more insinuating. "She's mine," I said as I reached my front door. But there, as if fate or chance, or whatever it was, remembered to give some fodder to my possessive outbursts, something round and yellow shone on the ground. I bent down. It was a gold coin, a half doubloon. "Mine," I repeated laughing, and put it in my pocket. That night I didn't think about the coin anymore, but the next day, recalling the incident, I felt some revulsion in my conscience, and a voice that asked me why on earth a coin that I hadn't inherited or earned, but simply found in the street, should be mine. It obviously wasn't mine. It belonged to someone else, to the one who had lost it, rich or poor, and perhaps they were poor, some worker who had no means to feed their spouse and children. But even if they were rich, my duty remained the same. I had to return the coin, and the best way, the only way, was to do so through an advertisement or the police. I sent a letter to the police chief, enclosing the find and asking him to use the means at his disposal to return it to the rightful owner. I sent the letter and had a peaceful lunch. I can even say a jubilant one. My conscience had waltzed so much the day before that it was left suffocated, gasping for breath. But returning the half doubloon was like opening a window on the other side of morality. A wave of fresh air rushed in, and the poor lady breathed deeply. Ventilate your consciences. I tell you nothing more. Nevertheless, stripped of any other circumstances, my act was beautiful, as it expressed a just scruple, a sentiment of a delicate soul. That's what my inner lady told me, with a simultaneously austere and gentle manner. That's what she told me, leaning against the window-sill of the open window. "You did well, Cubas. You acted perfectly. This air is not only pure, it's balsamic. It's an emanation from the eternal gardens. Do you want to see what you've done, Cubas?" And the kind lady pulled out a mirror and held it before my eyes. I saw, clearly visible, the half-doubloon from the day before, round, shining, multiplying itself, becoming 10, then 30, then 500, thus expressing the benefit that the simple act of restitution would give me in life and death, and I spread my entire being in the contemplation of that act, saw myself in it, found myself good, perhaps great. A single coin, eh? See what it is to have waltzed just a little bit more. So, I, Brás Cubas, discovered a sublime law, the law of the equivalence of windows, and established that the way to compensate for a closed window is to open another, so that morality can continually ventilate one's conscience. Perhaps you don't understand what's written here. Perhaps you want something more concrete. A package, for example. A mysterious package. Well, here's the mysterious package. Chapter 52. The Mysterious Package. It so happened that a few days later, as I was going to Botafogo, I stumbled upon a package lying on the beach. I don't mean that exactly. There was less of a stumble and more of a kick. Seeing a package quite large but clean and properly wrapped, tied with a strong twine, something that seemed to be something, I was tempted to kick it just to test it. And I did, and the package held firm. I glanced around me. The beach was deserted. Some children played in the distance. A fisherman mended his nets even further away. No one who could see my action. I bent down, picked up the package, and continued on. I continued on, but not without fear. It could have been a prank by some kids. I considered returning the find to the beach, but after feeling the package, I rejected the idea. A little further on, I turned back and headed home. "Let's see," I said as I entered my study. I hesitated for a moment, I believe out of embarrassment. Fear of the prank struck me again. It's true that there were no external witnesses present, but I had within me a mischievous boy who would whistle, squeak, grunt, stamp, jeer, cackle, and raise hell if he saw me open the package and find inside a dozen old handkerchiefs or 24 rotten guavas. It was too late. Curiosity had been piqued, as must be the reader's. I unwrapped the package and saw, found, counted, recounted nothing less than 5,000 rais. Nothing less. Perhaps even an extra 10,000 rais. 5,000 in good bills and coins, all neat and tidy, a rare find. I wrapped it up again. At dinner, it seemed to me that one of the boys had spoken to the other with their eyes. Had they been spying on me? I discreetly questioned them and concluded that they hadn't. After dinner, I went back to the study, examined the money, and laughed at my maternal concerns over 5,000 rais. I, who was well off. To avoid thinking about it any more, I went that night to Lobo Neve's house, who had insisted that I not stop attending his wife's receptions. There, I met the police chief. I was introduced to him. He immediately remembered the letter and the half-doubloon I had sent him a few days earlier. He brought up the case. Virgilia seemed to savor my actions, and each of the guests happened to share a similar anecdote, which I listened to with the impatience of a hysterical woman. That night, the next day, and throughout the week, I thought as little as possible about the 5,000, and I must admit that I left them very quietly in the drawer of my desk. I like talking about everything except money, especially found money. However, it wasn't a crime to find money. It was a stroke of luck, a good turn of events, perhaps an act of providence. It couldn't be anything else. 5,000 rais aren't lost like a tobacco handkerchief. 5,000 rais are carried with 30,000 senses, frequently felt, never taken out of sight, nor hands, nor thought. And to lose them so foolishly on a beach, it's necessary that finding them couldn't be a crime, nor a disgrace, nor anything that could tarnish a man's character. It was a find, a fortunate discovery, like winning the lottery, like betting on horses, like winnings from an honest game, and I would even say that my happiness was deserved because I didn't feel evil or unworthy of Providence's blessings. These 5,000 rais, I said to myself 3 weeks later, I shall use them for some good deed, perhaps a dowry for some poor girl, or something like that. I shall see. That same day, I took the money to the Bank of Brazil. There they welcomed me with many delicate references to the half-doubloon case, news of which had already spread among the people I knew. I replied, annoyed, that the matter wasn't worth such a fuss. They then praised my modesty, and because I became angry, they retorted that it was simply grand. Chapter 53. Virgilia, on the other hand, no longer remembered the half-doubloon. She was entirely focused on me, my eyes, my life, my thoughts. That's what she said, and it was true. There are some plants that grow quickly, while others are slow and stunted. Our love was of the former kind. It sprouted with such force and vitality that before long it became the most expansive, leafy, and exuberant creature of the woods. I cannot tell you precisely how many days this growth took. I do remember that one night the flower blossomed, or the kiss, if you prefer to call it that. A kiss she gave me, trembling. Poor thing. Trembling with fear because it was at the gate of the estate. That single kiss united us, brief as the occasion, passionate as love, a prologue to a life of delights, terrors, regrets, pleasures ending in pain, sorrows blooming into joy, a patient and systematic hypocrisy, the only restraint of an unrestrained passion, a life of turmoil, anger, despair, and jealousy, that one moment would amply and excessively repay. But another moment would come and swallow up that one like everything else, leaving on the surface the turmoil and the rest of the rest, which are aversion and satiation. Such was the book of that prologue. Chapter 54. The Grandfather Clock. I left there savoring the kiss. I couldn't sleep. I stretched out in bed, but it was the same as nothing. I heard every hour of the night. Usually, when I couldn't sleep, the ticking of the pendulum bothered me greatly. That somber, slow, and dry ticking seemed to say with each beat that I was going to have one less moment of life. I imagined an old devil, sitting between two sacks, one of life and one of death, taking coins from the life sack to give to death, counting them like this: another less, another less, another less, another less. What's most peculiar is that if the clock stopped, I would wind it up so that it would never stop ticking, and I could count all my lost moments. Some inventions are transformed or end. Even institutions die. But the clock is definitive and perpetual. The last man saying goodbye to the cold and spent sun will have a clock in his pocket to know the exact moment when he dies. That night, I didn't suffer that sad sensation of boredom, but another delightful one. Fantasies swirled within me, jostling one another like devout women who bump into each other to see the singing angel in processions. I didn't hear the lost moments, but the gained minutes. After a while, I didn't hear anything, because my cunning and mischievous thoughts leaped out of the window and flew in the direction of Virgilia's house. There, on the windowsill, they found Virgilia's thoughts, greeted each other, and began chatting. We tossed and turned in bed, perhaps cold and in need of rest, while the two idlers stood there, repeating the old dialogue of Adam and Eve. Chapter 55. The Old Dialogue of Adam and Eve. Brás Cubas. Virgilia. 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 Chapter 56. The Opportune Moment. But darn it, who will explain to me the reason for this difference? One day we met, discussed marriage, called it off, and parted ways, calmly, without pain, because there had been no passion at all. I was only slightly annoyed, and nothing more. Years go by, I see her again, we share 3 or 4 turns of a waltz, and suddenly we are in love with each other, deliriously. It is true that Virgilia's beauty had reached a high degree of refinement, but we were essentially the same, and I, for my part, had not become more handsome or elegant. Who will explain to me the reason for this difference? The reason could only be the opportune moment. The first moment was not opportune because, although neither of us was green for love, we both were for our love. A fundamental distinction. There is no love possible without the opportunity of the individuals involved. I found this explanation myself, 2 years after the kiss, one day when Virgilia complained to me about a fop who had been flirting with her persistently. "How annoying," she said, making a face of anger. I shuddered, looked at her, saw that her indignation was sincere. Then it occurred to me that perhaps I had once provoked that same grimace, and I immediately understood the full extent of my evolution. I had gone from being annoying to opportune. Chapter 57. Fate. Yes, sir, we loved each other. Now, when all social laws forbade it, it was then that we truly loved each other. We found ourselves yoked together, like the two souls the poet encountered in Purgatory, di pari, come buoi, che vanno a gioco. And I speak poorly, comparing us to oxen, for we were another species of animal, less slow, more cunning, and lascivious. So, we walked without knowing how far, nor by what hidden roads, a problem that frightened me for a few weeks, but whose solution I entrusted to fate. Poor fate. Where are you now, great procurer of human affairs? Perhaps you are creating new skin, another face, different manners, another name, and it is not impossible that— I don't remember where I was. Ah, on the hidden roads. I said to myself that from now on, it would be whatever God wanted. It was our fate to love each other. If it were not so, how would we explain the waltz and the rest? Virgilia thought the same thing. One day, after confessing that she had moments of remorse, when I told her that if she had remorse, it meant she didn't love me, Virgilia embraced me with her magnificent arms, murmuring, "I love you. It is the will of heaven." And this word did not come out of nowhere. Virgilia was somewhat religious. She didn't attend Mass on Sundays, that's true, and I even believe she only went to church on holidays, and when there was an empty seat in some balcony. But she prayed every night, fervently, or at least sleepily. She was afraid of thunderstorms. On such occasions, she covered her ears and muttered all the prayers from the catechism. In her bedroom, there was a small jacaranda wood oratory, a carved piece, about 3 spans high, with 3 images inside. But she never mentioned it to her friends. On the contrary, she called those who were merely religious, pious. For a while, I suspected that there was some embarrassment in her faith, and that her religion was a kind of flannel shirt, both protective and clandestine. But evidently, I was mistaken. Chapter 58. Confidence. At first, Lobo Neves gave me great scares, pure illusion. As he adored his wife, he was not ashamed to tell me so many times. He thought Virgilia was the very essence of perfection, a combination of solid and fine qualities. Lovable, elegant, austere, a model. And his confidence didn't stop there. From a crack, it became a wide-open door. One day he confessed that he carried a sad worm in his life. He lacked public glory. I encouraged him. I told him many beautiful things, which he listened to with the religious devotion of a desire that doesn't want to die. Then I understood that his ambition was tired of flapping its wings, unable to take flight. Days later, he told me about all his boredom and faintness, the bitterness swallowed, the suppressed rage. He told me that political life was a fabric of envy, spite, intrigue, treachery, interests, and vanity. Clearly, there was a crisis of melancholy. I tried to fight it. "I know what I'm saying," he replied sadly. "You cannot imagine what I have been through. I entered politics out of taste, family, ambition, and a bit of vanity. You see that I gathered in me all the motives that lead a man to public life. I only lacked an interest of another nature. I saw the theater from the audience's side, and I swear, It was beautiful. A superb scenery, life, movement, and grace in the performance. I signed up. They gave me a role that... But why am I bothering you with this? Let me keep my grievances to myself. Believe me, I have spent hours and days. There is no consistency of feelings, no gratitude, nothing, nothing, nothing. He fell silent, deeply dejected, his eyes in the air, seeming not to hear anything, except the echo of his own thoughts. After a few moments he stood up and extended his hand to me. "You must be laughing at me," he said, "but forgive me for that outburst. I had a matter that gnawed at my spirit." And he laughed, in a gloomy and sad way. Then he asked me not to mention to anyone what had happened between us. I pointed out to him that, strictly speaking, nothing had happened. 2 deputies and a local political leader entered. Lobo Neves received them with joy, at first somewhat feigned, but soon natural. At the end of half an hour, no one would say he wasn't the luckiest of men. He talked, joked, and laughed, and everyone laughed. Chapter 59. An Encounter. Politics must be an invigorating wine, I thought to myself as I left Lobo Neves' house. I kept walking until I reached Barbono Street, where I saw a carriage, and inside was one of the ministers, my former schoolmate. We exchanged affectionate greetings. The carriage moved on, and I continued walking. 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 Why shouldn't I be a minister? This radiant, grand idea, dressed bizarrely as Father Bernardus would say, began to whirl around, and I allowed my eyes to follow it, finding it amusing. I no longer thought about Lobo Neves' sadness. I felt drawn to the abyss. I recalled that schoolmate of mine, our frolics on the hills, the joys and mischief, and I compared the boy with the man, asking myself why I couldn't be like him. I entered the public promenade, and everything seemed to be saying the same thing. "Why won't you be a minister, Cubas? Cubas, why won't you be a minister of state?" Hearing this, a delightful sensation refreshed my entire being. I sat down on a bench to ponder the idea, and Virgilia would surely like it. A few minutes later, I saw a face approaching me, one that did not seem unfamiliar. I recognized it, whatever it was. Imagine a man between 38 and 40 years old, tall, thin, and pale. His clothes, save for the style, seemed to have escaped the captivity of Babylon. His hat was a contemporary of Gessler's. Now imagine an overcoat wider than his flesh required, or literally, his bones. The black color was giving way to a dull yellow. The fabric was slowly disappearing. Of the original 8 buttons, only 3 remained. The trousers, made of brown cloth, had 2 strong patches on the knees, while the hems were frayed by the merciless, unpolished heels of his boots. Around his neck floated the ends of a 2-toned, faded necktie, fastening an 8-day-old collar. I believe he also wore a vest, a dark silk one, torn in places and unbuttoned. "I bet you don't recognize me, Dr. Cubas," he said. "I can't recall." "I'm Borba, Quincas Borba." I recoiled in shock. If only I had the solemn words of a Bossuet or a Vieira to describe such desolation. It was Quincas Borba, the charming boy from the past, my intelligent and wealthy schoolmate. Quincas Borba. No, impossible. It couldn't be. I couldn't believe that this gaunt figure, this beard streaked with white, this aged ragamuffin, that all this ruin was Quincas Borba. But it was. His eyes still held a trace of their former expression, and his smile had not lost a certain mocking air peculiar to him. Nevertheless, he bore my astonishment with composure. After some time, I looked away. If the figure repelled, the comparison crushed. "There's no need to tell you anything," he said finally. "You can guess it all. A life of misery, tribulations, and struggles. Do you remember our celebrations when I played the king? What a fall! Now I end up a beggar." Raising his right hand and shoulders with an air of indifference, he seemed resigned to the blows of fate, and I don't even know if he was content. perhaps content, certainly impassive. There was neither Christian resignation nor philosophical acceptance in him. It seemed that poverty had calloused his soul to the point of desensitizing him to the filth. He dragged his rags as he once did his purple garments with a certain indolent grace. "Look me up," I said. "I might be able to arrange something for you." A magnificent smile spread across his lips. "You're not the first to promise me something," he replied. "And I don't know if you'll be the last to do nothing for me." "And for what?" "I ask for nothing but money. Yes, money, because one needs to eat, and the diners don't give credit. Not even the snack vendors. Just a little something, a few pennies for a portion of cornmeal mush, and the cursed vendors won't even give that on credit. Hell, I was about to say my friend. Hell, the devil. All the devils. Look, I haven't even had lunch today." "Really?" "No. I left home very early. Do you know where I live? On the third step of the San Francisco stairs, on the left as you go up. No need to knock on the door. A cool house, extremely cool. Well, I left early, and I haven't eaten yet." I took out my wallet, picked the least clean 5,000 raise bill, and handed it to him. He took it with eyes sparkling with greed. He raised the bill in the air and waved it excitedly. "In hoc signo vinces," he shouted. Then he kissed it with many gestures of tenderness and such noisy exuberance that it produced in me a mixed feeling of disgust and pity. He, being astute, understood me. He became serious, grotesquely serious, and apologized for his joy, saying it was the joy of a poor man who hadn't seen a 5,000 raise bill in many years. "Well, it's in your hands to see many more," I said. "Really?" he replied, lunging toward me. "By working," I concluded. He made a gesture of disdain, then fell silent for a few moments. Finally, he told me outright that he didn't want to work. I was fed up with this comical and sad objection and prepared to leave. "Don't go without me teaching you my philosophy of misery," he said, straddling in front of me. Chapter 60. The Embrace. I thought the poor devil had gone mad, and was about to walk away when he grabbed my wrist and stared for a few moments at the diamond ring on my finger. I felt his hand trembling with greed, itching for possession. "Magnificent," he said. Then he started walking around me, examining me closely. "You take care of yourself," he said. "Jewelry, fine clothes, elegant, and compare those shoes to mine. What a difference. No wonder. I tell you, you take care of yourself. And girls? How are they? Are you married?" "No. Neither am I. I live on the street." "I don't want to know where you live," Quincus Borba interrupted. "If we ever meet again, give me another 5,000 raise bill, but allow me not to pick it up at your house. It's a sort of pride. Now, goodbye. I see you're getting impatient." "Goodbye." "And thank you. May I thank you more closely?" Saying this, he hugged me with such force that I couldn't avoid it. Finally, we parted, and I walked away briskly, with my shirt wrinkled from the embrace, annoyed and sad. The sympathetic part of my sensation no longer dominated me, only the other part. I wished to see his misery dignified. However, I couldn't help comparing the man of the present with the man of the past once more, saddening myself and facing the abyss that separates the hopes of one time from the reality of another time. "Well, goodbye. Let's go have dinner," I said to myself. I reached for my vest pocket and couldn't find my watch. The ultimate disappointment. Borba had stolen it from me during the embrace. Chapter 61. A Project. I dined sadly. It wasn't the lack of the watch that stung me. It was the image of the thief in the childhood memories, and once again the comparison and the conclusion. Since the soup, the yellow and morbid flower of Chapter 25 began to bloom within me. So I dined quickly, eager to go to Virgilia's house. Virgilia was my present. I wanted to take refuge in it to escape the oppression of the past, because the encounter with Quincus Borba had made the past come alive in my eyes. not as it truly was, but as a broken, abject, begging, and thieving past. I left the house, but it was still early. I'd find them at the table. Once again, I thought of Quincas Borba, and felt the urge to return to Paseo Público to see if I could find him. The idea of regenerating him appeared to me as a strong necessity. I went, but he was no longer there. I asked the guard, who told me that indeed, that man sometimes went there. At what time? He has no fixed hour. It wasn't impossible to find him on another occasion. I promised myself to go back there. The need to regenerate him, to bring him to work and self-respect filled my heart. I started feeling a sense of well-being, elevation, and admiration for myself. At that moment, night fell. I went to see Virgilia. Chapter 62. The Pillow. I went to see Virgilia, and I quickly forgot about Quincas Borba. Virgilia was the pillow for my spirit, a soft, warm, aromatic pillow, covered in cambric and lace. It was where my spirit used to rest from all the bad sensations, simply boring or even painful. And when you think about it, that was the only reason for Virgilia's existence. It couldn't be any other way. 5 minutes were enough to completely forget Quincas Borba. 5 minutes of mutual contemplation, with our hands intertwined. 5 minutes and a kiss, and Quincas Borba's memory vanished. Scrofula of life, rag of the past. What does it matter that you exist, that you bother the eyes of others, if I have 2 spans of a divine pillow to close my eyes and sleep on? Chapter 63. Let's flee. Ah, not always to sleep. 3 weeks later, going to Virgilia's house, it was 4 in the afternoon, I found her sad and downcast. She didn't want to tell me what was wrong, but, as I insisted a lot, I think Damiano suspects something. I've noticed some oddities in him lately. I don't know. He treats me well, there's no doubt about that. But his gaze doesn't seem to be the same. I'm sleeping poorly. Just last night I woke up terrified. I was dreaming that he was going to kill me. It might be an illusion, but I think he suspects. I reassured her as best I could. I said it could be due to political concerns. Virgilia agreed that it could be, but she remained very agitated and nervous. We were in the living room, which faced the garden where we had shared our first kiss. An open window let in the wind, which gently shook the curtains, and I stared at the curtains without seeing them. I had grasped the binoculars of imagination. In the distance, I could see a house of our own, a life of our own, a world of our own, where there was no Lobo Neves, no marriage, no morality, and no other bond that could restrain the expansion of our will. This idea intoxicated me. With the world, morality, and the husband thus eliminated, all we had to do was enter that heavenly dwelling. "Virgilia," I said, "I propose something to you." "What is it?" "Do you love me?" "Oh," she sighed, wrapping her arms around my neck. Virgilia loved me fiercely. That response was the obvious truth. With her arms around my neck, silent, breathing heavily, she let herself gaze into my eyes with her large and beautiful eyes that gave a unique sensation of damp light. I let myself be captivated by them, and by her mouth, fresh as dawn and insatiable as death. Virgilia's beauty now had a grandiose quality that it hadn't possessed before her marriage. It was as if she were one of those figures carved from Pentelic marble, with noble, bold, and pure lines, serenely beautiful like statues, but not apathetic or cold. On the contrary, she had the appearance of warm-blooded natures, and one could say that, in reality, she embodied all love. She embodied it, especially at that moment, expressing silently everything that human eyes can convey. But time was pressing. I untangled her hands, took her by the wrists, and looking at her, asked if she had the courage. "For what?" "To run away. We'll go wherever it's most convenient for us. A big or small house, as you wish, in the countryside or the city, or even Europe, wherever you prefer, where no one will bother us, and there will be no dangers for you, where we'll live for each other. Yes? Let's flee. Sooner or later, he might discover something, and you'll be ruined. Do you hear me? Ruined. Dead. And so will he, because I'll kill him, I swear." I stopped. Virgilia had turned very pale, dropped her arms, and sat down on the sofa. She remained like that for a few moments, without saying a word. I don't know if wavering in her choice or terrified by the idea of discovery and death. I approached her, insisted on my proposal, and told her all the advantages of a life alone, without jealousy, fears, or afflictions. Virgilia listened silently. Then she said, "We might not be able to escape. He would find me and kill me all the same." I pointed out that we wouldn't be found. The world was vast enough, and I had the means to live wherever there was fresh air and abundant sunshine. He wouldn't reach us there. Only great passions are capable of great actions, and he didn't love her enough to go looking for her if she was far away. Virgilia made a gesture of surprise and almost indignation. She murmured that her husband was very fond of her. "It's possible," I replied. "It could be true." I went to the window and began drumming my fingers on the window sill. Virgilia called me. I remained, stewing in my jealousy, wishing I could strangle her husband if I had him within reach. Just at that moment, Lobo Neves appeared in the garden. Don't tremble like that, pale reader. Rest assured, I won't stain this page with a drop of blood. As soon as he appeared in the garden, I greeted him with a friendly gesture and a gracious word. Virgilia hurried out of the room, which he entered 3 minutes later. "Have you been here long?" he asked me. "No." He entered looking serious and heavy, casting his eyes around in a distracted manner, a habit of his, which he immediately replaced with genuine joviality when he saw his son, Ñoño, the future bachelor from Chapter 6, approaching. He picked him up, lifted him into the air, and kissed him many times. I, who hated the boy, moved away from both of them. Virgilia returned to the room. "Ah!" Lobo Neves sighed, lazily sitting down on the sofa. "Tired?" I asked. "Very. I endured 2 major annoyances today, one in the chamber and another on the street. And we still have a third," he added, looking at his wife. "What is it?" asked Virgilia. "Guess." Virgilia sat down beside him, took one of his hands, adjusted his tie, and asked again what it was. "Nothing less than a box." "For Candiani?" "For Candiani." Virgilia clapped her hands, stood up, kissed her son with a childlike joy that clashed with her demeanor, then asked if the box was near the stage or in the center, consulted her husband in a low voice about the attire she should wear, which opera was being performed, and other details. "You're dining with us, Doctor," said Lobo Neves. "That's exactly why he's here," confirmed his wife. "He says you have the best wine in Rio de Janeiro. He doesn't drink much of it, though." At dinner, I proved him wrong. I drank more than usual. Even so, not enough to lose my reason. I was already agitated, and it made me even more so. It was the first great anger I felt towards Virgilia. I didn't look at her once during dinner. I talked about politics, the press, the ministry, and I think I would have talked about theology if I knew any, or if it occurred to me. Lobo Neves followed my conversation with great composure and dignity, and even with a certain superior benevolence. All of this irritated me as well, making the dinner feel even more bitter and lengthy. I took my leave as soon as we got up from the table. "See you later, right?" Lobo Neves asked. "Maybe." And I left. Chapter 64. The Deal. I wandered through the streets and returned home at 9 o'clock. Unable to sleep, I threw myself into reading and writing. At 11 o'clock, I regretted not having gone to the theater, checked the time, and considered getting dressed and going out. However, I thought I would arrive too late. Besides, it would be a display of weakness. Evidently, Virgilia was beginning to grow tired of me, I thought. This idea made me feel desperate and cold in turn, ready to forget her and kill her. From there, I could see her reclining in the box, with her magnificent bare arms, arms that were mine, solely mine, captivating everyone's eyes with the splendid dress she must be wearing, her milky white neck, her hair arranged in bunches, in the style of the time, and her diamonds, less brilliant than her eyes. I saw her like that, and it pained me that others saw her too. Then I began to undress her, setting aside her jewels and silks, disheveling her hair with my eager and lascivious hands, making her, whether more beautiful or more natural, I'm not sure, making her mine, only mine, exclusively mine. The next day, I couldn't help myself. I went to Virgilia's house early and found her with red eyes from crying. "What happened?" I asked. "You don't love me," she replied. "You never had the slightest bit of love for me. You treated me yesterday as if you hated me. If only I knew what I did. But I don't. Won't you tell me what it was?" "What was what? I don't think anything happened." "Nothing? You treated me worse than a dog." At these words I took her hands, kissed them, and 2 tears burst from her eyes. "It's over. It's over," I said. I didn't have the courage to argue. And besides, what would I argue with her about? It wasn't her fault if her husband loved her. I told her she hadn't done anything to me, that I was naturally jealous of the other man, and that I couldn't always tolerate him with a cheerful face. I added that he might be very deceitful, and the best way to close the door to fears and disagreements was to accept my idea from the day before. "I thought about that," Virgilia interjected. "A little house just for us, secluded, tucked away in a garden, on some hidden street, right? I like the idea, but why run away?" She said this with the innocent and lazy tone of someone who doesn't think about evil, and the smile that softened the corners of her mouth conveyed the same expression of candor. Then, distancing myself, I replied, "You never loved me either." "Me?" "Yes, you're a selfish woman. You prefer to see me suffer every day. You're a nameless egoist." Virgilia began to cry, and to avoid attracting attention, she stuffed her handkerchief in her mouth, suppressing her sobs. The outburst disconcerted me. If someone heard her, everything would be lost. I leaned towards her, took her wrists, whispered the sweetest names from our intimacy. I showed her the danger. Fear calmed her down. "I can't," she said after a few moments. "I won't leave my son. If I take him, I'm sure he'll follow me to the ends of the earth. I can't. You can kill me if you want, or let me die. Oh, my God! My God!" "Calm down. Be careful, they might hear you." "Let them hear, I don't care." She was still agitated. I asked her to forget everything, to forgive me, that I was a madman, but that my madness came from her and would end with her. Virgilia wiped her eyes and held out her hand. We both smiled. Minutes later, we returned to the subject of the secluded little house on some hidden street. Chapter 65. Lookouts and Listeners. Our conversation was interrupted by the sound of a carriage in the garden. A slave came to inform us that it was the Baroness. Virgilia consulted me with her eyes. "If you have a headache, as you say," I suggested, "it might be better not to receive her." "Has she already dismounted?" Virgilia asked the slave. "She has dismounted. She says she urgently needs to speak with you, ma'am." "Let her in." The Baroness entered shortly after. I don't know if she expected to find me in the room, but it was impossible for her to display more excitement. "Good to see you," she exclaimed. "Where have you been hiding that you don't appear anywhere? Well, I was surprised not to see you at the theater yesterday. Candiani was delightful. What a woman! Do you like Candiani? It's only natural. Men are all the same. The Baron said yesterday, in the box, that one Italian woman is worth 5 Brazilian women. What an insult! And an insult from an old man, which is even worse. But why didn't you go to the theater yesterday?" "A migraine." "Nonsense! It must have been some romance. Don't you think, Virgilia?" Well, my friend, you better hurry because you must be around 40 years old, or close to it. Aren't you 40? I can't say for sure, I replied, but if you'll excuse me, I'll go consult my baptismal certificate. Go ahead, and extending her hand, until what next time? We'll be home on Saturday. The Baron misses you terribly. Once I reached the street, I regretted having left. The Baroness was one of the people who most suspected us. 55 years old, which seemed like 40, smooth, smiling, traces of beauty, elegant posture, and refined manners. She didn't talk much or always. She possessed the great art of listening to others, spying on them. She would then recline in her chair, unsheath a sharp, long gaze, and remain still. The others, not knowing what it was, would talk, look, and gesticulate while she only watched, sometimes fixed, sometimes mobile, taking her cunning to the point of sometimes looking inward as she would let her eyelids fall. But, as her eyelashes were like shutters, her gaze continued its task, rummaging through the souls and lives of others. The second person was Virgilia's relative, Villegas, a withered old man of 70 winters, shriveled and yellowed, suffering from stubborn rheumatism, no less stubborn asthma, and a heart condition. He was a concentrated walking hospital. However, his eyes still shone with life and health. Virgilia wasn't afraid of him during the first few weeks. She told me that when Villegas seemed to be spying with a fixed gaze, he was merely counting money. Indeed, he was a great miser. There was also Virgilia's cousin, Luis Dutra, whom I now disarmed by discussing his verses and prose, and by introducing him to acquaintances. When they connected the name to the person, and were pleased with the introduction, there was no doubt that Luis Dutra exulted in happiness. But I cured myself of happiness with the hope that he would never betray us. Finally, there were 2 or 3 ladies, several young men, and the servants, who naturally sought revenge for their servile condition. And all this constituted a veritable forest of lookouts and listeners, through which we had to slip with the tact and smoothness of snakes. Chapter 67. The Little House. I dined and went home. There I found a box of cigars that Lobo Neves had sent me, wrapped in silk paper and adorned with pink ribbons. I understood, opened it, and found this note. My B. They suspect us. All is lost. Forget me forever. We'll never see each other again. Goodbye. Forget the unhappy. V. This letter was a blow. Nonetheless, as soon as night fell, I hurried to Virgilia's house. It was about time. She was regretful. In the recess of a window, she told me what had happened with the Baroness. The Baroness frankly told her that there had been much talk at the theater the previous night about my absence from Lobo Neves' box. They had commented on my relationships in the house. In short, we were the subject of public suspicion. She concluded by saying that she didn't know what to do. The best thing is to run away, I suggested. Never, she replied, shaking her head. I saw that it was impossible to separate 2 things that were entirely connected in her mind: our love and public opinion. Virgilia was capable of equal and great sacrifices to preserve both advantages, and fleeing would only leave her with one. Perhaps I felt something like spite, but the emotions of those 2 days were already many, and the spite died quickly. So be it. Let's arrange for the little house. Indeed, I found it days later, expressly built in a corner of Gamboa. A gem, new, freshly whitewashed, with 4 windows at the front and 2 on each side, all with brick-colored shutters, climbing plants in the corners, and a garden in front. Mystery and solitude. A gem. We agreed that a woman, known to Virgilia, who had been a seamstress and a member of her household, would live there. Virgilia had a real fascination for her. She wouldn't be told everything. She would easily accept the rest. For me, it was a new situation in our love, an appearance of exclusive possession, of absolute control, something that would lull my conscience and protect my decorum. I was tired of the curtains at the other place, the chairs, the carpet, the sofa, all those things that constantly reminded me of our duplicity. Now I could avoid frequent dinners, tea every night, and finally the presence of their son, my accomplice and my enemy. The house would redeem everything. The ordinary world would end at the door. From there on, it was infinity, an eternal, superior, exceptional world, ours alone, without laws, without institutions, without baronesses, without spies, without eavesdroppers, a single world, a single couple, a single life, a single will, a single affection, the moral unity of all things by excluding those that were contrary to me. Chapter 68. The Whip. Such were the reflections I was making while walking through Valongo shortly after seeing and arranging the house. My thoughts were interrupted by a gathering. It was a black man whipping another in the square. The other didn't dare to run. He only moaned these words, "No mercy, sir, mercy!" But the first man didn't care, and with each plea he answered with a new lash. "Take this, devil," he said. "Take more mercy, drunkard." "Sir!" the other man moaned. "Shut up, beast!" replied the whip. I stopped, looked. Good heavens! Who was the one with the whip? None other than my servant boy Prudencio, whom my father had freed a few years earlier. I approached him. He stopped immediately and asked for my blessing. I asked him if the black man was his slave. "Yes, young master." "Did he do something to you?" "He's a lazy and very big drunkard. Today I left him at the grocery store while I went downtown, and he left the store to go to the bar to drink." "All right. Forgive him," I said. "Of course, young master. You command, you don't ask. Go home, drunkard." I left the group, which looked at me in astonishment and whispered their conjectures. I continued on my way, unraveling a multitude of reflections that I feel I have entirely lost. Otherwise, it would have been material for a good and perhaps cheerful chapter. I like cheerful chapters. It's my weakness. Externally, the Valongo episode was grim, but only externally. As soon as I delved deeper into the reasoning, I found it had a playful, refined, and even profound core. It was a way for Prudencio to rid himself of the beatings he had received by passing them on to another. As a child, I used to ride him, put a bridle in his mouth, and beat him mercilessly. He would moan and suffer. Now, however, he was free, in control of himself, his arms, his legs. He could work, rest, sleep, unshackled from his former condition. Now he indulged. He bought a slave and paid him back, with high interest, the amounts he had received from me. See the cunning of the rogue. Chapter 69. A Grain of Madness. This incident reminds me of a madman I knew. His name was Romualdo, and he claimed to be Tamerlane. It was his one and only obsession, and he had a curious way of explaining it. "I am the illustrious Tamerlane," he would say. "I was once Romualdo, but I fell ill and took so much tartar, that I became a Tartar and even the king of the Tartars. Tartar has the power to make Tartars." Poor Romualdo. People would laugh at his answer, but it's likely that the reader won't laugh, and rightfully so. I find no humor in it. Heard, it had some wit, but told like this, on paper, and regarding a received and transferred whipping, it's better to return to the little house in Gamboa. Let's leave Romualdos and Prudencios behind. Chapter 70. Donna Placida. Let's return to the little house. Curious reader, you wouldn't be able to enter it today. It aged, darkened, rotted, and the owner tore it down to replace it with another, 3 times larger, but I assure you, much smaller than the first. The world was too small for Alexander, but the eaves of a garret are an infinity for swallows. See now the neutrality of this globe that carries us through space, like a lifeboat of shipwrecked people heading for the shore. Today, a virtuous couple sleeps on the same patch of ground that once endured a sinful couple. Tomorrow, a clergyman may sleep there, then a murderer, then a blacksmith, then a poet, and all will bless that piece of earth that gave them some illusions. Virgilia made it into a gem. She chose the most suitable furnishings and arranged them with the aesthetic intuition of an elegant woman. I brought some books, and everything was left in the care of Dona Placida, the supposed and, in some respects, true owner of the house. It took a lot for her to accept the house. She sniffed out the intention and was pained by the role, but she eventually gave in. I believe she cried at first, feeling disgust for herself. At least it's true that she didn't look me in the eye for the first 2 months. She spoke to me with her eyes downcast, serious, stern, sometimes sad. I wanted to win her over, and I didn't take offense. I treated her with affection and respect. I strove to gain her benevolence and then her trust. When I gained her trust, I concocted a pathetic story of my love affair with Virgilia, a case that predated her marriage, the father's resistance, the husband's harshness, and some other novelistic touches. Dona Placida didn't reject a single page of the story. She accepted them all. It was a necessity for her conscience. After 6 months, anyone who saw the three of us together would have said that Dona Placida was my mother-in-law. I was not ungrateful. I set aside 5,000 contos for her, a bread for her old age. Dona Placida thanked me with tears in her eyes and never stopped praying for me every night before an image of the Virgin she had in her room. That was how her disgust came to an end. Chapter 71. The Book's Flaw. I am starting to regret this book. Not that it tires me. I have nothing to do, and indeed, sending some meager chapters to the world is a task that distracts from eternity. But the book is tedious, it smells of the tomb, and has a certain cadaveric contraction, a serious flaw, and an ultimately trifling one, because the greatest defect of this book is you, reader. You are in a hurry to age, and the book moves slowly. You love direct and nourishing narration, a regular and flowing style. And this book and my style are like drunkards, swerving right and left, stopping and starting, muttering, roaring, laughing, threatening the sky, slipping and falling. And they fall. Miserable leaves of my cypress. You shall fall like any other beautiful and showy ones. And if I had eyes, I would give you a tear of longing. This is the great advantage of death, which, if it leaves no mouth to laugh, also leaves no eyes to cry. You shall fall. Chapter 72. The Bibliomania. I might delete the previous chapter. Among other reasons, in the last few lines, there is a phrase that seems like nonsense, and I don't want to provide fodder for future criticism. Look, 70 years from now, a thin, yellow, gray-haired man who loves nothing but books leans over the previous page, trying to discover the nonsense. He reads, rereads, reads again, disentangles the words, extracts a syllable, then another, and the rest, examines them inside and out, from all sides, against the light, dusts them off, rubs them on his knee, washes them, and finds nothing. He can't find the nonsense. He is a bibliomaniac. He doesn't know the author. This name, Brás Cubas, doesn't appear in his biographical dictionaries. He found the volume by chance in the attic of a second-hand bookseller. He bought it for 200 reis. He inquired, researched, rummaged, and discovered that it was a unique copy. Unique! You, who not only love books but suffer from the mania for them, know very well the value of this word, and thus you can guess the delights of my bibliomaniac. He would reject the crown of the Indies, the papacy, all the museums of Italy and the Netherlands if he had to trade them for that unique copy. And not because it is my memoirs. He would do the same with Lemairet's almanac if it were unique. The worst part is the nonsense. The man continues to lean over the page with a lens in his right eye, completely devoted to the noble and rough task of deciphering the nonsense. He has already promised himself that he will write a brief memoir in which he relates the finding of the book and the discovery of sublimity, if it lies beneath that obscure phrase. In the end, he discovers nothing and is content with possession. He closes the book, looks at it, looks again, goes to the window and shows it to the sun. A unique copy. At that moment, A Caesar or a Cromwell passes beneath his window on their way to power. He shrugs, closes the window, stretches out in his hammock, and flips through the book slowly, lovingly, sipping a unique copy. Chapter 73, The Luncheon. The nonsense made me lose another chapter. How much better it would be to say things smoothly, without all these jolts. I have already compared my style to the gait of drunks. If the idea seems indecorous to you, I will say that it is what our meals with Virgilia were like in the little house in Gamboa, where we sometimes had our picnics, our luncheons, wine, fruit, preserves. We ate, it's true, but it was eating punctuated by sweet little words, tender glances, childishness, countless heart-to-heart asides, which were, in fact, the true, uninterrupted discourse of love. Sometimes a quarrel would spice up the excessive sweetness of the situation. She would leave me, taking refuge in a corner of the sofa, or going inside to listen to Donna Placida's pruderies. 5 or 10 minutes later, we would resume our conversation, just as I resumed the narration, to unravel it once again. Note that, far from abhorring the method, it was our custom to invite it, in the person of Donna Placida, to join us at the table. But Donna Placida never accepted. "You seem not to love me any more," Virgilia said to her one day. "Virgin Mary!" exclaimed the good lady, raising her hands to the ceiling. "Not love my young lady? Then who would I love in this world?" And taking her hands, she looked at her intently, 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 until her eyes filled with tears, so intense was the gaze. Virgilia caressed her a lot. I left a small silver coin in the pocket of her dress. Chapter 74, The Story of Donna Placida. Do not regret being generous. The silver coin earned me the confidence from Donna Placida, and consequently this chapter. A few days later, when I found her alone at home, we started chatting, and she told me her story briefly. She was the illegitimate daughter of a sacristan of Say, and a woman who made sweets to sell. She lost her father at the age of 10. By then she was already grating coconut, and doing some other confectionery tasks suitable for her age. At 15 or 16, she married a tailor, who died of tuberculosis some time later, leaving her with a daughter. Young and widowed, she had to care for her 2-year-old daughter and her mother, who was tired of working. She had to support 3 people. She made sweets, which was her trade, but she also sewed, day and night, diligently, for 3 or 4 shops, and taught some neighborhood children for $10 a month. With this, the years went by, but not her beauty, for she never had any. She received some proposals, offers, and seductions, but she resisted them. "If I could have found another husband," she told me, "believe me, I would have married, but no one wanted to marry me." One of the suitors managed to be accepted, but not being more delicate than the others, Donna Placida dismissed him in the same way, and after doing so, she cried a lot. She continued to sew for others and to skim the pots. Her mother had a temper from years of hardship. She pressured her daughter to take one of the temporary and occasional husbands that courted her. She shouted, "Do you want to be better than me? I don't know where you get this confidence of a rich person. My friend, life isn't arranged on a whim. You can't eat wind. Good grief. Men as good as Policarpo from the store, poor thing. You're waiting for some nobleman, aren't you?" Donna Placida swore to me that she wasn't waiting for any nobleman. It was her temperament. She wanted to be married. She knew her mother hadn't been, and she knew some women who only had their boyfriends. But it was her temperament, and she wanted to be married. She didn't want her daughter to be anything else. She worked hard, burning her fingers on the stove and her eyes at the lamp, to eat and not fall. She lost weight, fell ill, lost her mother, buried her with the help of donations, and continued to work. Her daughter was 14 years old, but was very frail and did nothing except flirt with the loafers who loitered around the window. Donna Placida lived with immense care, taking her daughter with her when she had to deliver sewing jobs. The people at the shops gawked and winked, convinced that she brought her daughter to find a husband or something else. Some made jokes, gave compliments. The mother even received offers of money. She paused for a moment, and then continued. My daughter ran away from me. She went with a man. I don't even want to know. She left me alone, but so sad that I thought I would die. I had no one else in the world, and I was almost old and sick. It was around that time that I met Iaya's family, good people who gave me work and even provided me with a place to live. I stayed there for many months, a year, more than a year, living with them, sewing. I left when Iaya got married. After that, I lived as God willed. Look at my fingers. Look at these hands. And she showed me her rough and cracked hands, the tips of her fingers pricked by the needle. You don't get these for nothing, sir. God knows how they come about. Fortunately, Iaya has been looking out for me, and so has the doctor. I was so afraid of ending up begging on the street. As she uttered the last sentence, Donna Placida shuddered. Then, as if coming back to herself, she seemed to realize the inappropriateness of that confession to the lover of a married woman, and began to laugh, to contradict herself, to call herself foolish, full of airs, as her mother used to say. Finally, tired of my silence, she left the room. I was left staring at the tip of my shoe. Chapter 75 to myself. It's possible that some of my readers may have skipped the previous chapter, so I must note that it's necessary to read it to understand what I said to myself shortly after Donna Placida left the room. What I said was this. Thus, the sacristan of the cathedral, one day, while assisting with Mass, saw the lady who was to be his collaborator in Donna Placida's life enter. He saw her on other days, for several weeks, liked her, flirted with her, stepped on her foot while lighting the altars on feast days. She liked him too. They grew closer and fell in love. From this union of wandering lusts, Donna Placida was born. It's likely that Donna Placida wasn't yet able to speak when she was born, but if she could, she might have asked the authors of her days, "Here I am, why did you call me?" And the sacristan and the sacristan's lady would naturally respond, "We called you to burn your fingers on pots, your eyes on sewing, to eat poorly or not at all, to go back and forth in toil, falling ill and recovering, only to fall ill and recover again, sad today, desperate tomorrow, resigned the day after, but always with your hands on pots and your eyes on sewing, until you end up one day in the mud or the hospital. That's why we called you in a moment of sympathy." Chapter 76, The Manure. Suddenly my conscience gave me a shove, accusing me of having compromised Donna Placida's integrity by forcing her into a vile role after a long life of work and deprivation. A go-between was no better than a concubine, and I had degraded her to such a role through favors and money. That's what my conscience told me, and for about 10 minutes I didn't know how to respond. It added that I had taken advantage of the fascination Virgilia had over the former seamstress, her gratitude, and ultimately her need. It noted Donna Placida's resistance, her tears during the early days, her sulking, her silence, her downcast eyes, and my skill in enduring all of this until I defeated her. And it yanked me again in an irritated and nervous manner. I agreed that it was true, but argued that Donna Placida's old age was now sheltered from begging. It was compensation. If not for my love affairs, she would probably end up like so many other human beings. From this, one might deduce that vice is often the manure of virtue. That doesn't prevent virtue from being a fragrant and healthy flower. My conscience agreed, and I went to open the door for Virgilia. Chapter 77. The Interview. Virgilia entered smiling and calm. Time had erased the fears and embarrassments. How sweet it was to see her arrive in the early days, ashamed and trembling. She came by carriage, her face veiled, wrapped in a sort of mantle that disguised the undulations of her figure. The first time, She collapsed on the couch, panting, flushed, her eyes on the floor. And honestly, I never found her more beautiful than at that moment, perhaps because I had never felt more flattered. Now, however, as I was saying, the fears and embarrassments had disappeared. The meetings had entered a chronological phase. The intensity of love was the same. The difference was that the flame had lost the madness of the early days to become a simple bundle of rays, tranquil and constant, as in marriages. "I'm very angry with you," she said as she sat down. "Why?" "Because you didn't come yesterday as you said you would. Damião asked several times if you weren't at least going to come for tea. Why didn't you go?" Indeed, I had broken my word, and the fault was entirely Virgilia's. It was a matter of jealousy. This splendid woman knew she was, and enjoyed hearing it said, whether in a loud or soft voice. The day before, at the Baroness's house, she had danced the waltz twice with the same dandy after listening to his flatteries by the corner of a window. She was so cheerful, so effusive, so full of herself. When she discovered the questioning and threatening wrinkle between my eyebrows, she wasn't startled or suddenly serious. She just cast aside the dandy and his flatteries. Then she came to me, took my arm, and led me to another, less crowded room, where she complained of fatigue and said many other things with the childlike air she used to have on certain occasions, and I listened to her, hardly saying anything in response. Even now, it was difficult for me to respond, but I finally told her the reason for my absence. No, eternal stars, I have never seen more astonished eyes, her half-open mouth, arched eyebrows, and visible, tangible stupefaction that couldn't be denied, were Virgilia's first response. She shook her head with a smile of pity and tenderness that utterly bewildered me. "Really, you?" And she went to take off her hat, lively and cheerful, like a girl returning from school. Then she came to me, who was seated, tapped my forehead with a single finger, repeating, "This, this." And I had no choice but to laugh as well, and everything ended in jest. It was clear I had been mistaken. Chapter 78. The Presidency. One day, months later, Lobo Neves entered the house, saying he might be appointed to a provincial presidency. I looked at Virgilia, who turned pale. He, seeing her pale, asked, "You don't like the idea, Virgilia?" Virgilia shook her head. "I'm not very fond of it," was her response. Nothing more was said. But that night, Lobo Neves insisted on the project a bit more resolutely than in the afternoon. 2 days later, he told his wife that the presidency was a done deal. Virgilia couldn't hide her repugnance. Her husband replied with political necessities. "I can't refuse what they ask of me. It's even in our interest, for our future, for your coat of arms, my love, because I promised you'd be a marchioness, and you're not even a baroness yet. You say I'm ambitious? I truly am, but you must not weigh down the wings of ambition." Virgilia was disoriented. The next day, I found her sad at Gamboa's house, waiting for me. She had told everything to Dona Placida, who tried to console her as best she could. I wasn't feeling any better. "You'll have to come with us," Virgilia told me. "Are you crazy? That would be foolish." "But then we need to undo the project. It's impossible." "Has he already accepted?" "It seems so." I stood up, threw my hat onto a chair, and paced back and forth, not knowing what to do. I pondered at length and found no solution. Finally, I approached Virgilia, who was sitting, and took her hand. Dona Placida went to the window. Virgilia made a distressed gesture. I leaned against the console across from her. A few moments of silence passed. We only heard the barking of a dog, and I'm not sure if it was the sound of water dying on the shore. Seeing she didn't speak, I looked at her. Virgilia had her eyes on the floor, still, without light, her hands resting on her knees, fingers crossed, in the posture of ultimate despair. On another occasion, for a different reason, I would have thrown myself at her feet and supported her with my reason and tenderness. But now, I had to compel her to exert herself, to make a sacrifice, to take responsibility for our shared life, and consequently abandon her, leave her, and exit. That's what I did. I repeat, my happiness is in your hands, I said. Virgilia tried to grab me, but I was already out the door. I could hear her burst into tears, and I must tell you, I was close to going back to dry them with a kiss. But I subdued myself and left. Chapter 79. Compromise. I won't go into detail about what I suffered in those first hours. I wavered between wanting and not wanting, between pity that pushed me towards Virgilia's house and another feeling, let's call it selfishness, that told me, stay, leave her alone with the problem, let her solve it in favor of love. I believe those two forces had equal intensity, attacking and resisting simultaneously, with passion, with persistence, and neither would yield permanently. Sometimes I felt a twinge of remorse. It seemed to me that I was taking advantage of a weak, loving, and guilty woman, without sacrificing or risking anything myself. And just as I was about to give in, love came again, repeating the selfish advice, and I remained indecisive and restless, eager to see her, and fearful that seeing her would lead me to share responsibility for the solution. In the end, a compromise arose between selfishness and pity. I would visit her at her home, and only at her home, in her husband's presence, so as not to say anything to her the day before my ultimatum took effect. In this way, I could reconcile the two forces. Now, as I write this, it seems to me that the compromise was a sham, that this pity was just another form of selfishness, and that the resolution to go console Virgilia was nothing more than a suggestion from my own suffering. Chapter 80. The Secretary. The following night I actually went to Lobo Neve's house. Both were there, Virgilia very sad, and he very cheerful. I swear she felt some relief when our eyes met, filled with curiosity and tenderness. Lobo Neves told me about the plans he had for the presidency, the local difficulties, the hopes and the resolutions. He was so content, so hopeful. Virgilia, next to the table, pretended to read a book, but from above the page, she glanced at me from time to time, inquisitive and anxious. The worst part, Lobo Neves suddenly said to me, is that I haven't found a secretary yet. No, and I have an idea. Oh? An idea. Would you like to take a trip to the north? I don't know what I told him. You're rich, he continued. You don't need a meager salary, but if you wanted to do me a favor, you'd go with me as my secretary. My mind took a step back, as if discovering a snake in front of me. I stared at Lobo Neves, intensely, imperiously, trying to catch any hidden thoughts. There was no hint of it. His gaze was straight and honest. The serenity on his face was natural, not forced, a serenity sprinkled with joy. I breathed a sigh of relief, but didn't dare look at Virgilia. I felt her gaze over the page, asking the same thing, and I agreed, saying I would go. In truth, a president, a first lady, and a secretary was an administrative solution to our situation. Chapter 81. The Reconciliation. However, upon leaving there, I had some moments of doubt. I wondered if I wasn't recklessly exposing Virgilia's reputation, and if there wasn't another reasonable way to reconcile the state in Gamboa. I found nothing. The next day when I got out of bed, my mind was set and resolved to accept the appointment. At noon, a servant told me there was a lady in the living room, covered with a veil. I rushed in. It was my sister Sabina. "This can't go on like this," she said. "We need to make peace once and for all. Our family is falling apart. We shouldn't remain like two enemies." "But sister, I don't want anything else," I exclaimed, extending my arms to her. I sat her down beside me, talked about her husband, daughter, business, and everything. Everything was going well. Her daughter was as beautiful as an angel. Her husband would come to show her to me if I agreed. Why, I'll go see her myself. Really? I promise. All the better, sighed Sabina. It's time to put an end to this. I found her plumper and perhaps looking younger. She seemed to be 20, but she was over 30. Graceful, affable, no shyness, no resentment. We looked at each other, holding hands, talking about everything and nothing, like two lovers. It was my childhood re-emerging, fresh, mischievous, and blonde. The years fell away like rows of bent playing cards that I used to play with as a child, letting me see our house, our family, our celebrations. I endured the memory with some effort, but a neighborhood barber thought of playing a tune on his classic fiddle, and that voice, because until then the memory had been silent, that voice of the past, hoarse and nostalgic, moved me so deeply that her eyes were dry. Sabina had not inherited the yellow and morbid flower. What does it matter? She was my sister, my blood, a piece of my mother, and I told her so with tenderness and sincerity. Suddenly, I heard knocking on the living room door. I went to open it, and it was a little angel of 5 years old. "Come in, Sarah," said Sabina. It was my niece. I picked her up off the floor and kissed her many times. The little one, astonished, pushed my shoulder away with her tiny hand, bending her body to get down. At that moment, I saw a hat at the door, and then a man, Cottram, none other than Cottram himself. I was so moved that I let go of the daughter and threw myself into the father's arms. Perhaps this outburst disconcerted him a little. It's true that he seemed shy. A simple prologue. Shortly thereafter, we talked like good old friends. No mention of the past, many plans for the future, promises to dine at each other's houses. I didn't fail to mention that this exchange of dinners might have a brief interruption since I was considering a trip to the north. Sabina looked at Cottram. Cottram looked at Sabina. Both agreed that this idea was nonsensical. What on earth could I find in the north? Wasn't it in the court, right in the heart of the court, where I should continue to shine and outshine the young men of the time? In truth, there was no one who could compare to me. He, Cottram, had followed me from afar, and despite a ridiculous quarrel, always took interest, pride, and vanity in my triumphs. He listened to what was said about me in the streets and the halls. It was a chorus of praise and admiration. And would one leave that to spend a few months in the province without necessity or serious reason? Unless it was for politics. Exactly, politics, I said. Even so, he replied after a moment, and after another silence. Anyway, come and have dinner with us tonight. Of course I will, but tomorrow or the day after, you must come and have dinner with me. I don't know, objected Sabina. A bachelor's house. You need to get married, brother. I want a niece too, you hear? Cottram silenced her with a gesture that I didn't quite understand. No matter. The reconciliation of a family is well worth an enigmatic gesture. Chapter 82, A Matter of Botany. Say what you will, hypochondriacs. Life is a sweet thing. That's what I thought to myself as I watched Sabina, her husband, and their daughter cheerfully descend the stairs, shouting many affectionate words up to me as I stood on the landing, returning as many affectionate words down to them. I continued to think that, indeed, I was happy. I was loved by a woman, had the trust of her husband, was going to be the secretary for both, and reconciled with my own family. What more could I wish for in 24 hours? That same day, preparing everyone's spirits, I began to spread the word that I might be going to the north as a provincial secretary to carry out certain political designs that were personal to me. I mentioned it on Rua do Ouvidor, repeated it the next day at Faru in the theatre. Some, connecting my appointment to Lobo Neves, which was already being rumored, smiled maliciously. Others patted me on the back. At the theatre, a lady told me that I was taking my love for sculpture too far. She was referring to the beautiful shapes of Virgilia. But the most pointed allusion made to me was at Sabina's house 3 days later. It was made by a certain Garces, an old, small, ordinary, and annoying surgeon who could reach 70, 80, or 90 years old without ever acquiring that austere composure which is the charm of the elderly. Ridiculous old age is perhaps the saddest and final surprise of human nature. "I know. This time you're going to read Cicero," he told me when he learned of my trip. "Cicero!" exclaimed Sabina. "Of course. Your brother is a great Latinist. He translates Virgil at a glance. Be careful that it's Virgil, not Virgilia. Don't get them confused." He laughed with a coarse, shallow, and frivolous laugh. Sabina looked at me, fearful of some retort, but she smiled when she saw me smile and turned her face away to hide it. The others looked at me with curiosity, indulgence, and sympathy. It was clear that they had not just heard any news. The story of my love affair was more public than I could have imagined. However, I smiled, a short, fleeting, and greedy smile, chatty like the magpies of Sintra. Virgilia was a beautiful mistake, and it's so easy to confess a beautiful mistake. At first, when I heard an allusion to our love, I used to frown, but honestly, I felt a gentle and flattering impression inside me. Once, however, I happened to smile, and I continued to do so the other times. I don't know if there's anyone who can explain the phenomenon. I explain it like this. At first, the contentment, being internal, was, so to speak, the same smile, but buttoned up. Over time, it unbuttoned into a flower and appeared before the eyes of others. A simple matter of botany. Chapter 83. 13. Coatrim took me away from that enjoyment, leading me to the window. "Do you want me to tell you something?" he asked. "Don't take that trip. It's foolish. It's dangerous." "Why?" "You know very well why," he replied. "It's above all dangerous, very dangerous. Here in the court, such a case gets lost in the crowd of people and interests, but in the province it changes shape. And when it comes to political characters, it's truly foolish. Opposition newspapers, as soon as they sniff out the matter, will start printing it in all its detail, and then will come the mockery, the taunts, the nicknames. But I don't understand." "You do, you do. In truth, you would be a poor friend of ours if you denied what everyone knows. I've known about it for months. I repeat, don't make such a trip. Endure the absence, it's better, and avoid a major scandal and greater disappointment." He said this and went inside. I remained with my eyes on the street lamp on the corner. An old oil street lamp, sad, obscure, and bent like a question mark. What was I to do? It was Hamlet's case, either to bend to fortune or fight with it and subdue it. In other words, to embark or not to embark. That was the question. The street lamp told me nothing. Coatrim's words echoed in my memory in a very different way than Garces's words. Perhaps Coatrim was right, but could I separate myself from Virgilia? Sabina approached me and asked what I was thinking about. I replied that it was nothing, that I was sleepy and going home. Sabina was quiet for a moment. "What you need, I know, is a bride. Leave it to me. I'll find you a bride." I left there feeling oppressed and disoriented. Everything was ready to embark, spirit and heart, and there was this gatekeeper of propriety asking me for an entry card. I cursed propriety, along with the Constitution, the legislative body, the ministry, everything. The next day, I opened a political newspaper and read the news that, by decree of the 13th, Lobo Neves and I had been appointed president and secretary of the province of. I immediately wrote to Virgilia and went to Gamboa 2 hours later. Poor Donna Placida. She was increasingly distressed. She asked if we would forget about our old lady, if the absence was significant, and if the province was far away. I consoled her, but I myself needed consolation. Coatrim's objection distressed me. Virgilia arrived shortly after, agile as a swallow, but seeing me sad, she became very serious. What happened? I hesitate, I said. I don't know if I should accept. Virgilia collapsed on the sofa, laughing. Why? She said. It's not appropriate. It's too conspicuous. But we're not going. How so? She told me that her husband was going to refuse the appointment, and for a reason that he only revealed to her, asking her for the utmost secrecy. He couldn't confess it to anyone else. It's childish, he observed. It's ridiculous. But ultimately, it's a powerful reason for me. He told her that the decree had the date of the 13th, and that number held a morbid memory for him. His father died on the 13th, 13 days after a dinner with 13 people. The house where his mother died had the number 13, etc. It was a fateful number. He couldn't use that as a reason for the minister. He would say he had personal reasons for not accepting. I was left as the reader must be, somewhat astonished by this sacrifice to a number. But given his ambition, the sacrifice must have been sincere. Chapter 84. The Conflict. Fateful number, do you remember how many times I blessed you? Similarly, the red-headed virgins of Thebes must have blessed the red-maned mare that replaced them in the sacrifice of Pelopidas, a graceful mare that died there covered in flowers, without anyone ever giving her a word of remembrance. I give you my gratitude, compassionate mare, not only for the death endured, but also because, among the escaped maidens, it's not impossible that one was a grandmother of the Cubas family. Fateful number, you were our salvation. The husband didn't confess the reason for his refusal to me. He also told me it was private business, and the serious, convinced face with which I listened to him did justice to human dissimulation. He could barely conceal the deep sadness that consumed him. He spoke little, became absorbed, holed up at home, reading. Other times he entertained guests, and then he talked and laughed a lot, with noise and affectation. Two things oppressed him: ambition, which a scruple had derailed, and then doubt, and perhaps regret. But a regret that would return if the hypothesis were repeated, because the superstitious core existed. He doubted superstition without coming to reject it. This persistence of a feeling, which repels the very individual, was a phenomenon worthy of some attention. But I preferred the pure ingenuity of Donna Placida, when she confessed she couldn't bear to see a shoe turned upside down. "What's wrong with that?" I asked her. "It's bad," was her reply. Only this single answer was worth the Book of 7 Seals to her. It's bad. They told her this as a child, without further explanation, and she was content with the certainty of the harm. It wasn't the same thing when it came to pointing at a star with a finger. There she knew perfectly well that it would cause a wart. Wart or something else, what was it worth to someone who didn't lose a provincial presidency? A free or cheap superstition is tolerable. It's unbearable when it takes a part of life. This was the case with Lobo Neves, with the addition of doubt and the fear of having been ridiculous. And yet another addition: the minister didn't believe in the private motives. He attributed Lobo Neves' refusal to political maneuvers, a complicated illusion of some appearances. He treated him badly, communicated the suspicion to colleagues. Incidents ensued. Finally, over time, the resigning president joined the opposition. Chapter 85. The Peak of the Mountain. Whoever escapes danger loves life with another intensity. I began to love Virgilia with much more ardor after I was on the verge of losing her, and the same thing happened to her. Thus, the presidency did nothing more than rekindle our primitive affection. It was the drug with which we made our love more flavorful and more precious as well. In the first days after that incident, we enjoyed imagining the pain of separation, if there was a separation, the sadness of one and the other, as the sea, like an elastic cloth, would expand between us. And like children who huddle close to their mothers to escape a simple grimace, we fled from supposed danger, hugging each other tightly, My dear Virgilia, my love, you are mine, aren't you? Yours, yours. And so we resumed the thread of our adventure, as the Sultana Scheherazade did with her tales. That was, I believe, the peak of our love, the top of the mountain, from where for some time we saw the valleys of east and west, and above us the tranquil and blue sky. After that time of rest, we began to descend the slope, with our hands held or free, but descending, descending. Chapter 86. The Mystery. Down the hill, as I saw her somewhat different, I don't know if downcast or something else, I asked her what was wrong. She was silent, made a gesture of annoyance, discomfort, fatigue. I insisted. She told me that a subtle fluid coursed through my whole body, a strong, fast, singular sensation that I will never manage to capture on paper. I took her hands, gently pulled her to me, and kissed her on the forehead, with a delicacy of a zephyr and the solemnity of Abraham. She shuddered, gathered my head between her palms, stared into my eyes, and then caressed me with a maternal gesture. Here's a mystery. Let's leave the reader time to decipher this mystery. Chapter 87. Geology. Around this time a disaster occurred, the death of Villegas. Villegas passed by in a flash, with his 70 years, stifled by asthma, disjointed by rheumatism, and a heart lesion to boot. He was one of the keen observers of our adventure. Virgilia harbored great hopes that this old relative, miserly as a tomb, would support her son's future with some legacy, and if her husband had similar thoughts, he concealed or strangled them. It must be said, there was a certain fundamental dignity in Lobo Neves, a layer of rock that resisted the commerce of men. The others, the upper layers, loose soil and sand, were carried away by life, which is a perpetual flood. If the reader still remembers chapter 23, they will notice that this is the second time I compare life to a flood, but they will also note that this time I add an adjective, perpetual. And God knows the power of an adjective, especially in new and warm countries. What is new in this book is the moral geology of Lobo Neves, and probably that of the gentleman who is reading this. Yes, those layers of character that life alters, preserves, or dissolves, according to their resistance, those layers would deserve a chapter that I will not write, in order not to lengthen the narration. I will only say that the most honest man I have ever known in my life was a certain Jaco Medeiros, or Jaco Valadares. I don't remember the name well. Perhaps it was Jaco Rodriguez. In short, Jaco. He was honesty personified. He could have been rich by violating a tiny scruple, but he didn't. He let no less than 400 contos slip through his fingers. His honesty was so exemplary that it bordered on tiresome. One day, as we found ourselves alone in his house, having a good conversation, word came that Dr. B, a tedious fellow, was looking for him. Jaco sent word that he wasn't home. "It won't work," a voice shouted from the hallway. "I'm already inside." And indeed, it was Dr. B, who soon appeared at the living room door. Jaco went to greet him, stating that he thought it was someone else, not him, and adding that he was very pleased with the visit, which earned us an hour and a half of deadly boredom, and that's because Jaco checked his watch. Dr. B then asked him if he was going out. "With my wife," said Jaco. Dr. B left, and we breathed a sigh of relief. Once we had caught our breath, I told Jaco that he had just lied 4 times in less than 2 hours. First, by denying himself. Second, by rejoicing at the presence of the intruder. Third, by saying he was going out. And fourth, by adding that he was going out with his wife. Jaco thought for a moment, then admitted the accuracy of my observation, but excused himself by saying that absolute truthfulness was incompatible with an advanced social state, and that the peace of cities could only be obtained at the cost of mutual evasions. Ah, I remember now. His name was Jaco Tavares. Chapter 88. The Invalid. Needless to say, I refuted such a pernicious doctrine with the most elementary arguments. But he was so embarrassed by my remark that he resisted until the end, showing a certain fictitious heat, perhaps to confuse his conscience. Virgilia's case was somewhat more serious. She was less scrupulous than her husband. She openly expressed her hopes for the legacy, showering her relative with all the courtesies, attentions, and caresses that could at least yield a codicil. In essence, she flattered him. But I noticed that women's flattery is not the same as men's. Men's flattery borders on servility. Women's is akin to affection. The gracefully curved forms, the sweet words, even the physical weakness, give a woman's flattering actions a unique color, a legitimate aspect. It doesn't matter the age of the person being flattered. A woman will always have for him the airs of a mother or sister, or even a nurse, another feminine role in which the most skilled men will always lack something, a quid, a fluid, something. That's what I thought to myself when Virgilia lavished her affections on the old relative. She would greet him at the door, talking and laughing, taking off his hat and cane, offering her arm and leading him to a chair, or Viegas chair, a special cozy piece made for the sick or elderly. She would close the nearby window if there was a breeze or open it if it was hot, but carefully, so as not to expose him to a draft. "So, are you feeling a bit stronger today?" "Not at all. I had a rough night. The damn asthma won't leave me alone." And the man would wheeze, gradually recovering from the fatigue of entering and climbing the stairs, not from the journey, as he always traveled by carriage. A little to the side and slightly forward, Virgilia would sit on a stool, her hands on the sick man's knees. Meanwhile, the little boy would enter the room, not bouncing as usual, but discreet, gentle, serious. Viegas was very fond of him. "Come here, little one," he would say, and with difficulty he would reach into his wide pocket, pull out a small box of pills, put one in his mouth, and give another to the boy. Asthma pills. The boy would say they were very good. This would be repeated, with variations. Since Viegas enjoyed playing checkers, Virgilia would indulge him, tolerating him for a long time as he moved the pieces with his weak and slow hand. Other times, they would stroll in the garden, with her offering her arm, which he didn't always accept, claiming to be sturdy and capable of walking a league. They would go, sit down, go again, talking about various things, sometimes a family matter, sometimes a drawing-room gossip, or even a house he was planning to build for himself, a modern-style house, because his was one of the old ones, contemporary with King Dom Juan VI, like some that can still be seen, I believe, in the São Cristóvão neighborhood, with their thick columns in front. He thought the old mansion he lived in could be replaced, and he had already commissioned the design from a renowned mason. Ah, then Virgilia would see what an old man with taste was like. He spoke, as one might expect, slowly and with difficulty, interrupted by labored wheezing, which was uncomfortable for him and others. From time to time, a coughing fit would come. Bent over, groaning, he would bring a handkerchief to his mouth and inspect it. Once the fit passed, he would return to discussing the house, which was to have such and such rooms, a terrace, a waterfall, a marvel. Chapter 89, in extremis. "Tomorrow I'm going to spend the day at Viegas' house," she told me once. "Poor man, he has no one." Viegas had taken to his bed, for good. His daughter, who was married, had fallen ill at precisely this time and couldn't keep him company. Virgilia went there now and then. I took advantage of the circumstance to spend the whole day with her. I arrived at 2 in the afternoon. Viegas was coughing so hard that it made my chest burn. During breaks between his fits, he debated the price of a house with a thin man. The man offered 30,000. Viegas demanded 40,000. The buyer insisted as if he were afraid of missing a train, but Viegas wouldn't budge. He first refused 30,000, then 2,000 more, then 3,000 more, and finally had a severe fit that took his speech away for 15 minutes. The buyer tried to comfort him, adjusted his pillows, and offered him 36,000. "Never!" groaned the invalid. He sent for a bundle of papers from his desk. Not having the strength to remove the rubber band that held the papers together, he asked me to untie them. I did. They were the bills for the construction of the house. Mason's bills, carpenter's bills, painter's bills, bills for the wallpaper in the living room, the dining room, the alcoves, and the offices, hardware bills, cost of the land. He opened them one by one with his trembling hand and asked me to read them, and I did. "Look, 1,200, wallpaper at 1,200 apiece, French hinges. Look, it's a bargain," he concluded after the last bill was read. "Well, but 40,000. I won't give it for less. Just the interest. Calculate the interest." These words came out amidst coughs, in gulps, syllables, as if they were crumbs of a disintegrated lung. In the deep sockets, his eyes sparkled, reminding me of the nightlight from the early morning. Under the sheet, the bony structure of his body was outlined, pointy at two places, at the knees and feet. The yellowed, slack, wrinkled skin only covered the skull of a face without expression. A white cotton cap covered his head, which time had shaved. "Well?" said the thin man. I gestured for him not to insist, and he remained silent for a few moments. The patient lay looking at the ceiling, silent, breathing heavily. Virgilia turned pale, stood up, and went to the window. She had suspected death and was afraid. I tried to talk about other things. The thin man told a joke and returned to discussing the house, raising his offer. 38,000, he said. Groaned the invalid. The thin man approached the bed, took the patient's hand, and felt it cold. I went closer to the patient, asked if he was feeling anything, if he wanted to take a glass of wine. No, for 44. He had a coughing fit, and it was his last. Shortly after he passed away, much to the dismay of the thin man, who later confessed to me that he was willing to offer the 40,000. But it was too late. Chapter 90. The Ancient Conversation Between Adam and Cain. Nothing. Not a mention in the will, not even an asthma pill, so as not to seem completely ungrateful or forgetful. Nothing. Virgilia angrily dwelled on this failure and told me about it with some caution, not because of the thing itself, but because it involved her son, whom she knew I didn't like very much, or even a little. I suggested to her that she shouldn't think about such matters anymore. The best thing was to forget about the deceased, a fool, a nameless wretch, and focus on happy things. Our son, for example. There it was, the unraveling of the mystery, that sweet mystery from a few weeks before, when Virgilia had seemed somewhat different than she used to be. A son, a being born from me. This was my sole preoccupation at that time. The eyes of the world, the husband's jealousy, Viegas' death. None of that interested me back then, nor political conflicts, nor revolutions, nor earthquakes, nor anything. I only thought about that anonymous embryo of uncertain paternity, and a secret voice told me, "It's your son, my son." And I repeated these two words, with a certain indefinable pleasure and some surges of pride. I felt like a man. The best part was that the two of us, the embryo and I, would have conversations. We talked about present and future things. The little rascal loved me. He was a charming scoundrel. He would playfully slap my face with his chubby little hands, or he would don the gown of a scholar, for he was to become one, and make a speech in the Chamber of Deputies. And his father would listen to him from the gallery, with tears in his eyes. From a scholar, he would return to being a schoolboy, tiny, slate, and books under his arm, or he would fall back into the cradle to rise again as a man. In vain I tried to settle in my mind a specific age, a specific attitude. To my eyes that embryo had every size and gesture. He nursed, he wrote, he waltzed, He was the endless within the limits of a quarter of an hour. Baby and deputy, schoolboy and dandy. Sometimes, next to Virgilia, I would forget about her and everything. Virgilia would nudge me, reproach me for my silence, say that I didn't love her anymore. The truth was that I was in dialogue with the embryo. It was the old conversation between Adam and Cain, a wordless conversation between life and life, mystery and mystery. Chapter 91. An Extraordinary Letter. Around that time, I received an extraordinary letter, accompanied by an equally extraordinary object. Here's what the letter said. My dear Brás Cubas, some time ago at the public promenade, I borrowed a watch from you. I have the pleasure of returning it to you with this letter. The difference is that it's not the same one, but another, not superior, but equal to the first. Que voulez-vous, monseigneur? As Figaro would say, c'est la misère. Many things have happened since our encounter. I will recount them in detail if you don't close the door on me. Know that I no longer wear those dilapidated boots, nor do I don the famous overcoat whose tails were lost in the mists of time. I gave up my step on the St. Francis staircase. Finally, I had lunch. Having said that, I ask your permission to come one of these days to present a work, the fruit of lengthy study, a new philosophical system, which not only explains and describes the origin and consummation of things, but also advances far beyond Zeno and Seneca, whose stoicism was child's play compared to my moral prescription. My system is truly astounding. It rectifies the human spirit, eliminates pain, ensures happiness, and fills our country with immense glory. I call it humanitism, from humanitas, the principle of things. My initial idea revealed great conceit. I wanted to call it Borbism, after Borba, a vain as well as crude and bothersome name, and it certainly expressed less. You will see, my dear Brás Cubas, you will see that it is indeed a monument. And if there's anything that can make me forget the bitterness of life, it is the pleasure of having finally grasped the truth and happiness. Here they are in my hands, those two elusive entities. After so many centuries of struggle, research, discoveries, systems, and failures, here they are in man's hands. See you soon, my dear Brás Cubas. Regards from your old friend, Joaquim Borba dos Santos. I read this letter without understanding it. It came with a box containing a beautiful watch with my initials engraved, and the phrase, a keepsake from old Quincas. I returned to the letter, rereading it slowly, attentively. The return of the watch ruled out any idea of deceit. The clarity, serenity, and conviction, somewhat boastful it's true, seemed to exclude the suspicion of insanity. Naturally, Quincas Borba must have inherited from one of his relatives in Minas, and abundance had restored his original dignity. I'm not saying completely. There are things that cannot be fully regained. But anyway, regeneration was not impossible. I kept the letter and the watch and awaited the philosophy. Chapter 92. An Extraordinary Man. I will now finish with the extraordinary things. I had just put away the letter and the watch when a lean, medium-height man approached me with a note from Cottram, inviting me to dinner. The messenger was married to one of Cottram's sisters, had arrived a few days earlier from the north, was called Damasceno, and had participated in the Revolution of 1831. He told me this himself within 5 minutes. He had left Rio de Janeiro due to disagreements with the regent, who was an ass, only slightly less of an ass than the ministers who served with him. Furthermore, the revolution was once again at the doorstep. At this point, although his political ideas were somewhat muddled, I managed to organize and formulate the government he preferred. It was a despotism tempered, not by songs, as they say elsewhere, but by the plumes of the National Guard. I just couldn't figure out if he wanted the despotism of 1, 3, 30, or 300. He had various opinions, including the expansion of the African slave trade and the expulsion of the English. He loved theater. As soon as he arrived, he went to the São Pedro Theater, where he saw a superb drama, Maria Joanna, and a very interesting comedy, Ketley, or The Return to Switzerland. He also liked Deparini very much, in Sappho, or in Anne Boleyn he couldn't quite remember. But Candiani, indeed she was top-notch. Now he wanted to hear Ernani, which his daughter sang at home on the piano, Ernani, Ernani, in volami. And he said this while standing up and humming softly. In the north, these things arrived like an echo. His daughter was dying to hear all the operas. She had a very charming voice, his daughter, and taste, a lot of taste. Ah, he was eager to return to Rio de Janeiro. He had already toured the entire city, filled with nostalgia. Truly. In some places he felt like crying, but he wouldn't sail again. He had been very seasick on board, like all the other passengers, except for an Englishman. To the devil with the English. Things wouldn't be right until they were all expelled. What could England do to us? If he found some willing people, it would be the work of one night to expel such damned foreigners. Thank God he had patriotism, and he thumped his chest, which was no wonder because it ran in the family. He descended from a very patriotic ancient captain major. Yes, he wasn't a nobody. If the opportunity arose, he would show what his canoe was made of. But it was getting late. He would tell Cottram that I would not miss dinner, and they expected me for further conversation. I walked him to the living room door. He stopped and said he sympathized a lot with me. When he married, I was in Europe. He knew my father, an upright man, with whom he had danced at a famous ball in Praia Grande. Things. He would talk more later, but it was getting late, and he had to take the reply to Cottram. He left. I closed the door behind him. Chapter 93. The Dinner. What torture that dinner was! Fortunately, Sabina had me sit next to Damasceno's daughter, Miss Eulalia, or more familiarly Nyan Lolo, a graceful girl, somewhat shy at first, but only at first. She lacked elegance, but she compensated for it with her eyes, which were superb and had the defect of not looking away from me, except when they lowered to the plate. But Nyan Lolo ate so little that she barely looked at the plate. That night she sang. Her voice was, as her father said, very sweet. Nevertheless, I kept my distance. Sabina came to the door and asked me how I liked Damasceno's daughter. So. Very charming, isn't she? She interjected. She just needs a little more refinement. But what a heart! She's a pearl, a good bride for you. I don't like pearls. Stubborn! When are you saving yourself for marriage? When you're about to fall off the tree, I know. Well, my dear, whether you like it or not, you're going to marry Nyan Lolo. And she said this as she playfully tapped my face with her fingers, gentle as a dove, yet authoritative and resolute. Good heavens! Was that the reason for the reconciliation? I was somewhat disheartened by the idea, but a mysterious voice called me to Lobo Neves's house. I said goodbye to Sabina and her threats. Chapter 94. The Secret Cause. How is my dear mom? At these words, Virgilia sulked, as always. She was standing by a window, alone, looking at the moon and greeted me cheerfully. But when I mentioned our child, she became sullen. She didn't like such allusions. My premature fatherly affections annoyed her. I, who considered her already a sacred person, a divine vessel, let her be. At first, I thought the embryo, this silhouette of the unknown, casting its shadow on our adventure, had restored her awareness of evil. I was wrong. Virgilia had never seemed more expansive, more unreserved, less concerned with others and her husband. It wasn't remorse. I also imagined that the conception was a mere fabrication, a way to bind me to her, a resource without lasting efficacy that perhaps had begun to oppress her. This hypothesis wasn't absurd. My sweet Virgilia lied sometimes, so gracefully. That night, I discovered the true cause. It was fear of childbirth and the embarrassment of pregnancy. She had suffered greatly when her first child was born, and that moment, made of minutes of life and minutes of death, already gave her the imaginary chills of the gallows. As for the embarrassment, it was further complicated by the forced deprivation of certain habits of elegant life. Indeed, that was it. I hinted at it, reprimanding her, partly on behalf of my paternal rights. Virgilia stared at me. Then she looked away and smiled incredulously. Chapter 95. Flowers of Yesteryear. Where are they, the flowers of yesteryear? One afternoon, after several weeks of gestation, the entire structure of my paternal dreams crumbled. The embryo was gone, at that point where one cannot distinguish Laplace from a turtle. I received the news from Lobo Neves, who left me in the living room and accompanied the doctor to the frustrated mother's bedroom. I leaned against the window, looking at the orchard, where the orange trees were green without flowers. Where had the flowers of yesteryear gone? Chapter 96. The Anonymous Letter. I felt a touch on my shoulder. It was Lobo Neves. We stared at each other for a few moments, silent and inconsolable. I inquired about Virgilia, and then we talked for half an hour. At the end of that time, a letter was brought to him. He read it, turned very pale, and closed it with a trembling hand. I think I saw him make a gesture as if he wanted to lunge at me. But I'm not quite sure. What I do remember clearly is that during the following days, he received me coldly and sullenly. Finally, Virgilia told me everything, a few days later in Gamboa. Her husband showed her the letter as soon as she recovered. It was anonymous and denounced us. It didn't reveal everything. For instance, it didn't mention our external meetings. It merely warned him against my intimacy and added that the suspicion was public. Virgilia read the letter and indignantly declared it to be an infamous slander. "Slander?" asked Lobo Neves. "Infamous." Her husband took a breath, but as he returned to the letter, it seemed that each word traced a negative sign with its finger, and each letter cried out against the woman's indignation. That man, otherwise fearless, was now the frailest of creatures. Perhaps his imagination showed him, in the distance, the infamous eye of public opinion staring at him sarcastically, with a sneering air. Perhaps an invisible mouth repeated in his ear the taunts he had heard or uttered before. He urged his wife to confess everything, for he would forgive her everything. Virgilia realized she was safe. She became irritated by his persistence, swearing that from me she had only heard words of jest and courtesy. The letter must have been from some unfortunate suitor, and she mentioned some. A man who had openly courted her for 3 weeks, another who had written her a letter, and others still. She named them, providing details, studying her husband's eyes, and concluded by saying that, to avoid giving rise to slander, she would treat me in such a way that I wouldn't return to their home. I listened to all this somewhat troubled, not by the increased dissimulation required from now on, until I completely distanced myself from Lobo Neves's house, but by Virgilia's moral composure, her lack of emotion, fear, longing, and even remorse. Virgilia noticed my preoccupation, lifted my head because I was looking at the floor, and said with some bitterness, "You don't deserve the sacrifices I make for you." I didn't say anything. It was pointless to point out to her that a bit of despair and terror would give our situation the caustic flavor of the early days. But if I had told her, it's not impossible that she would slowly and artificially reach that bit of despair and terror. I didn't say anything. She tapped the floor nervously with the tip of her foot. I approached and kissed her on the forehead. Virgilia recoiled as if it were a kiss from a corpse. Chapter 97. Between the Mouth and the Forehead. I can sense that the reader shuddered, or should have shuddered. Naturally, the last word suggested 3 or 4 reflections. Consider the scene. In a small house in Gamboa, 2 people who have loved each other for a long time, one leaning towards the other to give a kiss on the forehead, and the other recoiling as if feeling the touch of a corpse's mouth. There, in the brief interval between the mouth and the forehead, before the kiss and after the kiss, there is ample space for many things. a flare of resentment, the wrinkle of distrust, or perhaps the pale and drowsy nose of satiety. Chapter 98. Omitted. We parted cheerfully. I dined, reconciled with the situation. The anonymous letter restored the salt of mystery and the spice of danger to our adventure. And in the end, it was good that Virgilia didn't lose her composure during that crisis. That night, I went to San Pedro Theater. A great play was being performed in which Estella drew tears. I entered, scanned the boxes, and saw Damasceno and his family in one of them. His daughter was dressed more elegantly and with a certain refinement, something difficult to explain, since her father earned just enough to get into debt, and perhaps that was the reason. During the intermission, I went to visit them. Damasceno greeted me with many words, his wife with many smiles. As for Nyalolo, she couldn't take her eyes off me. She seemed even more beautiful than at the dinner. I found in her a certain ethereal softness combined with the polish of earthly forms, a vague expression befitting a chapter in which everything must be vague. Indeed, I don't know how to tell you that I didn't feel bad standing next to the girl, flamboyantly wearing a fine dress, a dress that gave me Tartuffe-like tingles. As I contemplated it, chastely and roundly covering her knee, I made a subtle discovery, that nature anticipated human clothing, a necessary condition for the development of our species. Habitual nudity, given the multiplication of works and individual concerns, would tend to dull the senses and delay the sexes, while clothing, contradicting nature, sharpens and attracts desires, activates them, reproduces them, and consequently advances civilization. Blessed use that gave us Othello and transatlantic packets. I'm tempted to omit this chapter. The slope is dangerous. But after all, I write my memories, not yours, gentle reader. Standing next to the charming girl, I seem to experience a dual and indefinable sensation. She fully embodied Pascal's duality, l'ange et la bête, with the difference that the Jansenist did not admit the simultaneity of the two natures, while they were there, very close together. L'ange, who spoke of heaven, and la bête, who— No, I will definitely omit this chapter. Chapter 99. In the Audience. In the audience, I found Lobo Neves chatting with some friends. We spoke briefly, coldly, both feeling constrained. But during the following intermission, just as the curtain was about to rise, we met in one of the corridors where no one else was present. He approached me with great affability and laughter, pulled me towards one of the theater's windows, and we spoke at length, especially him, who seemed to be the most relaxed of men. I even asked him about his wife. He replied that she was well, but quickly turned the conversation to general topics, expansive and almost cheerful. Let anyone guess the cause of the difference. I escaped Damasceno, who watches me from the door of the box. I didn't hear anything from the following act, neither the actor's words nor the audience's applause. Leaning back in my chair, I gathered from memory the snippets of Lobo Neves's conversation, recreated his demeanor, and concluded that the new situation was much better. Gamboa was enough for us. Frequenting the other house would have sharpened envy. Strictly speaking, we could do without talking every day. It was even better, as it added a touch of longing to our love. Moreover, I had passed 40 and was nothing, not even a simple parish elector. It was urgent to do something, even for Virgilia's sake, who would be proud when she saw my name shine. I believe there was loud applause at that moment, but I can't swear to it. I was thinking of something else. Crowd, whose love I coveted until death. That's how I sometimes took revenge on you. I let the human throng buzz around my body without hearing it, like Aeschylus's Prometheus did to his tormentors. Ah, did you think you could chain me to the rock of your frivolity, your indifference, or your agitation? Fragile chains, my friend. I broke them with a Gulliver's gesture. It's a commonplace thing to find solace in solitude. The sensual and peculiar thing is to isolate oneself in the midst of a sea of gestures and words, nerves and passions, to declare oneself detached, inaccessible, absent. The most they can say when he returns to himself, that is, when he returns to others, is that he comes down from the moon, but the world of the moon, that luminous and secluded nook of the brain, what else is it but the disdainful affirmation of our spiritual freedom? By God! Here's a good end to a chapter. Chapter 100. The Likely Case. If this world were not a region of inattentive spirits, there would be no need to remind the reader that I only assert certain laws when I truly possess them. In relation to others, I limit myself to admitting the probability. An example of the second class constitutes the present chapter, whose reading I recommend to all who love the study of social phenomena. It seems, and it is not unlikely, that there is a certain reciprocal, regular, and perhaps periodic action between the events of public life and those of private life. Or, to use an image, there is something similar to the tides of Flamengo Beach and others equally wavy. Indeed, when the wave hits the beach, it floods many palms inland, but that same water returns to the sea with varying force and swells the wave that is to come and will have to return like the first. This is the image. Let's see the application. I mentioned earlier that Lobo Neves, appointed as the president of a province, refused the appointment due to the decree's date, which was the 13th, a grave act, the consequence of which was the separation of Virgilia's husband from the ministry. Thus, the personal fact of the aversion to a number produced the phenomenon of political dissidence. It remains to be seen how, some time later, a political act determined a cessation of movement in private life. As it does not suit the method of this book to describe that other phenomenon immediately, I limit myself to saying for now that Lobo Neves, 4 months after our encounter at the theater, reconciled himself with the ministry, a fact the reader should not lose sight of if they wish to penetrate the subtlety of my thought. Chapter 101. The Dalmatian Revolution. It was Virgilia who informed me of her husband's political turnaround one October morning between 11 and noon. She spoke to me of meetings, conversations, and a speech. "So this time you'll become a baroness," I interrupted. She drooped the corners of her mouth and shook her head from side to side, but this gesture of indifference was contradicted by something less definable, less clear, an expression of pleasure and hope. I don't know why, but I imagined that the imperial letter of appointment could draw her to virtue, not for virtue itself, but out of gratitude to her husband. She genuinely loved nobility. One of the greatest disappointments in our life was the appearance of a certain scoundrel from a legation, the legation of Dalmatia, let's say, Count B.V., who courted her for 3 months. That man, a true nobleman by birth, had somewhat turned Virgilia's head, who, in addition, possessed a diplomatic calling. I can't begin to imagine what would have become of me had a revolution not erupted in Dalmatia, overthrowing the government and purifying the embassies. The revolution was bloody, painful, formidable. The newspapers, with each ship arriving from Europe, transcribed the horrors, measured the blood, counted the heads. Everyone shuddered with indignation and pity. Not me. I secretly blessed that tragedy, which had removed a small pebble from my shoe. And besides, Dalmatia was so far away. Chapter 102. At Rest. But this very man, who rejoiced at the departure of the other, did something in time. No, I shall not recount it on this page. Let this chapter serve as a respite from my embarrassment, a coarse, base act without any possible explanation. I repeat, I will not tell the story on this page. Chapter 103. Distraction. No, doctor, this is not right. Forgive me, but this is not right. Donna Placida was right. No gentleman arrives an hour late to the place where his lady awaits him. I entered, out of breath. Virgilia had left. Donna Placida told me that she had waited a long time, that she had become irritated, that she had cried, that she had sworn to hold me in contempt, and other such things that our housekeeper said with tears in her voice, begging me not to abandon Yaya, as it would be very unfair to a girl who had sacrificed everything for me. I then explained to her that there was a misunderstanding, and it wasn't. I believe it was simply a distraction, a remark, a conversation, an anecdote, anything, just a simple distraction. Poor Donna Placida. She was genuinely distressed. She paced back and forth, shaking her head, sighing loudly, and peeking through the window shutter. Poor Donna Placida! With what skill she arranged the clothes, puffed the cheeks, and indulged the whims of our love. What a fertile imagination she had for making the hours more pleasant and fleeting. Flowers, sweets, the good sweets of the old days, and much laughter, much caress, laughter and caress that grew over time, as if she wanted to anchor our adventure or restore its first bloom. Our confidant and housekeeper forgot nothing. Nothing, not even lies, for she recounted sighs and longings to both of us that she had not witnessed. Nothing, not even slander, for once she went so far as to attribute a new passion to me. "You know I can't like any other woman," was my response when Virgilia mentioned such a thing. And this single word, without any protest or admonition, dispelled Donna Placida's slander, which saddened her. "It's all right," I told her after a quarter of an hour. "Virgilia will see that I'm not at fault. Would you like to take her a letter right now?" "She must be so sad, poor thing. Look, I don't wish anyone's death. But if you, doctor, ever marry Yaya, then you'll see what an angel she is." I remember that I turned my face away and lowered my eyes to the ground. I recommend this gesture to those who don't have a ready word to respond with, or even to those who fear meeting the gaze of other eyes. In such cases, some prefer to recite a stanza from the Lusiads, others resort to whistling Norma. I stick to the indicated gesture. It's simpler and requires less effort. 3 days later, everything was explained. I suppose Virgilia was somewhat astonished when I apologized for the tears she had shed on that sad occasion. I don't even remember if I attributed them to Donna Placida internally. Indeed, it could happen that Donna Placida cried upon seeing her disappointed, and, due to a vision phenomenon, the tears she had in her own eyes seemed to fall from Virgilia's eyes. Be that as it may, everything was explained but not forgiven, and even less forgotten. Virgilia said many harsh things to me, threatened me with separation, and finally praised her husband. He, yes, was a worthy man, far superior to me, delicate, a paragon of courtesy and affection. That's what she said. While I, seated with my arms resting on my knees, looked at the ground, where a fly dragged an ant that bit its leg. Poor fly, poor ant. "But don't you have anything to say, nothing?" asked Virgilia, stopping in front of me. "What am I supposed to say? I've explained everything. You insist on being angry. What am I supposed to say? You know what I think? I think you're bored, you're annoyed, and you want to end it." "Exactly!" She went to put on her hat, her hand trembling, furious. "Goodbye, Donna Placida," she shouted inwardly. Then she went to the door, slid the bolt, and was about to leave. I grabbed her by the waist. All right, I told her. Virgilia still struggled to leave. I held her back, asked her to stay, to forget. She moved away from the door and collapsed on the couch. I sat down beside her, said many sweet things, some humble, some gracious. I cannot confirm if our lips came within the distance of a thread of cambric or even less. It's a controversial matter. What I do remember is that in the commotion, one of Virgilia's earrings fell, and as I leaned down to pick it up, the fly from earlier climbed onto the earring, still carrying the ant on its leg. Then, with the native delicacy of a man of our century, I placed that pair of tormented creatures in the palm of my hand, calculated the entire distance from my hand to the planet Saturn, and asked myself what interest there could be in such a trifling episode. If you conclude from this that I was a barbarian, you are mistaken, because I asked Virgilia for a hairpin to separate the two insects, but the fly sensed my intention, spread its wings, and flew away. Poor fly, poor ant. And God saw that it was good, as Scripture says. Chapter 104. It was him. I returned the hairpin to Virgilia, who reinserted it into her hair and prepared to leave. It was late. It was 3 o'clock. Everything was forgotten and forgiven. Donna Placida, who had been watching for a suitable opportunity for Virgilia to leave, suddenly closed the window and exclaimed, "Blessed Virgin! Here comes Iaya's husband!" The moment of terror was brief, but complete. Virgilia turned as pale as the lace on her dress and ran to the bedroom door. Donna Placida, who had closed the shutter, wanted to close the inner door as well. I prepared myself to face Lobo Neves. That brief instant passed. Virgilia regained her composure, pushed me into the bedroom, and told Donna Placida to return to the window. The confidant obeyed. It was him. Donna Placida opened the door for him with many exclamations of astonishment. "You here, sir? Honoring this old woman's home. Please come in. Guess who's here? You don't need to guess. You didn't come for anything else. Come on out, Yaya." Virgilia, who was in a corner, threw herself at her husband. I watched them through the keyhole. Lobo Neves entered slowly, pale, cold, quiet, without explosion or outburst, and cast a glance around the room. "What is this?" exclaimed Virgilia. "You here?" I was passing by, saw Donna Placida at the window, and came in to greet her. "Thank you very much," Donna Placida interjected, "and they say old women aren't worth anything. Look, everyone, Iaya seems to be jealous." And caressing her tenderly, "This little angel has never forgotten old Placida. Poor thing, she looks just like her mother. Please have a seat, doctor." "I won't be staying long." "Are you going home?" asked Virgilia. "Let's go together." "All right. Hand me my hat, Donna Placida." "Here it is." Donna Placida fetched a mirror and opened it in front of her. Virgilia put on her hat, tied the ribbons, fixed her hair, and spoke to her husband, who didn't reply. Our dear old woman talked too much. It was a way of disguising her trembling body. Virgilia, having overcome the initial shock, had regained her composure. "Ready," she said. "Goodbye, Donna Placida. Don't forget to visit, all right?" The other woman promised she would and opened the door for them. Chapter 105. The Equivalence of Windows. Donna Placida closed the door and collapsed into a chair. I immediately left the bedroom and took 2 steps toward the street, intending to snatch Virgilia away from her husband. That's what I said, and it's a good thing I said it because Donna Placida grabbed me by the arm. There was a time when I thought I only said that so she would hold me back, but simple reflection is enough to show that, after 10 minutes in the bedroom, the most genuine and cordial gesture could only be that. And this was due to that famous law of the equivalence of windows, which I had the pleasure of discovering and formulating in Chapter 51. I needed to air out my conscience. The bedroom had been a closed window. I opened another with the gesture of leaving and took a breath. Chapter 106. Dangerous Game. I took a breath and sat down. Donna Placida filled the room with exclamations and lamentations. I listened without saying anything. I wondered if it would have been better to lock Virgilia in the bedroom and stay in the living room, but I quickly realized it would have been worse. It would have confirmed the suspicion, igniting the powder keg and leading to a scene of bloodshed. It was much better this way. But what would happen next at Virgilia's house? Would her husband kill her? Beat her? Lock her up? Expel her? These questions slowly traversed my brain, like the dark dots and commas that flit across the field of vision when one's eyes are sick or tired. They came and went, with their dry, tragic appearance, and I could not grab one and say, "It is you, and no other." Suddenly, I saw a dark figure. It was Donna Placida, who had gone inside, put on her shawl, and was offering to go to Lobo Neves' house. I reasoned that it was risky, because he would be suspicious of such a close visit. "Don't worry," she interrupted. "I'll figure things out. If he's at home, I won't go in." She left. I stayed behind, mulling over the incident and its possible consequences. In the end, I seemed to be playing a dangerous game and asked myself if it wasn't time to walk away and clear my head. I felt a longing for marriage, a desire to channel my life. Why not? My heart still had much to explore. I didn't feel incapable of a chaste, severe, and pure love. In truth, adventures are the torrential and dizzying part of life. That is, the exception. I was tired of them. I don't know if I even felt some remorse. As soon as I thought about it, I let my imagination run wild. I saw myself married, next to a lovely woman, in front of a baby sleeping in a nurse's lap, all of us deep in a shady green garden, glimpsing a sliver of the intensely blue sky through the foliage. Chapter 107, Note. There was nothing, but he suspects something. He is very serious and not talking. He just left. He smiled only once at Nonho, after staring at him for a long time, frowning. He didn't treat me badly or well. I don't know what will happen. God willing, this will pass. For now, be very cautious. Very cautious. Chapter 108. What cannot be understood. Here is the drama. Here is the tip of Shakespeare's tragic ear. That little scrap of paper, scrawled in parts, crumpled in hand, was an analytical document that I will not discuss in this chapter, nor the next, nor perhaps in the rest of the book. I would not deprive the reader of the pleasure of noting the coolness, perspicacity, and spirit of those few hurriedly written lines for themselves. And behind them, the storm brewing in another mind, the hidden rage, the constrained and brooding despair, which must resolve itself in mud, blood, or tears. As for me, if I tell you that I read the note 3 or 4 times that day, believe it, for it is true. If I tell you further that I reread it the following day, before and after lunch, you may also believe it, for it is the pure truth. But if I were to tell you the emotion I felt, doubt it a little, and do not accept it without proof. Neither then nor even now have I come to discern what I experienced. It was fear, and it was not fear. It was pity and not pity. It was vanity and not vanity. In the end, it was love without love, that is, without delirium. And all this gave a quite complex and vague combination, something that you cannot understand, as I did not understand. Let's assume I said nothing. Chapter 109, The Philosopher. Now that it is known that I reread the letter before and after lunch, it is known that I had lunch, and all that remains is to say that this meal was one of the scantiest of my life. An egg, a slice of bread, a cup of tea. I did not forget this minor circumstance, amidst so many important obliterated things, that lunch was spared. The main reason could be precisely my misfortune. But it wasn't. The main reason was the reflection made by Quincus Borba, whose visit I received that day. He told me that frugality was not necessary to understand humanitism, and even less to practice it, that this philosophy accommodated itself easily with life's pleasures, including dining, entertainment, and love, and that on the contrary, frugality could indicate a certain tendency towards asceticism, which was the epitome of human folly. Look at St. John, he continued. He sustained himself on locusts in the desert, instead of fattening himself peacefully in the city, and making Pharisaism wither in the synagogue. God forbid me from telling the story of Quincus Borba, which, by the way, I heard entirely on that sad occasion, a long, complicated, but interesting story. And if I do not tell the story, I also excuse myself from describing his figure, which was very different from the one that appeared to me in the public promenade. I will keep quiet. I will only say that if the main characteristic of a man is not his features, but his clothing, he was not Quincus Borba. He was a judge without a robe, a general without a uniform, a businessman without a deficit. I noticed the perfection of his frock coat, the whiteness of his shirt, and the neatness of his boots. Even his voice, once hoarse, seemed to have been restored to its original sonority. As for his gesticulation, while it had not lost the vivacity of yore, it no longer had the disorder, and was subject to a certain method. But I don't want to describe him. If I were to mention, for example, the gold button on his chest and the quality of the leather of his boots, I would initiate a description that I omit for the sake of brevity. Be content with knowing that his boots were patent leather. No more that he had inherited several pairs of thousands of rays from an old uncle in Barbacena. My spirit, allow me here a childlike comparison, my spirit at that time was a kind of shuttlecock. Quincas Borba's narration gave it a slap. It rose. When it was about to fall, Virgilia's note gave it another slap, and it was once again thrown into the air. It descended, and the episode of the public promenade received it with another slap, equally firm and effective. I think I was not born for complex situations. This pulling and pushing of opposing things unbalanced me. I felt the urge to wrap up Quincas Borba, Lobo Neves, and Virgilia's note in the same philosophy and send them as a gift to Aristotle. However, our philosopher's narration was instructive. I especially admired his talent for observation in describing the gestation and growth of vice, the inner struggles, the slow capitulations, the use of the mud. "Look," he observed, "the first night I spent on the stairs of San Francisco, I slept through it completely, as if it were the finest feather bed. Why? Because I gradually went from a straw bed to a wooden cot in a room, from the room to the guardhouse, and from the guardhouse to the street." He finally wanted to expose the philosophy to me. I asked him not to. "I am very preoccupied today and cannot attend to you. Come later. I am always at home." Quincas Borba smiled maliciously. Perhaps he knew of my adventure, but he added nothing. He only said these last words at the door. "Come to humanitism. It is the great lap of spirits, the eternal sea into which I plunged to pull out the truth. The Greeks made it come out of a well. What a petty conception. A well. But that's precisely why they never came up with it. Greeks, sub-Greeks, anti-Greeks, the whole long line of men have leaned over the well to see the truth that is not there. They spent ropes and buckets. Some bolder ones went to the bottom and brought back a toad. I went straight to the sea. Come to humanitism." Chapter 110, 31. A week later, Lobo Neves was appointed president of the province. I clung to the hope of refusal if the decree were to come again, dated the 13th. However, it bore the date of the 31st, and this simple transposition of digits eliminated their diabolical substance. How profound the springs of life are. Chapter 111. The Wall. As it is not my custom to conceal or hide anything, I will recount the matter of the wall on this page. They were about to embark. Upon entering Dona Placida's house, I saw a folded note on the table. It was a message from Virgilia. It said that she expected me that night at the country house without fail, and it concluded, "The wall is low on the side of the alley." I made a gesture of displeasure. The letter seemed to me extraordinarily audacious, ill-conceived, and even ridiculous. It wasn't just inviting scandal. It was inviting it in partnership with laughter. I pictured myself jumping over the wall, even though it was low and on the side of the alley. And just as I was about to scale it, I saw myself being caught by a police officer who would take me to the guardhouse. The wall is low. What difference did it make that it was low? Naturally, Virgilia didn't know what she was doing. It was possible she was already regretting it. I looked at the paper, a crumpled piece of paper but unyielding. I was tempted to tear it into 30,000 pieces and throw them to the wind, like the last remnants of my adventure. But I backed off in time. Self-love, the embarrassment of flight, the idea of fear. There was no choice but to go. "Tell her I'll be there." "Where?" asked Dona Placida. "Where she said she'll be waiting for me." "She didn't tell me anything." "In this note." Dona Placida's eyes widened. "But that note, I found it this morning in your drawer, and I thought that—" I had a strange sensation. I reread the note, examined it, scrutinized it. It was indeed an old note from Virgilia, received at the beginning of our affair, a certain rendezvous at the country house, which had indeed led me to jump the wall, a low and discreet wall. I kept the paper, and I had a strange sensation. Chapter 112. The Opinion. But it was written that this day should be one of dubious events. A few hours later I met Lobo Neves on Rua do Ouvidor. We spoke of the presidency and politics. He took advantage of the first acquaintance who passed us by and left me after many compliments. I remember he was withdrawn, but it was a withdrawal he tried to disguise. It seemed to me then, and I ask forgiveness from the critics if my judgment is reckless, it seemed to me that he was afraid, not afraid of me, nor of himself, nor of the law, nor of his conscience. He was afraid of public opinion. I assumed that this anonymous and invisible court, in which each member accuses and judges, was the limit set on Lobo Neves's will. Perhaps he no longer loved his wife, and so it could be that his heart was unrelated to the indulgence of his last acts. I think, and again I ask for the critic's indulgence, that he would be ready to separate from his wife, just as the reader might have separated from many personal relationships. But public opinion, that opinion that would drag his life through all the streets, that would conduct a meticulous investigation into the case, that would piece together every circumstance, antecedent, induction, evidence, and report them in the idle conversations of the country houses, that terrible opinion, so curious about bedroom affairs, prevented the family's dispersal. At the same time, it made revenge impossible, which would have meant exposure. He couldn't show resentment towards me without also seeking marital separation. He then had to feign the same ignorance as before, and by deduction, the same feelings. It must have been hard for him, I believe. Especially in those days, I saw him in a way that must have been very difficult for him. But time, and this is another point where I hope for the indulgence of thoughtful people, dulls sensitivity and erases the memory of things. One would expect the years to blunt the thorns, that the distance of the events would erase their respective outlines, that a retrospective shadow of doubt would cover the nakedness of reality. Finally, that public opinion would be occupied with other adventures. The son, growing up, would seek to satisfy his father's ambitions. He would be the heir to all his affections. This, along with external activity, public prestige, old age, illness, decline, death, a funeral prayer, a biographical note, and the book of life would be closed, without any blood-stained pages. Chapter 113. The Glue. The conclusion, if there is one in the previous chapter, is that public opinion is a good glue of domestic institutions. It is not impossible that I will develop this thought before the end of the book, but it is also not impossible that I will leave it as it is. Either way, public opinion is a good glue, both in domestic order and in politics. Some bilious metaphysicians have gone so far as to consider it a mere product of the shallow or mediocre people. But it is evident that even when such an extreme concept does not carry its own answer, it is enough to consider the beneficial effects of public opinion to conclude that it is the superfine work of the flower of men, that is, of the majority. Chapter 114. End of a dialogue. Yes, it's tomorrow. Are you going on board? Are you crazy? It's impossible. Then, goodbye. Goodbye. Don't forget about Dona Placida. Visit her a few times. Poor thing. She came to say goodbye to us yesterday. She cried a lot, said I wouldn't see her again. She's a good person, isn't she? Certainly. If we need to write, she will receive the letters. Now, until— maybe 2 years? No way. He says it's just until the elections are over. Really? Then see you soon. Be careful. People are looking at us. Who? Over there on the sofa. Let's separate. It's very hard for me. But it's necessary. Goodbye, Virgilia. See you soon. Goodbye. Chapter 115. The Lunch. I didn't see her leave, but at the appointed hour, I felt something that was neither pain nor pleasure, something mixed, relief and nostalgia, all combined in equal parts. The reader shouldn't be irritated by this confession. I know that to titillate their imagination, I should have experienced great despair, shed a few tears, and not eaten lunch. That would have been novelistic, but it wouldn't have been biographical. The plain truth is that I had lunch, as on any other day, attending to my heart with memories of my adventure, and to my stomach with the appetizers of Monsieur Proudhon. Elderly people of my time, do you happen to remember that master chef of Hotel Faroux, a man who, according to the hotel owner, had served at the famous Very en Véfour in Paris, as well as in the palaces of Count Molay and Duc de la Rochefoucauld? He was remarkable. He arrived in Rio de Janeiro along with the polka, Monsieur Proudhon, Tivoli, the foreigners' ball, the casino. These are some of the best memories of that time. But above all, the master's appetizers were delicious. They were, and that morning it seemed as if the devilish man had foreseen our catastrophe. Never had his talent and art been so favorable. What a refinement of spices! What tenderness of meats! What elaborate shapes! One ate with one's mouth, eyes, and nose. I didn't keep the bill that day. I know it was expensive. Alas, I had to bury my loves magnificently. There they went, out to sea into space and time, and I remained there at the edge of the table, with my 40-something years, so idle and so empty. I stayed to never see them again, for she could return, and she did, but who requested the morning's effluvium from the twilight of the evening? Chapter 116. Philosophy of Old Pages. I was so saddened by the end of the last chapter that I was tempted not to write this one, take a break, purge my spirit of the melancholy that clogs it, and continue afterward. But no, I don't want to waste time. Virgilia's departure gave me a taste of widowhood. In the first few days I stayed at home, catching flies like Domitian, if Suetonius doesn't lie, but catching them in a particular way, with my eyes. I caught them one by one in the depths of a large room, lying in a hammock, with a book open in my hands. It was everything: nostalgia, ambitions, a bit of boredom, and a lot of loose daydreaming. My uncle, the canon, died during that time. Likewise, 2 cousins. I didn't feel shaken. I took them to the cemetery as if I were taking money to a bank. What am I saying? As if I were taking letters to the post office. I sealed the letters, put them in the mailbox, and left it to the mailman to deliver them in person. It was also around that time that my niece Venancia was born, Cotrim's daughter. Some died, others were born. I continued catching flies. Other times I would become restless. I would go to the drawers, spill out old letters from friends, relatives, girlfriends, even Marcella's, and open them all, read them one by one, and reconstruct the past. Innocent reader, if you don't keep the letters from your youth, you won't know the philosophy of old pages one day, nor will you enjoy the pleasure of seeing yourself from afar in the shadows, wearing a 3-cornered hat, 7-league boots, and long Assyrian beards, dancing to the sound of an anacreontic flute. Save your letters from your youth. Or, if the 3-cornered hat doesn't please you, I'll employ the expression of an old sailor, a friend of Cotrim's house. I'll say that if you keep the letters from your youth, you'll find an opportunity to sing a bit of nostalgia. It seems that our sailors give this name to the songs of the land, sung on the high seas. As a poetic expression, it is the saddest one could demand. Chapter 117. Humanitism. 2 forces, besides a third, compelled me to return to my usual bustling life: Sabina and Quincus Borba. My sister propelled Nyanlolo's conjugal candidacy in a truly impetuous manner. Before I knew it, I found the girl almost in my arms. As for Quincus Borba, he finally explained humanitism to me, a philosophical system destined to overthrow all other systems. Humanitas, he said, the principle of things, is none other than man himself, divided among all men. Humanitas has three phases: the static, prior to all creation; the expansive, the beginning of things; the dispersive, the appearance of man; and it will have one more, the contractive, the absorption of man and things. The expansion, initiating the universe, prompted humanitas with the desire to enjoy it, and from there, the dispersion, which is nothing more than the personified multiplication of the original substance. As this explanation did not seem clear enough to me, Quincus Borba elaborated in a profound manner, highlighting the main points of the system. He explained to me that, on the one hand, humanitism was linked to Brahmanism, namely, in the distribution of men through different parts of humanitas's body. But what in the Indian religion had only a narrow theological and political significance was, in humanitism, the great law of personal value. Thus, descending from the chest or kidneys of humanitas, that is, being strong, was not the same as descending from the hair or the tip of the nose. Hence the need to cultivate and temper the muscle. Hercules was nothing more than an anticipated symbol of humanitism. At this point, Quincus Borba pondered that paganism could have reached the truth if it hadn't belittled itself with the gallant aspects of its myths. None of that will happen with humanitism. In this new church, there are no easy adventures, no falls, no sadness, nor childish joys. Love, for example, is a priesthood, reproduction a ritual. Since life is the greatest benefit of the universe, and there is no beggar who wouldn't prefer misery to death, which is a delightful influx of humanitas, it follows that the transmission of life, far from being an occasion for courtship, is the supreme moment of spiritual mass. For there is truly only one misfortune, not being born. Imagine, for example, that I hadn't been born, Quincus Borba continued. It's certain that I wouldn't now have the pleasure of conversing with you, eating this potato, going to the theater, and to sum it all up in one word, living. Note that I don't make man a mere vehicle of humanitas. No, he is at the same time vehicle, driver, and passenger. He is humanitas itself in a reduced form. Hence the need to worship oneself. Do you want proof of the superiority of my system? Contemplate envy. There is no Greek or Turkish moralist, Christian or Muslim, who doesn't thunder against the feeling of envy. The agreement is universal, from the fields of Idumea to the heights of Tishuka. Well then, let go of old prejudices, forget the gusts of rhetoric, and study envy, that subtle and noble sentiment. As each man is a reduction of humanitas, it's clear that no man is fundamentally opposed to another man, whatever the contrary appearances. So, for example, the executioner who carries out a condemned man may incite the vain clamor of poets. But substantially, it is humanitas correcting in humanitas an infraction of humanitas's law. The same I'll say of the individual who disembowels another. It is a manifestation of the strength of humanitas. Nothing prevents, and there are examples, that he be likewise disemboweled. If you understand well, you'll easily comprehend that envy is nothing but a struggling admiration, and as struggle is the great function of the human genre, all bellicose sentiments are the most adequate to its happiness. Hence, envy is a virtue. Why deny it? I was dumbfounded. The clarity of the exposition, the logic of the principles, the rigor of the consequences, all seemed supremely great, and I had to suspend the conversation for a few minutes while digesting the new philosophy. Quincus Borba could hardly conceal the satisfaction of his triumph. He had a chicken wing on his plate and nibbled at it with philosophical serenity. I still made some objections, but they were so weak that he didn't take much time to destroy them. To fully understand my system, he concluded, it's important never to forget the universal principle, divided and summarized in each man. Look, war, which seems a calamity, is a convenient operation, as if we were to say the snapping of humanitas's fingers. Famine, and he philosophically sucked on the chicken wing. Famine is a test to which humanitas subjects its own viscera. But I don't want any other document of the sublimity of my system than this very chicken. It was nourished by corn, which was planted by an African, let's suppose, imported from Angola. This African was born, grew up, and was sold. A ship brought him, a ship built of wood cut in the forest by 10 or 12 men, driven by sails that 8 or 10 men wove, not to mention the ropes and other parts of the nautical apparatus. Thus, this chicken, which I just had for lunch, is the result of a multitude of efforts and struggles, executed with the sole purpose of satisfying my appetite. Between cheese and coffee, Quincus Borba demonstrated to me that his system was the destruction of pain. Pain, according to humanitism, is a pure illusion. When a child is threatened with a stick, even before being beaten, they close their eyes and tremble. This predisposition is what constitutes the basis of human illusion, inherited and transmitted. Adoption of the system alone is certainly not enough to immediately end pain, but it is indispensable. The rest is the natural evolution of things. Once man is well aware that he is humanitas itself, he has only to trace his thoughts back to the original substance to prevent any painful sensation. However, evolution is so profound that it can hardly be assigned just a few thousand years. A few days later, Quincus Borba read to me his magnum opus. It consisted of 4 handwritten volumes, each with 100 pages of small print and Latin quotations. The last volume was a political treatise based on humanitism. It was perhaps the most tedious part of the system, although conceived with formidable logical rigor. Even if society were reorganized by his method, war, insurrection, a simple punch, anonymous stabbings, misery, hunger, and diseases would not be eliminated. But, as these supposed scourges were merely misunderstandings of the intellect because they were nothing more than external movements of the inner substance, intended not to influence man except as a simple break in universal monotony, it was clear that their existence would not prevent human happiness. But even if these scourges, which were radically false, were to correspond in the future to the limited conception of ancient times, the system would not be destroyed, and for 2 reasons. 1. Because, as humanitas is the creative and absolute substance, each individual should find the greatest delight in sacrificing himself for the principle from which he descends. 2. Because, even so, man's spiritual power over the earth, invented solely for his own amusement, as well as stars, breezes, dates, and rhubarb, would not diminish. Pangloss, he told me as he closed the book, was not as foolish as Voltaire portrayed him. Chapter 118. The Third Force. The third force that called me to the bustle was the taste for shining, and above all, the inability to live alone. The crowd attracted me. The applause courted me. If the idea of the lotion had occurred to me at that time, who knows? I might not have died so soon, and I would be famous. But the lotion didn't come. What came was the desire to be involved in something, with something, and for something. Chapter 119, parenthesis. I want to leave here, in parenthesis, 6 maxims from the many I wrote at that time. They are yawns of boredom. They can serve as epigraphs for speeches without a subject. One bears the neighbor's colic with patience. We kill time. Time buries us. A philosophical coachman used to say that the taste for carriages would be diminished if everyone traveled in carriages. Believe in yourself, but don't always doubt others. It is incomprehensible that a Botocudo native pierces his lip to decorate it with a piece of wood. This is the reflection from a jeweler. Don't get upset if a service is poorly paid. Better to fall from the clouds than from a third-floor window. Chapter 120. Compel intrari. No, sir. Now whether you want to or not, you must marry, Sabina told me. What a great future. A bachelor with no children. No children! The idea of having children gave me a start. The mysterious fluid coursed through me again. Yes, it was my duty to become a father. The single life might have its particular advantages, but they would be slight and purchased at the expense of solitude. No children! No! Impossible! I was ready to accept anything, even an alliance with Damasceno. No children! By then, I had placed great trust in Quincas Borba, so I went to him and shared the inner stirrings of my impending fatherhood. The philosopher listened to me with excitement. He told me that humanitas was stirring within me. He encouraged me to marry, pointing out that there would be more guests knocking at the door, and so on. Compel intrare, as Jesus said. And he didn't leave me without proving that the evangelical parable was nothing more than a forewarning of humanitism, mistakenly interpreted by the priests. Chapter 121, Downhill. After 3 months, everything was going splendidly. The fluid, Sabina, the girl's eyes, the father's wishes were all impulses driving me toward matrimony. The memory of Virgilia would appear at the door now and then, and with her a black devil who thrust a mirror in my face, in which I saw Virgilia dissolved in tears from afar. But another devil would come, pink-colored, with another mirror reflecting Nian Lolo's figure, tender, luminous, angelic. I don't speak of the years. I didn't feel them. I'll even add that I cast them aside one Sunday when I went to Mass at the Livramento Chapel. Since Damasceno lived in Cahueros, I often accompanied them to Mass. The hill was still bare of houses, except for the old mansion at the top where the chapel was. Well, one Sunday, as I descended the hill with Nian Lolo on my arm, some phenomenon occurred that left me shedding 2 years here, 4 there, and soon after 5, so that by the time I reached the bottom, I was only 20 years old, as sprightly as I had been then. Now, if you want to know the circumstances of the phenomenon, just read this chapter to the end. We were coming from Mass, her father and I. In the middle of the hill, we found a group of men. Damasceno, who was walking beside us, realized what was happening and hurried forward. We followed him. And we saw this. Men of all ages, sizes and colors, some in shirt sleeves, others in jackets, others still in tattered overcoats. Various postures, some squatting, others with their hands on their knees, these sitting on rocks, those leaning against the wall, and all with their eyes fixed on the center, and their souls leaning out from their pupils. "What is it?" Nian Lolo asked me. I signaled her to be quiet. I subtly made my way through the crowd, and everyone made room for me, without anyone actually seeing me. The center held their gaze. It was a cockfight. I saw the 2 contenders, 2 roosters with sharp spurs, fiery eyes, and sharp beaks. Both had bloodied combs. The chests of both were featherless and red. Exhaustion had set in. But they still fought, eyes locked on eyes, beak below, beak above, strike after strike, quivering and furious. Damasceno didn't know anything else. The spectacle had erased the entire universe for him. In vain I told him it was time to leave. He didn't answer, didn't hear. He was absorbed in the duel. Cockfighting was one of his passions. It was then that Nian Lolo gently pulled me by the arm, saying we should leave. I took her advice and went downhill with her. I already mentioned that the hill was uninhabited back then. I also told you we were coming from Mass, and since I didn't mention rain, it was clear the weather was good. A delightful sun. And strong. So strong that I soon opened the parasol, held it by the middle of the handle, and tilted it in such a way that I added a page to Quincas Borba's philosophy. Humanitas kissed humanitas. That's how the years fell away as I went downhill. At the foot of the hill we stopped for a few minutes, waiting for Damasceno. He arrived shortly after, surrounded by the bettors, discussing the fight with them. One of them, the treasurer of the bets, handed out an old bundle of 10-bucks notes, which the winners received with double joy. As for the roosters, they were carried over the shoulders by their respective owner. One of them had a comb so chewed and bloodied that I immediately identified it as the loser, but I was mistaken. The loser was the other one, the one without a comb at all. Both had their beaks open, breathing laboriously, exhausted. The betters, on the other hand, were cheerful, despite the intense emotions of the fight. They discussed the contenders' biographies and recalled both their feats. I walked on, embarrassed. Nya Lolo, extremely embarrassed. Chapter 122. A very subtle intention. What embarrassed Nya Lolo was her father. The ease with which he had mingled with the betters highlighted his old habits and social affiliations, and Nya Lolo began to fear that such a father-in-law might seem unworthy to me. It was remarkable how differently she viewed herself. She studied herself and studied me. Elegant and refined life attracted her, primarily because it seemed the safest way to harmonize our lives. Nya Lolo observed, imitated, guessed. At the same time, she tried to mask her family's inferiority. That day, however, her father's display was so great that it saddened her deeply. I then tried to distract her from the subject, telling her many good-humored jokes and witticisms, futile efforts that didn't cheer her up anymore. Her dejection was so profound, her discouragement so expressive, that I came to attribute to Nya Lolo the deliberate intention of separating, in my mind, her cause from her father's cause. This sentiment seemed to me of great nobility. It was yet another affinity between us. "There's no remedy," I said to myself. "I will pluck this flower from this swamp." Chapter 123. The True Coatrim. Despite my 40-something years since I valued family harmony, I decided not to discuss marriage without first talking to Coatrim. He listened to me and replied seriously that he had no opinion on matters involving his relatives. People might assume he had some interest if he praised Nya Lolo's rare qualities. Therefore, he kept silent. Furthermore, he was certain that his niece harbored a genuine passion for me. But if she were to consult him, his advice would be negative. He wasn't driven by any hatred. He appreciated my good qualities. He couldn't praise them enough, as was fair. And as for Nya Lolo, he would never deny that she was an excellent bride. But from there to advising the marriage, there was an abyss. "I completely wash my hands of it," he concluded. "But the other day you thought I should get married as soon as possible." That's another matter. I think it's essential to get married, especially if you have political ambitions. You should know that in politics, celibacy is a hindrance. As for the bride, I cannot have a say. I don't want to. I shouldn't. It's not honorable. It seems to me that Sabina went too far by sharing certain confidences with you, as she told me. But in any case, she's not Nya Lolo's blood aunt as I am. Look. But no, I won't say it. Go ahead. No, I won't say anything. Coatrim's scruples might seem excessive to those unaware of his fiercely honorable character. I myself was unfair to him during the years following my father's inventory. I admit that he was a role model. He was accused of miserliness, and I thought they were right. But miserliness is merely the exaggeration of a virtue, and virtues should be like budgets. A surplus is better than a deficit. As he was very curt in his manners, he had enemies who went as far as accusing him of being barbaric. The only fact alleged in this regard was his frequent sending of slaves to the dungeon, from where they came down dripping blood. But apart from the fact that he only sent the wicked and the runaways, it should be noted that, having long been involved in the slave trade, he had become somewhat accustomed to the harsher treatment that this type of business required, and one cannot honestly attribute to a man's original nature what is a pure effect of social relations. The proof that Coatrim had pious feelings lay in his love for his children and the pain he suffered when Sarah died a few months later. Irrefutable proof, I believe, and not the only one. He was the treasurer of a brotherhood and a member of several fraternities, even a redeemed brother of one of them, which is not very compatible with a reputation for miserliness. It is true that the benefit had not gone unnoticed. The fraternity, of which he had been a judge, had commissioned his oil portrait. He was not perfect, of course. For example, he had the habit of sending news of one or another charitable deed he had done to the newspapers, A reprehensible, or at least not praiseworthy habit, I agree. But he excused himself by saying that good deeds were contagious when public. A reason that cannot be denied some weight. I even believe, and in this I pay him the highest compliment, that he occasionally practiced these charitable deeds only to awaken the philanthropy of others. And if that was the intent, it must be admitted that publicity became a sine qua non condition. In short, he may have been owing in a few courtesies, but he owed not a penny to anyone. Chapter 124. A short interlude. What lies between life and death? A short bridge. Nevertheless, if I didn't write this chapter, the reader would suffer a strong shock, quite detrimental to the effect of the book. Jumping from a portrait to an epitaph might be realistic and common. However, the reader seeks refuge in a book only to escape life. I'm not saying this thought is mine. I'm saying there is a dose of truth in it, and that at least the form is picturesque. And I repeat, it's not mine. Chapter 125. Epitaph. Here lies Dona Eulalia Damascena de Brito, deceased at 19 years of age. Pray for her. Chapter 126. Desolation. The epitaph says it all. It's worth more than if I were to recount Nyanlolo's illness, her death, the family's despair, or the funeral. You now know that she died. I will add that it was during the first outbreak of yellow fever. I won't say anything else, except that I accompanied her to her final resting place, and I took leave of her, sad but tearless. I concluded that perhaps I didn't truly love her. Now see to what excesses an oversight can lead. I felt some pain at the blindness of the epidemic, which, killing left and right, also took a young lady who was to be my wife. I failed to understand the necessity of the epidemic, let alone that death. I even believe that this death seemed more absurd to me than all the others. Quincas Borba, however, explained to me that epidemics were useful to the species, although disastrous for a certain portion of individuals. He pointed out that, however horrifying the spectacle, there was one very significant advantage: the survival of the majority. He even asked me if, amidst the general mourning, I didn't feel some secret delight in having escaped the clutches of the plague, but this question was so foolish that it went unanswered. If I didn't recount her death, I won't recount the seventh-day Mass either. Damasceno's sorrow was profound. That poor man seemed like a ruin. 15 days later I visited him. He remained inconsolable, and said that the great pain with which God had punished him was further increased by the pain inflicted upon him by men. He said nothing more. 3 weeks later he returned to the subject, and then he confessed to me that, amidst the irreparable disaster, he had wanted the consolation of his friend's presence. Only 12 people, 3/4 of them Cottram's friends, accompanied his beloved daughter's body to the grave. And he had sent out 80 invitations. I pointed out that the losses were so widespread that this apparent inattention could easily be excused. Damasceno shook his head in a disbelieving and sad manner. "It's not that," he moaned. "They abandoned me." Cottram, who was present: "Those who truly care for you and use came. The 80 would have come out of formality, talked about the government's inertia, the pharmacist's panaceas, the price of houses, or about one another." Damasceno listened in silence, shook his head again, and sighed. But they should have come. Chapter 127. Formality. It is a great thing to have received from heaven a particle of wisdom, the gift of finding the relations between things, the ability to compare them, and the talent to conclude. I had this psychic distinction. I still thank it now from the depths of my tomb. In fact, the ordinary man who heard Damasceno's last word would not remember it when, some time later, he happened to look at an engraving depicting 6 Turkish ladies. But I remembered. They were 6 modern ladies from Constantinople, dressed in street clothes, their faces covered, not with a thick cloth that truly hid them, but with an extremely thin veil that seemed to reveal only their eyes, yet in reality it revealed their entire faces, and I found amusement in this cleverness of Muslim coquetry, which thus hides the face and complies with custom, but does not hide it, and displays beauty. Apparently, there is nothing between the Turkish ladies and Damasceno, but if you are a profound and penetrating spirit, and I highly doubt that you would deny me that, you will understand that, in both cases, there emerges the tip of a rigid yet gentle companion of a social man. Amiable formality, you are indeed the staff of life, the balm of hearts, the mediator between men, the link between earth and heaven. You wipe away a father's tears, you win the indulgence of a prophet. If sorrow sleeps and conscience settles, to whom, if not to you, do they owe this immense benefit? Esteem that passes with a hat on its head says nothing to the soul, but the indifference that pays homage leaves a delightful impression. The reason is that, contrary to an absurd old formula, it is not the letter that kills. The letter gives life. The spirit is the object of controversy, of doubt, of interpretation, and consequently of struggle and death. Live on, amiable formality, for Damasceno's peace of mind and Muhammad's glory. Chapter 128, In the Chamber. And note well that I saw the Turkish engraving 2 years after Damasceno's words, and I saw it in the Chamber of Deputies, amidst a great clamor, while a deputy debated a report from the Budget Committee, and I was also a deputy. For those who have read this book, it is needless to stress my satisfaction, and for others, it is equally futile. I was a deputy, and I saw the Turkish engraving, reclining in my chair, between a colleague who was telling a joke and another who, on the back of an envelope, was sketching the profile of the speaker in pencil. The speaker was Lobo Neves. The wave of life brought us to the same shore, like 2 bottles of castaways, he containing his resentment, and I should have contained my remorse. And I use this suspensive, doubtful, or conditional form in order to say that it effectively contained nothing except the ambition to be a minister. Chapter 129, Without Remorse. I had no remorse. If I possessed the proper equipment, I would include in this book a page of chemistry, because I would decompose remorse down to its simplest elements, with the purpose of knowing in a positive and conclusive manner why Achilles parades around Troy with the corpse of his adversary, and Lady Macbeth parades around the room with her bloodstain. But I have no chemical equipment, just as I had no remorse. I had the desire to be a minister of state. However, if I am to finish this chapter, I will say that I would not want to be Achilles or Lady Macbeth, and if I were to be anything, I would prefer Achilles, parading the corpse rather than the stain. In the end, one hears the supplications of Priam and gains a beautiful military and literary reputation. I did not hear Priam's supplications, but Lobo Neves's speech, and I had no remorse. Chapter 130. To be inserted into Chapter 129. The first time I could speak to Virgilia after the presidency was at a ball in 1855. She wore a magnificent blue grosgrain dress and displayed the same pair of shoulders from another time under the lights. She was no longer the freshness of her youth. On the contrary, she still had an autumnal beauty, enhanced by the night. I remember that we talked a lot without alluding to anything from the past. It was all implied, a remote, vague saying, or just a look, and nothing more. She left shortly after. I watched her descend the stairs, and I don't know by what phenomenon of cerebral ventriloquism, forgive me, philologists, for that barbaric phrase, I murmured to myself this deeply retrospective word. Magnificent! It is advisable to insert this chapter between the first sentence and the second of Chapter 129. Chapter 131, Of a Slander. As I had just said that, through the ventriloquo-cerebral process, which was merely an opinion and not remorse, I felt someone put their hand on my shoulder. I turned around. It was an old companion, a naval officer, jovial, somewhat careless in his manners. He smiled mischievously and said to me, "You rascal, Memories of the past, huh? Long live the past. You've got your old job back, naturally. Easy, you rascal, I said, threatening him with my finger. I confess that this dialogue was indiscreet, especially the last reply. And I confess it with even greater pleasure, as women have the reputation of being indiscreet, and I do not want to finish the book without rectifying this notion of the human spirit. In matters of amorous adventure, I found men who smiled or reluctantly denied, in a cold, monosyllabic manner and so forth, while their female counterparts did not give themselves away and would swear on the Holy Gospels that it was all slander. The reason for this difference is that a woman, except for the hypothesis in Chapter 101 and others, gives herself out of love, whether it is Stendhal's love passion, or the purely physical love of some Roman ladies, for example, or Polynesians, Laplanders, Kaffirs, and possibly other civilized races. But the man, I speak of the man in a cultured and elegant society, the man combines his vanity with the other sentiment. In addition, and I always refer to the defenseless cases, when a woman loves another man, it seems to her that she is lying to a duty, and therefore must conceal it with greater art, refine her deceit. While the man, feeling himself the cause of the infraction and the conqueror of another man, becomes legitimately proud and soon moves on to a less harsh and less secret feeling, that good fatuity, which is the luminous perspiration of merit. But whether or not my explanation is true, it is enough for me to write on this page, for the use of the ages, that women's indiscretion is a fraud invented by men. In love, at least, they are a true sepulchre. They often lose themselves due to clumsiness, restlessness, or being unable to resist gestures and glances. And that is why a great lady and a fine spirit, the Queen of Navarre, employed this metaphor somewhere to say that every amorous adventure inevitably came to light, sooner or later. There is no puppy so well trained that we won't eventually hear it bark. Chapter 132. Not Serious. Citing the saying of the Queen of Navarre, it occurs to me that among our people, when one person sees another person upset, they usually ask, "My goodness, who killed your puppies?" As if to say, "Who took away your loves, your secret adventures, etc." But this chapter is not serious. Chapter 133. Helvetius's Principle. We were at the point where the naval officer extracted from me the confession of Virgilia's love affairs, and here I correct Helvetius's principle, or rather, I explain it. My interest was to remain silent, confirming the suspicion of something old would provoke some dormant hatred, give rise to a scandal, or at least acquire the reputation of being indiscreet. That was the interest. And understanding Helvetius's principle in a superficial way, that is what I should have done. But I have already given the reason for masculine indiscretion. Before that interest in security, there was another, that of vanity, which is more intimate, more immediate. The first was reflective. It supposed a previous syllogism. The second was spontaneous, instinctive, coming from the depths of the subject. Finally, the first had a remote effect, the second a close one. Conclusion. Helvetius' principle is true in my case. The difference is that it was not the apparent interest, but the hidden one. Chapter 134. 50 Years. I haven't told you yet, but I'll say it now, that when Virgilia descended the stairs and the naval officer touched my shoulder, I was 50 years old. It was, therefore, my life that was going down the stairs, or the best part at least, a part full of pleasures, agitations, scares, covered with dissimulation and duplicity, but ultimately the best if we are to speak the usual language. However, if we use another more sublime language, the best part was the remaining, as I will have the honor to tell you in the few pages of this book. 50 years. There was no need to confess it. You can already feel that my style is not as lively as in the early days. At that time, after the conversation with the naval officer, who put on his cape and left, I confess that I felt a little sad. I returned to the ballroom, and I felt like dancing a polka, getting intoxicated by the lights, the flowers, the crystals, the beautiful eyes, and the muted and swift murmur of private conversations. And I don't regret it. I felt rejuvenated. But half an hour later, when I left the ball at 4 in the morning, what did I find at the bottom of the carriage? My 50 years. There they were, the stubborn ones, not crippled by cold, nor rheumatic, but dozing off their fatigue, a little desirous of bed and rest. Then, and see to what extent a man's imagination can go when sleepy, then it seemed to me that I heard a bat perched on the roof say, "Mr. Brás Cubas." Rejuvenation was in the room, in the crystals, in the lights, in the silks, in short, in others. Chapter 135, Oblivion. And now I feel that if any lady has followed these pages, she closes the book and doesn't read the rest. The interest in my life, which was love, has extinguished for her. 50 years. It's not yet invalidity, but it's no longer freshness. Add 10 more years, and I'll understand what an Englishman once said, that it's something not to find anyone who remembers my parents anymore, and how even oblivion itself will look at me. Put that name in small caps. Oblivion. It is fair to give all honors to such a despised and worthy character, a guest of the last hour, but certain. The lady who shone at the dawn of the current reign knows it, and more painfully the one who displayed her blooming graces under the Paranah ministry, because she is closer to the triumph, and already feels that others have taken her place. Then, if she is worthy of herself, she doesn't insist on awakening the dead or dying memory. She doesn't seek in today's gaze the same greeting as yesterday's gaze when others were starting the journey of life with a joyful soul and swift foot. Tempora mutantur. She understands that this whirlwind is just like that, taking the leaves of the woods and the rags of the road without exception or pity, and if she has some philosophy, she doesn't envy, but pities those who took her place, because they too will be dismounted by the footman Oblivion, a spectacle whose purpose is to entertain the planet Saturn, which has become very bored. Chapter 136, Uselessness. But if I'm not mistaken, I've just written a useless chapter. Chapter 137, The Cap. And yet, no. It sums up the reflections I made the day after I met Quincus Borba, adding that I felt overwhelmed, and 1,000 other sad things. But that philosopher, with the high acumen he possessed, warned me that I was sliding down the fatal slope of melancholy. My dear Brás Cubas, don't let yourself be defeated by these vapors. What the devil? You need to be a man. Be strong. Fight. Win. Shine. Influence. Dominate. 50 years is the age of knowledge and governance. Cheer up, Brás Cubas. Don't be a fool. What do you have to do with this succession of ruin to ruin, or flower to flower? Try to savor life, and know that the worst philosophy is that of the crybaby who lies on the riverbank just to lament the unceasing flow of water. Their job is never to stop. Accommodate yourself to the law, and try to take advantage of it. The authority of a great philosopher can be seen in the smallest things. Quincus Borba's words had the power to shake off the moral and mental stupor I was in. Let's do it. Let's become the government. It's time. Until then, I had not intervened in major debates. I courted the ministry through compliments, teas, committees, and votes, and the ministry didn't come. It was urgent to take hold of the tribune. I started slowly. 3 days later, during a discussion on the budget of justice, I took the opportunity to ask the minister modestly if he didn't think it would be useful to reduce the size of the National Guard's cap. The subject of my question wasn't of vast importance, but even so I demonstrated that it wasn't unworthy of a statesman's consideration, and I cited Philopoemen, who ordered the replacement of his troops' shields, which were small with larger ones, as well as the spears, which were too light, a fact that history did not find to contradict the seriousness of its pages. The size of our caps was calling for a deep cut, not only because they were inelegant, but also because they were unhygienic. During parades in the sun, the excess heat produced by them could be fatal. Since one of Hippocrates' precepts was to keep the head cool, it seemed cruel to force a citizen, out of mere consideration for uniform, to risk health and life, and consequently the future of the family. The Chamber and the government should remember that the National Guard was the bulwark of freedom and independence, and that the citizen, called to a free, frequent, and arduous service, had the right to have the burden reduced by decreeing a light and handy uniform. Moreover, the cap, due to its weight, weighed down the citizens' heads, and the homeland needed citizens whose foreheads could rise proud and serene before power. And I concluded with this idea. The weeping willow, which inclines its branches towards the earth, is a cemetery tree. The palm tree, upright and firm, is a tree of the desert, squares, and gardens. The impression of this speech was varied. As for form, eloquent rapture, the literary and philosophical aspects, the opinion was unanimous. Everyone told me it was complete, and that no one had yet managed to draw so many ideas from a cap. But the political aspect was considered regrettable by many. Some found my speech a parliamentary disaster. Finally, they came to tell me that others already saw me in opposition, including the oppositionists in the chamber, who went so far as to insinuate the convenience of a motion of no confidence. I forcefully repelled such an interpretation, which was not only erroneous but slanderous, given the notoriety with which I supported the cabinet. I added that the need to reduce the cap was not so great that it could not wait a few years, and that, in any case, I would compromise on the extent of the cut, settling for 3/4 of an inch or less. Finally, even if my idea were not adopted, it was enough for me to have introduced it in Parliament. Quincas Borba, however, made no objection. "I'm not a politician," he told me at dinner. "I don't know if you did well or poorly. I know that you made an excellent speech." And then he pointed out the most prominent parts, the beautiful images, the strong arguments, with that restraint of praise that suits a great philosopher so well. Then he took up the subject himself and argued against the cap with such force, with such clarity, that he ended up effectively convincing me of its danger. Chapter 138, To a Critic. My dear critic, a few pages ago, when I said I was 50 years old, I added, "It is already felt that my style is not as agile as in the early days." You may find this sentence incomprehensible, knowing my current state. But I draw your attention to the subtlety of that thought. What I mean is not that I am now older than when I started the book. Death does not age. What I mean, yes, is that in each phase of the narration of my life, I experience the corresponding sensation. Good heavens! Everything needs explaining. Chapter 139, How I Was Not a Minister of State. Chapter 140, which explains the previous one. There are things that are better said in silence, such as the subject of the previous chapter. Failed ambitious people may understand. If the passion for power is the strongest of all, as some insist, imagine the despair, the pain, the dejection of the day I lost the seat in the Chamber of Deputies. All my hopes were gone. My political career was over. And note that Quincas Borba, through philosophical inductions he made, found that my ambition was not the true passion for power, but a whim, a desire to have fun. In his opinion, this feeling, being no deeper than the other, is much more annoying because it borders on the love women have for lace and headdresses. A Cromwell or a Bonaparte, he added, precisely because they are consumed by the passion for power, reach it by sheer force or by the right staircase or by the left one. It was not the case with my feelings. This, not having the same strength in itself, does not have the same certainty of the outcome. Hence the greater affliction, the greater disenchantment, the greater sadness. My feelings, according to humanitism. Go to hell with your humanitism, I interrupted him. I'm tired of philosophies that lead me nowhere. The harshness of the interruption, considering the philosopher's stature, was equivalent to a disrespect, but he himself excused the irritation with which I spoke to him. They brought us coffee. It was 1 in the afternoon, and we were in my study, a beautiful room that looked out onto the back of the property, with good books, art objects, a bronze Voltaire among them, who at that moment seemed to accentuate the sarcastic smirk with which he looked at me, the thief. Excellent chairs. Outside the sun, a great sun which Quincas Borba, I don't know if out of jest or poetry, called one of nature's ministers. A cool breeze blew. The sky was blue. From each window, there were 3, hung a cage with birds that chirped their rustic operas. Everything had the appearance of a conspiracy of things against man, and although I was in my room, looking at my property, sitting in my chair, listening to my birds, next to my books, illuminated by my sun, I could not heal from the longing for that other chair that was not mine. Chapter 141. The Dogs. "But in the end, what do you intend to do now?" asked Quincas Borba, placing the empty cup on the window-sill. "I don't know. I'll go to Tijuca, escape from men. I'm ashamed, annoyed. So many dreams, my dear Borba. So many dreams, and I am nothing." "Nothing!" Quincas Borba interrupted me with a gesture of indignation. To distract me, he invited me to go out. We walked towards Ingenio Velho. We went on foot, philosophizing about things. I will never forget the benefit of that walk. The words of that great man were the cordial of wisdom. He told me that I could not escape the fight. If the Tribune was closed to me, I had to start a newspaper. He even used a less elevated expression, showing that philosophical language could, once in a while, be tempered with the slang of the people. "Start a newspaper," he said, "and break up that whole stinking mess." Magnificent idea. I will start a newspaper. I will crush them. I will fight. You can crush them or not. The essential thing is to fight. Life is a struggle. Life without struggle is a dead sea at the center of the universal organism. Shortly after, we came across a dogfight, an event that, to the eyes of an ordinary man, would hold no value. Quincas Borba made me stop and observe the dogs. There were 2. He noticed that next to them lay a bone, the reason for the fight, and he drew my attention to the fact that the bone had no meat on it. A mere bare bone. The dogs bit each other, snarling, with fury in their eyes. Quincas Borba tucked his cane under his arm and seemed to be in ecstasy. "How beautiful this is," he said from time to time. I tried to pull him away from there, but I couldn't. He was rooted to the ground, and only continued walking when the fight had completely ceased, and one of the dogs, bitten and defeated, went to satisfy its hunger elsewhere. I noticed that he had become sincerely happy, although he contained his happiness, as befitted a great philosopher. He made me appreciate the beauty of the spectacle, recalled the object of the fight, and concluded that the dogs were hungry. But the deprivation of food was nothing compared to the general effects of philosophy. He even mentioned that in some parts of the globe, the spectacle was even more grandiose. It was human beings who fought dogs for bones and other less appetizing meals, a struggle that became even more complex, as it involved man's intelligence with all the accumulated wisdom that centuries had given him, and so forth. Chapter 142. The Secret Request. How much can be found in a minuet, as the saying goes? How much can be found in a dogfight? But I was not a servile or fearful disciple who would refrain from making the occasional appropriate objection. As we walked, I told him I had a doubt. I was not quite sure of the advantage of fighting for food with dogs. He replied to me with exceptional gentleness. Fighting for it with other men is more logical, because the condition of the contenders is the same, and whoever is stronger takes the bone. But why wouldn't it be a grand spectacle to fight for it with dogs? Voluntarily, some people eat locusts, like the one who goes before, or something worse, like Ezekiel. Therefore, the bad is edible. What remains to be seen is whether it is more dignified for man to fight for it due to a natural necessity, or to prefer it in order to obey a religious exaltation, that is, modifiable, while hunger is eternal, like life and death. We were at the door of my house. They handed me a letter, saying it came from a lady. We went inside, and Quincas Borba, with the discretion characteristic of a philosopher, went to read the spines of the books on a shelf, while I read the letter, which was from Virgilia. My dear friend, Dona Placida is very ill. I ask you to do something for her. She lives in Beco das Escadinhas. Could you see if you can get her admitted to Misericordia Hospital for the Indigent? Your sincere friend, V. It was not Virgilia's fine and correct handwriting, but coarse and uneven. The V in the signature was nothing more than a meaningless scribble without any alphabetic intention, so that if the letter were to be discovered, it would be very difficult to attribute authorship to her. I turned the paper over and over. Poor Dona Placida. But I had left her the 5 contos from Botafogo Beach, and I couldn't understand how. "You'll understand," said Quincas Borba, taking a book from the shelf. "What?" I asked, astonished. "You'll understand that I only told you the truth. Pascal is one of my spiritual grandfathers, and although my philosophy is worth more than his, I can't deny that he was a great man. Now what does he say on this page?" And with his hat on his head, cane tucked under his arm, he pointed to the place with his finger. What does he say? He says that man has a great advantage over the rest of the universe. He knows that he dies, while the universe is absolutely ignorant of it. You see? Therefore the man who fights a dog for a bone has a great advantage over the dog, knowing that he is hungry. And this is what makes the struggle grand, as I was saying. Knows that he dies is a profound expression. However, I believe that my expression, knows that he is hungry, is even deeper. Since the fact of death, so to speak, limits human understanding. The awareness of extinction lasts for a brief moment and ends forever, while hunger has the advantage of returning, of prolonging the conscious state. It seems to me, if there is no immodesty in this, that Pascal's formula is inferior to mine, without ceasing to be a great thought, and Pascal a great man. Chapter 143. I Won't Go. While he was returning the book to the shelf, I reread the note. At dinner, seeing that I spoke little, chewed without swallowing, stared at the corner of the room, the edge of the table, a plate, a chair, an invisible fly, he said to me, "You have something on your mind. I bet it was that letter." It was. Indeed, I felt bothered, troubled by Virgilia's request. I had given Dona Placida 5 contos de res. I highly doubt anyone would be more generous than I, not even close. 5 contos! And what had she done with them? Naturally, she squandered them, spent them on grand feasts, and now it's off to Misericordia, and I should take her. One can die anywhere. Moreover, I didn't know or couldn't remember where the Beco das Escadinhas was, but by its name, it seemed to me some narrow and dark corner of the city. I would have to go there, attract the attention of the neighbors, knock on the door, etc. What a nuisance. I won't go. Chapter 144. Relative Utility. But the night, which is a good counselor, made me consider that courtesy required me to comply with the wishes of my former lady. "Outstanding debts must be paid," I said as I got up. After lunch, I went to Dona Placida's house. I found a bundle of bones, wrapped in rags, lying on an old nauseating cot. I gave her some money. The next day, I had her transferred to Misericordia, where she died a week later. I have misspoken. She was found dead in the morning. She left life stealthily, just as she had entered it. Once again, I asked myself, as in Chapter 75, if it was for this that the sacristan of Say and the sweetmaker brought Dona Placida into the light in a moment of specific sympathy. But I quickly realized that if it weren't for Dona Placida, perhaps my love affair with Virgilia would have been interrupted or immediately broken in full effervescence. Such was, therefore, the utility of Dona Placida's life. Relative utility, I concede, But what the devil is absolute in this world? Chapter 145. Simple Repetition. As for the 5 cantos, it's not worth mentioning that a gardener from the neighborhood pretended to be enamored with Donna Placida, managed to stir her senses or her vanity, and married her. After a few months, he came up with a business, sold the bonds, and fled with the money. It's not worth it. It's like Quincus Borba's dogs. A simple repetition of a chapter. Chapter 146. The Program. It was urgent to establish the newspaper. I wrote the program, which was a political application of humanitism. Only, since Quincus Borba hadn't yet published the book, which he improved year by year, we agreed not to make any reference to it. Quincus Borba only demanded a private, autographed statement that some new principles applied to politics were taken from his still unpublished book. It was the finest of programs. It promised to heal society, destroy abuses, defend healthy principles of freedom and conservation. It appealed to commerce and agriculture. It quoted Guizot and Ledru-Rollin and ended with this threat, which Quincus Borba found petty and local. The new doctrine we profess will inevitably overthrow the current ministry. I admit that, given the political circumstances of the time, the program seemed to me a masterpiece. I demonstrated to Quincus Borba that the threat at the end, which he found petty, was saturated with the purest humanitism, and he himself confessed it later. For humanitism excluded nothing. Napoleon's wars and a goat dispute were, according to our doctrine, the same sublimity, with the difference that Napoleon's soldiers knew they were dying, something that apparently doesn't happen to goats. Now, I was doing nothing more than applying our philosophical formula to the circumstances. Humanitas wanted to replace humanitas for the consolation of humanitas. "You are my beloved disciple, my caliph," cried Quincus Borba, with a note of tenderness that I had never heard from him before. "I can say, like the great Muhammad, even if the sun and the moon come against me now, I will not retreat from my ideas. Believe me, my dear Brás Cubas, this is the eternal truth, prior to worlds, posterior to centuries." Chapter 147. The Folly. I immediately sent a discreet notice to the press, saying that I would probably begin the publication of an opposition newspaper in a few weeks, edited by Dr. Brás Cubas. Quincus Borba, to whom I read the news, picked up the pen and added to my name, with a truly humanistic fraternity, this phrase, "one of the most glorious members of the past chamber." The next day Cottram came to my house. He was a little upset, but tried to hide it, pretending to be calm and even cheerful. He had seen the news in the paper and thought he should, as a friend and relative, dissuade me from such an idea. It was a mistake, a fatal mistake. He argued that I was putting myself in a difficult situation and, in a way, closing the doors of the Parliament. The ministry not only seemed excellent to him, which might not be my opinion, but would certainly last a long time. And what could I gain by antagonizing it against me? He knew that some of the ministers were fond of me. It wasn't impossible to get a position, and at that point, I interrupted him to say that I had thought long and hard about the step I was about to take, and I couldn't back down even a little. I even offered to let him read the program, but he vehemently refused, saying he didn't want to have the slightest part in my folly. "It's a real folly," he repeated. "Think for a few more days, and you'll see that it's a folly." Sabina said the same thing that night at the theater. She left her daughter in the box with Cottram and took me to the corridor. "Brother Brás, what are you going to do?" she asked me, distressed. "What's this idea of provoking the government for no reason when you could—" I explained to her that I didn't want to beg for a seat in Parliament, that my idea was to overthrow the ministry because it didn't seem adequate to the situation, and to a certain philosophical formula. I assured her that I would always use polite language, albeit forceful. Violence was not to my taste. Sabina tapped her fan on the tips of her fingers, shook her head, and returned to the subject with a look of pleading and threat, alternately. I told her no, no, and no. Disillusioned, she accused me of preferring the advice of strangers and envious people over hers and her husband's. Well, follow what you think is best, she concluded. We've done our duty. She turned her back on me and returned to the box. Chapter 148. The Unsolvable Problem. I published the newspaper. 24 hours later, a statement from Cottram appeared in other newspapers, saying, in substance, that, although he did not belong to any of the parties into which the country was divided, he found it convenient to make it clear that he had no influence or direct or indirect involvement in the publication of his brother-in-law, Dr. Brás Cubas, whose ideas and political conduct he entirely disapproved. The current ministry, as well as any other composed of equal capacities, seemed to him destined to promote public happiness. I couldn't believe my eyes. I rubbed them once and twice, and reread the untimely, unusual, and enigmatic statement. If he had nothing to do with the parties, why should he care about such a common incident as the publication of a newspaper? Not all citizens who think a ministry is good or bad make such declarations in the press, nor are they obligated to do so. Indeed, it was a mystery why Cottram would interfere in this matter, as well as his personal attack. Our relationship had been cordial and benevolent until then. I couldn't remember any disagreement, any shadow, anything since our reconciliation. On the contrary, the memories were of true favors. For example, when I was a deputy, I was able to get him some contract supplies for the naval arsenal, supplies he continued to provide punctually, and he had told me a few weeks earlier that in 3 more years they could earn him around 200,000. Could the memory of such a favor not be strong enough to prevent him from publicly tarnishing his brother-in-law's name? The motive for the declaration must have been very powerful, causing him to commit both a rashness and an ingratitude. I confess it was an insolvable problem. Chapter 149. Theory of the Benefit. And so insoluble that Quincas Borba couldn't solve it, despite studying it at length and with good will. Well, goodbye, he concluded. Not all problems are worth 5 minutes of attention. As for the charge of ingratitude, Quincas Borba completely rejected it, not as improbable, but as absurd, for not following the conclusions of sound humanist philosophy. You can't deny one fact, he said. The pleasure of the benefactor is always greater than that of the beneficiary. What is a benefit? It is an act that ends a certain deprivation of the beneficiary. Once the essential effect is produced, that is, once the deprivation has ended, the organism returns to its previous state, the indifferent state. Suppose your waistband is too tight. To relieve the discomfort, you unbutton it. Breathe. Savor a moment of pleasure. The organism returns to indifference, and you don't remember your fingers that performed the act. With nothing enduring, it's natural for the memory to fade, because it isn't an aerial plant. It needs ground. The hope for more favors, indeed, always preserves in the beneficiary the memory of the first. But this fact, one of the most sublime that philosophy can find in its path, is explained by the memory of deprivation, or, using another formula, by the continuous deprivation in memory, which echoes past pain and advises the precaution of timely remedy. I don't say that, even without this circumstance, the memory of the favor doesn't sometimes persist, accompanied by a more or less intense affection. But these are true aberrations, with no value in the eyes of a philosopher. But, I countered, if there's no reason for the memory of the favor to endure in the favored, there's even less reason for it to endure in relation to the one who granted the favor. I would like you to explain this point to me. It doesn't need explaining if it's naturally evident, Quincas Borba retorted, but I'll say something more. The persistence of the benefit in the memory of the one who bestows it is explained by the nature of the benefit itself and its effects. Firstly, there's the feeling of a good deed, and deductively, the awareness that we are capable of good deeds. Secondly, one gains a conviction of superiority over another creature, a superiority in status and means. And this is one of the most legitimately enjoyable things, according to the best opinions, for the human organism. Erasmus, who wrote some good things in his praise of folly, pointed out the complacency with which two donkeys scratch each other. I am far from rejecting Erasmus's observation, but I will say what he did not, namely that if one donkey scratches the other better, that donkey will have some special sign of satisfaction in its eyes. Why does a beautiful woman look at herself in the mirror so often, if not because she finds herself beautiful, and because it gives her a certain superiority over a multitude of other women who are less beautiful or absolutely ugly? The conscience is the same. It often admires itself when it finds itself beautiful. Remorse is nothing more than the grimace of a conscience that sees itself hideous. Don't forget that, being everything a simple emanation of humanitas, the benefit and its effects are perfectly admirable phenomena. Chapter 150. Rotation and Translation. In each endeavor, affection or age, there is a complete cycle of human life. The first issue of my newspaper filled my soul with a vast dawn, crowned me with greenery, and restored the vivacity of my youth. 6 months later, the hour of old age struck, and 2 weeks later, the hour of death, which was clandestine, like that of Donna Placida. The day the newspaper appeared dead, I breathed like a man who had come a long way. So if I say that human life nurtures other lives within itself, more or less ephemeral, just as the body feeds its parasites, I think I am not saying something entirely absurd. But to avoid risking that less clear and appropriate figure, I prefer an astronomical image. Man performs a double movement of rotation and translation around the great mystery. He has his days, unequal like those of Jupiter, and from them he composes his year, more or less long. As I was finishing my rotation movement, Lobo Neves was concluding his translation movement. He died with his foot on the ministerial ladder. For at least a few weeks, it was rumored that he would become a minister. And since the rumor filled me with much irritation and envy, it's not impossible that the news of his death left me with some tranquility, relief, and 1 or 2 minutes of pleasure. Pleasure is a lot, but it's true. I swear to the centuries that it is the pure truth. I went to the funeral. In the death chamber, I found Virgilia by the coffin, sobbing. When she raised her head, I saw that she was indeed crying. As the funeral procession started, she clung to the coffin in anguish. They had to take her away and lead her inside. I tell you, the tears were genuine. I went to the cemetery, and to be honest, I didn't feel much like talking. I had a lump in my throat, or in my conscience. At the cemetery, especially when I let the shovelful of lime fall on the coffin, deep in the grave, the muffled thud of the lime gave me a momentary shudder. That's true, but it was unpleasant. And then the afternoon had the weight and color of lead, the cemetery, the black clothes. Chapter 151. Philosophy of Epitaphs. I left, moving away from the groups, and pretending to read the epitaphs. And actually, I like epitaphs. Among civilized people, they are an expression of that pious and secret egotism that induces a person to wrest at least a shred of the shadow that has passed from death. Perhaps this is the inconsolable sadness of those who know their dead are in a common grave. It seems to them that the anonymous rot reaches them as well. Chapter 152. Vespasian's Coin. Everyone had left. Only my carriage was waiting for its owner. I lit a cigar. I walked away from the cemetery. I couldn't shake the funeral ceremony from my eyes, nor Virgilia's sobs from my ears. The sobs, especially, had the vague and mysterious sound of a problem. Virgilia had betrayed her husband sincerely, and now she sincerely mourned him. It was a difficult combination that I couldn't make throughout the journey. However, upon arriving home and stepping out of the carriage, I suspected that the combination was possible, and even easy. Gentle nature. The rate of pain is like Vespasian's coin. It doesn't smell of its origin, and is gathered from both evil and good. Morality may reproach my accomplice. But that doesn't matter to you, relentless friend, once you have received her tears punctually. Gentle, 3 times gentle nature. Chapter 153. The Alienist. I'm starting to become pathetic and prefer to sleep. I slept, dreamed I was a nabob, and woke up with the idea of becoming a nabob. Sometimes I enjoyed imagining these contrasts of region, status, and creed. A few days earlier, I had thought about the possibility of a social, religious, and political revolution that would transfer the Archbishop of Canterbury to a simple collector in Petropolis, and I made long calculations to find out if the collector would eliminate the Archbishop, or if the Archbishop would reject the collector, or what portion of an Archbishop could lie in a collector, or what sum of a collector could combine with an Archbishop, etc. Insoluble questions, apparently, but in reality perfectly solvable, as long as it is understood that there may be 2 archbishops in one archbishop, the one in the bull and the other. It is said, I will be a nabob. It was a simple joke. However, I told Quincus Borba, who looked at me with some caution and pity, going so far as to kindly tell me that I was going mad. At first I laughed, but the noble conviction of the philosopher instilled in me a certain fear. The only objection against Quincus Borba's statement was that I didn't feel mad, but since madmen generally have no other concept of themselves, such an objection lost its value. And see if there is any foundation in the popular belief that philosophers are men alien to the smallest things. The next day, Quincus Borba sent me an alienist. I knew him, and I was terrified. However, he conducted himself with the utmost delicacy and skill, leaving so cheerfully that it encouraged me to ask him if he really didn't think I was mad. No, he said, smiling. Few men will have as much sense as you do. So Quincus Borba was mistaken? Completely. All the contrary, if you are his friend. I ask you to distract him. To... Heaven forbid. You think so? A man of such spirit. A philosopher. It doesn't matter. Madness enters every household. Imagine my distress. The alienist, seeing the effect of his words, realized that I was a friend of Quincus Borba and tried to lessen the gravity of the warning. He noted that it might not be anything, and even added that a grain of madness, far from being harmful, added a certain spice to life. As I rejected this opinion with horror, the alienist smiled and told me something so extraordinary, that it deserves no less than a chapter of its own. Chapter 154. The Ships of Piraeus. You must remember, said the alienist, that famous Athenian madman who believed all the ships entering Piraeus were his property. He was nothing more than a pauper who might not have even had Diogenes' tub to sleep in. But the imaginary possession of the ships was worth all the drachmas in Hellas. Well, there is an Athenian madman in all of us, and whoever swears they haven't mentally owned at least 2 or 3 schooners at some point can believe that they are swearing falsely. You too, I asked him. Me too. Me too? You too, and your servant, no less, if that is your servant, the man shaking the rugs out the window over there. In fact, it was one of my servants beating the rugs while we spoke in the garden next to the house. The alienist then noted that he had thrown open all the windows during this long conversation, had raised the curtains, and had exposed the richly furnished room as much as possible for everyone to see from outside, and concluded, "This servant of yours has the Athenian's mania. He believes the ships are his, an hour of illusion that gives him the greatest happiness on earth." Chapter 155. Heartfelt Reflection. If the alienist is right, I said to myself, there won't be much to pity Quincus Borba for. It's a matter of more or less. However, it's only fair to take care of him and prevent madmen from other places from entering his brain. Chapter 156. Pride in Servility. Quincus Borba disagreed with the alienist regarding my servant. One might use the image, he said, of attributing the Athenians' mania to your servant, but images are not ideas or observations taken from nature. What your servant has is a noble feeling, perfectly governed by the laws of humanitism. It is the pride in servility. His intention is to show that he is not a servant to just anyone. He then drew my attention to the coachmen of grand houses, more haughty than their masters, to hotel servants whose attentiveness obeys the social variations of the clientele, etc., and he concluded that it was all an expression of that delicate and noble sentiment, a conclusive proof that oftentimes a man, even when polishing boots, can be sublime. Chapter 157, A Bright Phase. "You are sublime!" I cried out, throwing my arms around his neck. Indeed, it was impossible to believe that a man so profound could become demented. That's what I told him after embracing him, revealing the alienist's suspicion. I cannot describe the impression that the revelation made on him. I remember that he shuddered and turned very pale. It was around that time that I reconciled with Cottram once again, without ever knowing the cause of our disagreement. It was a timely reconciliation, as solitude weighed on me and life was, for me, the worst of all fatigues, which is fatigue without work. Shortly thereafter, I was invited by Cottram to join a third order, something I didn't do without consulting Quincus Borba. "Go if you want," he said, "but temporarily. I'm working on annexing a dogmatic and liturgical part to my philosophy. Humanitism must also become a religion, that of the future, the only true one. Christianity is good for women and beggars, and other religions are no better than that. They all amount to the same vulgarity or weakness. The Christian paradise is a worthy rival to the Muslim paradise, and as for Buddha's nirvana, it is nothing more than a concept for paralytics. You'll see what the humanistic religion is like. The final absorption, the contractive phase, is the reconstitution of substance, not its annihilation, etc. Go where you are called, but remember that you are my caliph. And now behold my modesty. I joined the third order of Kaki, held a few positions there, and that was the brightest phase of my life. Nonetheless, I remain silent. I say nothing. I don't recount my services, what I did for the poor and the sick, nor the rewards I received. Nothing. I say absolutely nothing. Perhaps the social economy could gain something if I showed how any and every external reward is of little value compared to the subjective and immediate reward, but that would be breaking the silence I swore to maintain on this point. Moreover, the phenomena of consciousness are difficult to analyze. On the other hand, if I were to recount one, I would have to recount all that were connected to it, and I would end up writing a chapter on psychology. I only affirm that it was the brightest phase of my life. The scenes were sad. They had the monotony of misfortune, which is as tedious as that of enjoyment, and perhaps worse. But the joy given to the souls of the sick and the poor is a reward of some value, and don't tell me it's negative, for only the recipient receives it. No, I received it in a reflexive way, and yet so great, that it gave me an excellent idea of myself. Chapter 158, Two Encounters. After a few years, 3 or 4, I grew tired of the work and left it, not without making a significant donation that earned me a portrait in the sacristy. However, I won't finish this chapter without mentioning that I saw the beautiful Marcella die in the Order's hospital. Guess who? And I saw her die on the same day that, while visiting a tenement to distribute alms, I found— now you won't be able to guess. I found the flower of the bush, Eugenia, the daughter of Donna Eusebia and Vilassa, as lame as I had left her, and even sadder. Upon recognizing me, she turned pale and lowered her eyes, but it was only for a moment. She immediately raised her head and looked at me with great dignity. I understood that she would not accept alms from my pocket, and I extended my hand to her, as I would to a capitalist's wife. She curtsied and closed herself in her small room. I never saw her again. I heard nothing of her life, whether her mother was dead, or what disaster had brought her to such misery. I only know that she remained lame and sad. It was with this profound impression that I arrived at the hospital, where Marcella had entered the day before, and where I saw her die half an hour later, ugly, thin, decrepit. Chapter 159, Semi-Madness. I realized that I was getting old and needed strength, but Quincas Borba had left for Minas Gerais 6 months earlier, taking with him the best of philosophies. He returned 4 months later, and one morning entered my house, almost in the same state I had seen him in at Paseo Público. The difference was in his gaze. He was demented. He told me that in order to perfect humanitism, he had burned the entire manuscript and was about to start it over. The dogmatic part was complete, although unwritten. It was the true religion of the future. "Do you swear by humanitas?" he asked me. "You know I do." My voice could barely come out of my chest. And besides, I hadn't discovered the whole cruel truth. Quincas Borba was not only insane, but he knew he was insane, and this remnant of consciousness, like a weak lamp in the midst of darkness, greatly complicated the horror of the situation. He knew it and did not become angry at his affliction. On the contrary, he told me it was yet another proof of humanitas, which thus toyed with itself. He recited to me long chapters of the book and spiritual antiphons and litanies. He even reproduced a sacred dance he had invented for the ceremonies of humanitism. The grim grace with which he raised and shook his legs was singularly fantastic. At other times he would sulk in a corner, his eyes fixed on the air, eyes in which, from time to time, a persistent ray of reason flashed, sad as a tear. He died shortly thereafter at my house, swearing and always repeating that pain was an illusion, and that Pangloss, the slandered Pangloss, was not as foolish as Voltaire had thought. Chapter 160 of Negations. Between Quincas Borba's death and mine, the events narrated in the first part of the book took place. The main one was the invention of Brás Cubas lotion, which died with me because of the illness I contracted. Divine lotion, you would have given me the first place among men, above science and wealth, for you were the genuine and direct inspiration from heaven. Circumstances determined otherwise, and there you remain, eternally hypochondriac. This last chapter is all about negations. I did not achieve the fame of the lotion, I was not a minister, I was not a caliph, I did not experience marriage. It is true that, alongside these shortcomings, I was fortunate enough not to buy bread with the sweat of my brow. Moreover, I did not suffer the death of Dona Placida, nor the semi-madness of Quincas Borba. Adding up one thing and another, anyone might think that there was neither shortage nor surplus, and consequently that I broke even with life, and they would be mistaken, for upon reaching this other side of the mystery, I found myself with a small surplus, which is the ultimate negation of this chapter of negations. I had no children, I did not pass on to any creature the legacy of our misery. The end. We've reached the end of Machado de Assis's masterpiece, the Posthumous Memoirs of Brás Cubas. If you found this journey through life and death, humor and satire as thought-provoking as we did, consider supporting the Toucan Media's mission to make great literature accessible to all. You'll find links to purchase the ebook, paperback, or hardcover editions in the description below. Every little bit helps us continue bringing these literary treasures to life on YouTube. And if you listen this far, please don't forget to like this video and subscribe to our channel for more captivating stories. Thank you for listening. The Toucan Media hopes you've enjoyed this program.